Cat just tried to attack me. What's up, gamers? Welcome everybody to Thursday. Hi guys, welcome everybody. That's mean. I shouldn't do that. I'm not gonna toss her, but you know, probably shouldn't do that anyway.
Whoa there,
what's up there? Whoa, sorry, dude.
Down.
Sorry. Let me go get some gin and just drown her in it. Fucking.
Yeah.
Don't be mean to your cats or dogs or anyone, really. Everyone, welcome to Thursday.
Be mean
evening.
to birds, though.
Don't do that. Birds are cool, except when they're not. But you know, welcome to Thursday evening. Well, I wouldn't say impromptu, but somewhat impromptu. Final Fantasy VII Remake Spoilercast. We're gonna hang out and talk about this really cool game that we all had a fun time with. I am here with Bloody Biscuits, AceUhh, and Shibmeister222. Do you even care about the twos anymore? Should we just call you Shib? I like saying Shibmeister. Frankly,
You
I don't
can say
want to get
whatever
rid
you
of it.
want. It's still my Twitter, but because I can't get just Shib from Twitter.
Fair enough. We're here to hang out. Not really. I don't even have any food. I don't really. This isn't so much a dinner thing as it is a. We want to talk about some cool video game.
Yeah, I already ate earlier.
Everyone is super excited to talk about this cool video game. AceUhh,
I had a good time with the game.
What's up?
tell me how hard your cock is right now.
It's always
Always. Why?
Tifa.
Exactly. Do you think someone saw Hojo and was like, "Oh God"?
What do you mean?
Like
Like
hot.
they liked how he looked?
Yeah.
I hope not.
It's got to be somebody, right?
Did anybody think that he sounded like VII the first time they heard him? Because that's the feeling that I got.
A little bit.
A little bit.
He does. Yeah, he sounds a little like.
They would
Vexen.
hang out.
Yeah.
Well, I guess in Vexen's case,
so.
it would depend on the time. Like, ooh, I don't want to talk about Kingdom Hearts right now. We're talking about cool games, Final Fantasy VII Remake. So,
Yeah!
so I feel like there's a bunch of stuff I want to like get out of my head that's been bombarding my fucking brain cells since I finished this fucking game. Because I'm especially today because okay, in a very short amount of time, I played through the entirety of FF7, PS1. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
Promptly followed by Remake. Promptly followed today by Advent Children. I'll get to that. So,
What? You did Advent
well, because
Children?
because I was like, after I played Remake, I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to see because there's a bunch of other little things, but so I thought I was like, okay, Advent Children, Crisis Core, it's all gonna be necessary. But we'll get to that. So there's a bunch of stuff I need to get out and just get out of the way as far, and this is like the most extreme of spoiler stuff. So if you're coming here being like, oh, I wonder what Dax thinks of the materia system, I'm not talking about that right now.
I'm talking about.
We'll get to the game part.
Get the fuck out of here.
We'll get to the game part, but like this is some shit. I don't even think, because so much of it feels very like there's a lot of evidence just in there for a lot of shit where I wouldn't be surprised to say, but which is kind of why I wanted to wait, and I've been making notes and things because I wanted to see how many of you and how many of the chat, how many other people are just like, oh yeah, duh, right? I haven't really looked at the Ultimania, so for all I know, a bunch of this stuff is like, oh yeah, this is the case. But like, I think that would actually add to, well, not even just in terms of credibility, but in terms of like, okay, cool, this is actually being written and developed in a way where people can understand it, but still have it be like, what the fuck is going? Which is fun and cool, and very different from I think what a lot of us are used to with another series. So we're gonna get into it. So, can anyone tell me what the biggest difference is between, at first glance, face value, especially from the trailers, the differences between the original game and the remake?
At first glance,
From the trailers?
What's the most obvious thing when we were first looking at the initial couple
Sephiroth's
trailers?
around.
Yeah.
Well, glimpses of Sephiroth is one thing, but like we saw glimpses of Sephiroth
Wispy
before,
ghosts.
just a different. There we
Oh,
go.
the
So
the Wispies.
So the Wispy Ghosts, or plot spirits, or plot ghosts,
Dementors.
or dementors, time goons. I've been calling them the time goons. So because every time I see them, I'm like, oh shit, it's the time goons, dude. It's the goon squad rolling in, dude, putting a stop to shit. So I think we all got from the get-go, or not from the get-go, but like once you're at kind of like that halfway point of the game and you start seeing the ghosts like really try hard to make sure certain things happen that are beneficial to the original game's plot, where it's not just, oh, they're fucking with me, it's, oh, they made Cloud sleep in at the beginning of the game so they could make sure Jesse got hurt because Cloud was taken off the bombing run and needs to be put back on. Oh, this shit goes to the beginning, because you go all the way to later on, like when you're at the fucking Shinra building, you see Bear get stabbed and he gets healed up, and the game's like, hey, really, like, this is here, do you get it now? And it's like, okay, cool. And of course you need the characters to understand that, so they're like, oh shit, okay, they're trying to make sure of something, they're trying to like preserve our fucking momentum here. And of course Aerith starts to get it too, because Aerith doesn't fucking understand what's going on either at the beginning. It's like, I don't, even at the end when they're like, why are they circling the tower, and she's like, I don't fucking know. Like, I have a general idea of what they're doing, but I don't know what they're literally doing like right now, which is cool. So there's this whole idea of they're trying to maintain the order of the plot from the original game. I think we all probably understood that by the end of it, and it's also very fun.
They are
on
the
second
FF7
playthrough.
purists.
But then they changed it.
It's a really good way to put it. Well, here's what's the cool thing about that. They have a limited availability and tangibility, right? You can hurt them, you can get rid of them. They have a limited amount of power, to the point where they start affecting things like all over the fucking world and all over the timelines, plural. We'll get to that. So there's a limited amount, and there's a limited amount of access they have, to the point where, because of certain things that are going on and because of their manipulation, you end up with situations where they're trying to make sure that all these fucking characters are getting to the fucking the main support pillar when they're gonna fucking drop the plate, and they're trying to make sure all this stuff is happening. And they kind of took their eyes off Wedge for a bit, and now he's kind of doing okay. Oh, they didn't quite get the bigs right. Now he's doing okay. Well, more or less. Jesse, we don't know. She could either be dead, or she could end up fucking around. She could be at the Gold Saucer right now. We don't know. But the idea that there's a limit, and to the point where you get to the end of the game and you kill them, and then it's like, well, they're gone now. It's like, oh, this isn't going to be a reoccurring annoying thing that's going to interfere with the plot for the sake of creating new situations instead of just changing those situations on their own. This is literally like an obstacle for this one part of the game that sets up the idea that you're not going to know exactly what's going to fucking happen from this point on. You walk through that portal at the end of the game, you're in a sequel now. You're literally walking into a sequel. And there's another thing about what you're walking into.
But then in an interview, they said that they were only taking creative liberties in the first game, and that for everything else you should expect to proceed as normal.
In terms of in terms of you're going to go to Calm, you're going to get your chocobos, you're gonna find the giant snake on the pillar, you're going to go through the cave, you're gonna fight the Turks in the cave. You're gonna do all that shit, but there are going to be certain characters that are going to do certain different things. There are going to be certain, like, obviously we know, like, Rufus could see the ghost somehow, so something with him is going to be different. In terms of the actions, everyone is going to be sticking to their same shit, but there's going to be different influences here and there for the most part. That you can kind of gauge from how the first game plays. Because even though, yeah, the plot ghosts are entirely gone, but when you look at the grand scheme of the game and where specifically the plot ghosts are veering and what is happening, it's not... It feels like it sets up for a similar kind of expectation throughout the rest of the game. Like, I don't feel like you're gonna go to the open world and it's like, hey guys, want to go to the fucking Rocket Town, dude? We got a call from the Sid guy. And it's like, what the fuck? What? You know, like, I don't think there's gonna be any major, or you're just gonna like show up to like Yuffie's gonna find you and you immediately go to Wutai or something like that, or just there are certain characters that are gone, this and that. I don't know. But I definitely yeah, like it's curious to see like what exactly is going to be changing, because there are only, this is the next thing I need to get to. This is we're moving on. We walk through the portal. You end up in sequel land.
Yeah.
You end up there in two ways. Number one, you walk through there, oh shit, this remake shit's a sequel now. Number two, man, everything looks like Advent Children.
Yeah.
Real quick.
So, do we all get that Sephiroth is from the future? Or no?
Is that?
I mean,
This is
I'm
Advent, this is 100% Advent Children Sephiroth.
Is that? Yeah. I've heard the theory that
I've
heard that
Advent
theory, yes.
children Sephiroth, and then he's come to get revenge.
There's
or
so
some
much
shit.
there to where it's like, why else would they even put this other than to say? And there's so much, like, especially, okay, and I just saw Advent Children today, so these are very fresh thoughts specifically. Because I always thought, I was like, okay, there's definitely, like, he definitely knows shit. So, like, what fuckery, like, did he use? Because, like, the live stream and Genova can do whatever the fuck. Like, it's whatever, dude. Genova is fucking crazy. But like, this specifically is really interesting when I'm watching Advent Children, and I'm like, I know this song. And I looked it up after I finished the movie, because I heard it like 3 different times in the movie, and I was like, did I hear this in the remake? I did. It's called The Promised Land, and it's the song you hear when Kadaj dies. And it's also at the very beginning of Advent Children.
Yeah.
And you hear that fucking song in the early parts of 7 when Sephiroth is fucking with you. You hear the song when Kadaj is dying. Also with Kadaj, you know those 3 spirits that you fight when you're fighting the Harbinger of Fate.
oh god, here we go.
So I don't know if you look, dude. You have a swordsman, you have a dude with 2 guns, and you have a brawler.
Yep. And it's the
Now,
free
are they
dudes.
actually them? I don't fuck whatever. Like, whatever manifestation of their shit going through Genova's bullshit and the live stream bullshit, whatever. I don't think the game is literally saying, hey, these characters are gonna be coming back in some way. I feel like they're like when they fucking call themselves remnants in Advent, like they're literally just fucking scoured remnants that they're pulling with. But the fact that they represent all those, they represent Kadaj, Yuzo, and Laws so well, and then what do they fuse into? Bahamut. What did they summon in Advent Children?
Sin Bahamut, yeah.
I think it's kind of.
But like, wasn't Advent Children generally not very well received writing wise by most of the fan base?
No.
No.
So like, why implement that into this?
Because here's a
major
here's a major thing with that, and that's what we'll have to see. Right, we'll have to see more of, is that I think there are people, and understandably, are worried that, oh, we're seeing all this Advent Children shit, so it's being brought in. The most that I'm being exposed to that's really annoying from Advent Children, especially after watching it, is the way characters suddenly start fighting in this very Advent Children like world, where it's like everyone powered up so immensely, and Cloud is like slashing through all this shit and doing Advent Children stuff, and it's like jarring, but it's really hard to control that shit in a game where you go back to the original, and it's like, this is the example I always use, like, here's an enemy where it's a Triceratops with some tank wheels on it. Like, this game's fucking weird. So like that stuff, I start to just like, I was tuning out on those parts of the movie, because I'm like, okay, come on. And at least it's more entertaining to watch and hear, but even still, it's a little bit much. The main thing with this is that, like, when I hear stuff like, oh, here's Kadaj's theme near the beginning of 7, oh, Sephiroth is fucking with Cloud in all these unique ways that are different from the original game, is coming at him way early, and is saying lines from Advent, and doing all this stuff. It's very, it feels much more like they're really trying to emphasize this character is from this point in time and has this knowledge and is now back in this current time. That's it. There's no like, okay, the next part, all of a sudden the fucking Kadaj is walking up, or oh shit, this next part, like Cloud is now he's having Geostigma shit. Now he does do that, he clutches, which I feel like is a very, just one of those many, like, in your face, like, do you get it yet? Like, do you get this Sephiroth? And plus, for me, part of the fun in that, for me, is that Sephiroth is the most entertaining manipulator. in that he's doing all the same shit,
He's
but
always just
he's
getting in this dude's head
like
constantly.
he's literally doing exactly what he did in 7, but way earlier and way more advantageously because he has way more knowledge and is like, oh, I can really fuck with you now that I know what you did to me.
Yeah.
Like that's the feeling I got from playing it, and then especially after watching it and just like thinking more about it, it's like, yeah, like he's like I'm really fucking in there. He even brings him to, well, they even named it now what that place is at the very end of 7, the Edge of Creation, and even brings him there.
Yeah.
Starts fighting him for a bit, and he's like, haha, not yet. I'm just like, you know, he shows you visions of Aerith's death. He shows you visions of the final bit from. It's the same, and that's the other thing. There are 2 shots, flashback shots. When you're fighting Sephiroth, they're like, I thought they looked unique, and I thought they animated them uniquely, like the one where Red 13 is running with his kids, and the one where Cloud is flying up at Sephiroth. No, those are literally shots from Advent. They literally just took the footage and just put it in. So I was like, okay, you're really trying to emphasize where the Sephiroth came from, without trying to shoehorn in like all those influences. Because especially because if Fate is being rewritten, then all that shit doesn't matter. Unless
I was like 99% sure, but I didn't watch Advent forever. I was like pretty sure that Red 13 shot in the end is literally the beginning of Advent Children.
Yeah, but Red also said that's like what's gonna happen if we don't do this now.
They said if we fail, that's what's they're like, what is this vision? They're like, that's the vision if we fail. And
so what? So Advent Children is if they fail?
No. The idea, okay, for them, this is in context to the characters in Remake because they don't understand exactly what's happening, remember? So they're getting these visions of a meteor coming down and seeing Red 13 running it with his kid. All Red 13 understands is, and like what he's trying to parse because he can communicate with the planet like Aerith can, like you've seen before. He's basically saying, okay, what I'm getting here is that meteor comes down and fucks everything, and that's bad. And we're looking at this giant, big, fucking harbinger of fate, motherfucker. We got to stop that motherfucker right now, because if we don't, then like this is what's happening. No, that's Sephiroth getting what he wants. Yeah, Sephiroth wants you to beat it because now he has more control. Now he doesn't have these fucking ghost fuckers trying to come in and stop his shit. And he even fucks with the ghost. There's a point when they're blocking him off right before when he's walking up to Barret and Shinra, and he just teleports through them. He's like, I don't care. And the ghosts are like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. And then while they're distracted, he's doing other shit. And that's not even him. That was one of the fucking reunion fuckers. Like he's so fucking powerful, and he's like, haha, fuck you. And it's fucking funny. And it's great because all this time goes bullshit is simply happening because of the exact same shit Sephiroth was doing in character before. It's just way more powerful with way more knowledge. And now another part of the planet has to come out and try to stop him. It's not just the live stream. It's not just Holy. It's fucking like time ghosts that are like, dude, come on, please. And he's like, haha, no. I'm gonna keep swinging my arms, and if you get hit, it's your own fault. Like that's how I feel like Sephiroth is the most powerful version of that I've ever seen. So his actions directly cause all this shit to manifest and start fucking with things, just like how a lot of the shit with the planet and him was being caused.
The planet is like 100% aware that Sephiroth is like doing way more fucky shit, and they're like, whoa, dude, you need to calm down.
And there's also someone else who's very aware.
Hold on 2 seconds. We are very pixely. I'm swapping server.
Okay. You good?
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that's a little.
So there's someone else who's very aware. Good old pal Aerith.
Isn't Aerith a little bit aware?
So Aerith, like Sephiroth, seems pretty aware of certain things, but in different ways. Less so about the ghosts and what their actions are, especially from the beginning when she's like, I don't fucking know what the hell is going on. But more so about, hey, how did you know I was in Soldier? Your sword. Okay, cool, let's go. Hey, come on, Clyde, let's go. There's so many points when characters just like, huh? What? How did you? Hey, Aerith, can you go get Marlene from the bar? Yeah, no, good, I'm on it. Like, even when,
I never thought about any of that shit.
A big thing one of the first things that was more so apparent to me, because from the get-go I noticed little things, but I wasn't sure. I figured it was more like cutesy nods to the player. And then it's like when she's interacting with Sung, when she first get picked up, it feels like before there was all this, there was so much more immediate tension. I mean, God, in the original game, Sung fucking backhands her back into the helicopter when she's like calling to them while they're looking down at the gang on top of the pillar that's about to fucking collapse. And then in this one, like she's like, hey guys, I'm cool. Don't worry, I got like it.
Let's make a deal.
Yeah. It's like, let's make a deal. Like she feels so more just. I can't think of the word.
Do you think she's from the future as well?
No, well, she's obviously aware of
she doesn't have a future.
But like she's
doing a 7
she's
foot
doing
long set of steel down her spine.
She's doing so much to make sure, like, it's independently from the ghost, right? Because she doesn't realize exactly what the ghosts are doing so much until as time goes on. But like, there's points where there's so many points where she feels like she's really trying to make sure the gang's kind of going where they need to go as well, not quite as forcefully as the ghosts. Even to the point where, and this is a unique one, this is a unique scene that you can only get if you make certain choices. I didn't actually know about this. I ended up getting this scene. Other people didn't. They got the Tifa scene. But there's a point.
Is this the chapter 14 scene?
Chapter 14.
Okay, shit. I was gonna bring this up because the moment that you mentioned this, I was gonna go ahead.
Yeah. So there's a scene you can get with Aerith where, and this was, and again, I think a lot of people were. I don't even know what I did exactly to get her. I didn't really pay attention to some of the choices I was getting. So I think it may have been because I picked her up first in the sewer. Because I don't know, I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that like being a choice. I just like walked towards someone and picked them up. But I know a lot of people got Tifa and didn't know about this other scene. And so when I watched it, I was very taken aback because she's just talking to Cloud. Of course, Cloud's having he's having some sort of fucking dream or episode because Aerith can't possibly be there right now. And there's a point when, of course, she's doing a lot of this shit. At this point where she's like, hey Cloud, by the way, can't fall in love with me. Just
whatever you
do, just come on. Me. There's a bunch of points where she kind of tries to do her best to set up that wall. In chapter 14.
When you fall down into the sewers, isn't it?
Well, that to initiate that, I think
it's the romantic scene.
Yeah,
like you get the choice between Barrett, Tifa, or Aerith, right? Yeah. Those three. And if you get Aerith, then that's what
when does it take place?
Chapter 14.
Like where?
It's inside. You're in Aerith's house, and you like wake up and go out.
The night
and
scene
either
where
it's
you.
Yeah.
Tifa or Aerith. Like
I got Tifa there.
Yeah, Tifa and Barrett.
I've never seen the Aerith one of the.
I'll have to see the Aerith.
Yeah, but that was a big like, oh, and and that's when I started really like paying attention to all that shit. And yeah, she just starts to like change her demeanor a bit for that. And then especially you get to the end of the game, it's like she's someone else entirely, and it's the way she's talking to Sephiroth and just when she, and of course like she's getting a lot of information when the fucking wisps are like screaming and there's all that stuff and they're getting all these memories, and she's like, okay, now like planet's finally letting me in. I'm I got this shit, and it's starting to kind of provide that exposition a bit. And it's just like, okay, the Sephiroth motherfucker has to go. And even just looking at him, it's like, you're wrong. Everything about you is wrong. And the way she says it, like there's such a different awareness there. And so I have this like, and this is, I don't know about this one, but I like the idea that somehow, the very beginning of 7 Remake starts a little differently, right? It doesn't go straight to the sky into Aerith looking at the Mako radiating from the pipe. It starts with the and goes on, and it has the big that beautiful fucking aerial view of Midgard and flying through all that stuff, and there's like, it's very, very, very ominous. And I remember finding it really interesting that they went with this kind of like a Sephiroth focus sort of rendition, like trying to up that tone, and like from the get-go. And I feel like that goes along with the idea that Sephiroth is, he just fucking came back through whatever live stream bullshit, Genova bullshit he did. Now he's back, and he's like he's this ever-present, constant figure. And Aerith, the point that you this is stupid. The point that you see her is okay. For those who have played and finished FF7 original, the very last shot. What is the very, very last shot of the game? It's Aerith doing this with the da na na. When Holy is helping to block the meteor and then stop all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
What if that in the beginning of 7R, after that whole little intro with the Sephiroth mix theme and all that, is like she wakes up and it's like, oh, back again, I see. Looks over, hears the Sephiroth music coming through, and it's like, oh shit, there he is.
She can hear the music.
Fuck, there he is. Well, this is a problem. So she doesn't know. She doesn't understand. She doesn't understand what the wisps are.
Reincarnated or something.
I don't know about that. I don't know how. But like, I had like this idea that, yeah, she's just plop back in, just like, oh shit, like some sort of other. I don't know. Like that's the only thing where I'm like, it's a bit of a stretch. Like Aerith is aware of shit, but to a limited degree, especially when it comes, like she's figuring out things over time. But yeah, like that one's a stretch, but I think like it'd just be really fucking funny and weird. And the only other stuff is like where Zack comes in.
Yeah, like
because I think we all saw
what is going on with that. Like,
so
is he alive? I don't understand.
Yes. In some timeline, he is.
In some timeline,
he is alive. So the idea.
But is that the timeline we're crossing over to?
Well, here's the thing.
Okay, we can't see him.
Yeah.
Well, we the audience can see them, but clearly the whole party just fucking walked past at the very end, and didn't even acknowledge his existence.
Like obviously, I feel like that was for a cool shot more than anything. But I hate it when they do that.
I feel like it was like.
I
thought that was the past, and it was like showing us that timeline.
It was the past.
So like, is he alive in this timeline in the present time?
No, that was like some other timeline overlapping.
We assume
our timeline.
We assume it's just a different timeline because, and the main thing with that, what they want to emphasize with the different timeline, there's two things. One is the simple thing. It's the chip bag with the dog on it, with stamp on it. It's a completely different design. That was one little nod. But the main thing is that Zack is witnessing the wisps attacking that Midgar. He's witnessing some sort of event. In that, what I gather from it is that it's transcending time. And this goes back to that whole availability thing. There is a limited time transcending time. There is a limited availability of these fucking whisper things to handle shit. Sephiroth is the most powerful motherfucker ever. So when he's concentrating himself over fucking Shinra Tower and being a fuck ass, like guess where all the wisps gotta go. So they're all fucking consolidating there. And everything's fucking going there. And then
so
what I gather is that because it's fucking with things, because like
they weren't able to let Zack die because they were too busy.
They weren't able to retain it. You saw a couple of them scattering about, and they weren't able to retain that. You could tell like there was probably an attempt because you see a couple of wisps like fly in and out of the Shinra guards that are about to shoot him. And so there was probably an attempt to make sure that Zack died, and they couldn't because they didn't have enough energy, and they were getting their fucking ass beat in like some other dimension somewhere. So like it's fucking weird, but it's really weird. But what it does is that it reinforces the idea that this is like some other timeline that's just where the wisps are being able to act parallel. Because if Zack didn't see all that, like I would think that it was something to do with the past being manipulated, like in their own timeline directly. If it just cut to a shot of Zack being alive and there was no like whisper bullshit happening in the background. But because they emphasize that, but also being like some sort of different time period, then yeah, it's like some sort of unique timeline. Whether or not those timelines are going to merge in some way, or Zack is going to be able to fucking come and help out the game or some bullshit.
I mean,
or if it's going to be some sort of like, there's going to be some sort of fuckery in which like Cloud is getting visions from Zack's other timeline, and then we get to use that as a way for us to like have gameplay moments where we do stuff as Zack to see what things would have been like. Without it affecting
it has to show up in some way.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have fucking shown it.
It's ballsy.
It's literally
ballsy as fuck to just show like people. I saw some reactions. There are a lot of people just like, who the fuck is this guy?
I was like, shit? Why is he alive? Like
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, when
I don't know, like I have mixed feelings about the whole thing, but. and I'm still gonna keep playing the games at the end of the day. But it's like interviews said what's supposed to like. They said all the major things are still gonna happen, and it's like that's all that really matters. Like, regardless of how the story turns out, if I love it or hate it, I can still play all this game and all the future games and still experience all the things that I want to, like going to all the places and fucking fighting all the fights and shit.
I feel like this. I mean, because I mean, I would assume, I would like to think that the ways in which like the plot is going to differ is going to be very similar to the way it did in this game. There's just going to be less like, instead of like things are happening and then plot ghosts come in to try to manipulate things back to the way they were, but then other shit fucks up and then you end up in a Shinra lab where you're being exposed to deep ground from fucking Dirge of Cerberus, which I looked up and found out about, like wacky shit like that. And of course they're like, oh fuck, we don't want you to be here.
I was going to say, are they even gonna bring in more Dirge of Cerberus shit into this universe? Like, are they just gonna take the whole Ultimate or the compilation of FS7 shit and just bring it into one series?
Well, I think it's cool to implement. Like, I like the idea of like, oh yeah, that's because Cloud works it perfectly, right? He's like, yep, that's the Shinra I know. It's like, yep, that's what they would do, right? So even if I didn't have any context to Dirge, which I really didn't, and I saw that stuff, I didn't know it was deep ground until after I finished the game. I was looking up stuff and I was like, oh, that's a thing from Dirge. Because I was wondering, oh, why did they kick them out? What was that? Is that something unique that they just made? It's like, no, it's been around. I like that they're able to pull something that it makes sense. It's like, yeah, they would have these like weird fucking underground labs where they experiment with people and end up with these.
I think that's like, really cool.
Yeah, you end up with all this other shit. What you don't end up with is the actual plot of Dirge. That's the cool part. Is that you end up with you can borrow things.
Nobody wants that shit.
Like, you have characters. You have Sephiroth with a knowledge of current and future events that he's trying to manipulate, but he doesn't have. He's not summoning himself through Kadaj like he did before. He's not doing the same shit, but he's using the same. I mean, he even does. He pulls out the wing and he turns, and the sky's super gray, and he does the exact same fucking pose and shot that he did in Advent when he was kind of revealing himself, like stuff like that to show you, hey, I'm from this period, without directly like putting you in that. The only time that really pushes it for me, and when it's I feel like it's too jarring, is like the action stuff. Is Cloud doing fucking like giant slashes through trains as he's falling down? It's like, it's cool in the moment, but it's like you make him feel so powerful so immediately that it's that like yeah, like this is it was a super cool, awesome, flashy, fun fucking boss fight. That whole last game was super, super fun. But I at least wish that when you got to the edge of creation, I want to see Cloud kind of get fucked up a little bit. I don't want to see them go toe to toe and have Sephiroth be like, yeah, we're going at it super fucking hard, but I'm also fucking with you. So like when we get to like 4 games from now, this is going to be the most Dragon Ball bullshit you've ever seen. Like, I don't want it to go too far to where it's like we have to one up the last thing immediately. Like, I'm fine with the Whisper fight just because it's like, okay, well, they're dead and that was that and whatever. Where it like, you got to handle the scale a little bit. Thankfully, you only fought him as a person, but you're still like, you literally walk into like an Advent Children battlefield and you have this like big thing.
Oh, dude, let me tell you what, though, you get your ass beat if you get the wrong fucking party members. Because if you don't know, in that final part, it's random who you get, like as your teammate. So the first time I did it, when I was fighting all fucking long sword ass looking ass, I got Tifa and Barrett.
I did too.
Well,
and all my healing and race shit was on. Guess who?
Here's the issue.
Because that's what I was using prior.
I had 2 Phoenix Downs at the time. I had no healing on Barrett or Tifa. I only Cloud at that point. Things were not looking good. I couldn't beat him the first round. And then the second time, the next day, I loaded that bitch up. I got Aerith and Tifa, and I was like, oh, all right. And I had like a lot more Phoenix Downs. Guess how many Phoenix Downs I used? None. That fight was fun as shit, though.
That was super fun.
And I got my ass beat, so I was like, "Damn, all right, let's go."
So, yeah.
Okay, I think we talked a lot about like the wacky shit.
That's about all I have for like my whole.
It's interesting
in my head thing. I'm at like chapter fucking. I'm playing through hard mode. I'm at chapter 6, and there's already been like 8 different moments where I'm like, oh fuck, dude. Oh, I'm looking back at my notes. I'm like, shit.
Like, I just don't want it to end up like 3D. When we start talking about timelines and time travel,
and here's
okay.
and this is again, this is like a major thing, is that there's, in especially with 3D and Kingdom Hearts, there is this, like, you're already dealing, well, in the case of Kingdom Hearts 3D, you're already dealing with a case where you have 2 different characters who are on 2 different plane of existences simultaneously.
Yeah,
like, you're already dealing with that kind of shit.
But I mean, that could be Zack and Cloud now.
Possibly, but there's the thing is that there's so much constant shit being like made on the fly, and there's so many characters that are constantly undergoing all these different things with, like, oh, this guy can time travel because of this. Normally you can't do it, but if you're this person or have this thing, then you can do it. But this other person developed a different way to do it, so they're able to, and they go through. This is literally like, Sephiroth has always been the one who's just fucking. He's not a thing he's just some sort of fucking constant entity at this point, and he's just kind of been that. He was like that in 7 original. He was just like, he could find all these different ways to fuck with you. He can either give Cloud fucking illusions. He could literally just walk up to you and start fucking with you, even though he's taking over the body of one of those other reunion motherfuckers. He's doing all this other stuff. He can just do all this different bullshit. And the idea, and even stuff like time, and this is something that I thought was interesting when because I always thought, like, for a while I had this inkling that, like, the ghost things from the trailer, like, I remember thinking the ghost things in the remake, this is before I had any real understanding of 7, like, probably something to do with some time fuckery. I have no idea. Mainly because I saw ghost things, and I saw Nomura's name, and I assumed. Thankfully, I feel like it's doing it well, especially that they're actually, like, dead. I think the reasons behind it are cool. But I had an inkling that there's something. I had no idea. And then there's a line in the original 7 when you're talking to the old fucker at Cosmo Canyon, with the planetarium and all that, and he says stuff about how about like oh fuck, I can't remember the original line. He mentions stuff about time and the live stream and how they flow together and all this stuff, and like the planet, like there's something to do with even the planet has so much control, it even controls like the flow of time and destiny and all that kind of stuff. Like there's a sense of fate that's involved in there. Which I don't
think it's too out of pocket. Yeah, I'm just worried about where it's going, because I mean, KH1 and 2 are pretty cool, and then the more of one fucking haywire. And
the nice thing here, the biggest thing here, and this is the coolest thing for me when it comes to especially Sephiroth's use in this, is that while I feel like it's a bit much on like replaying it, there's like any changes, any bizarre shit that's happening in the sense that, okay, this character has used his fucking Genova bullshit through the live stream in order to manipulate manipulate time through the live stream and come back to this point in the planet's history and then start fucking with shit, causing these time ghosts to start coming out or whatever. It's fucking wackadoo, but it's all happening because of Sephiroth and the same fucking reasoning that all that shit was happening in the first game. Why did the weapons come out in the end? Sephiroth. Why did the fight, like, it's like you can start tracing everything back, and it's like, well, when Sephiroth went fucking crazy, the planet was like, oh boy, we gotta do some shit about this. And it's been this really like miscalculated battle between Sephiroth and the planet. Cat. Oh my god. Hold on.
Game good.
Yeah.
Games are good.
To go out earlier, and then she immediately went back in, and I got sick of letting her in and out, but she wants out now. So yeah, it's like everything feels very. It's like it's the same kind of like tone and idea as the first game, and like the characters are going about their same shit in terms of like what Sephiroth is trying to do, and I guess if you want to think of the planet as a character, what the planet is trying to do, but it's just way more exacerbated because Sephiroth knows way more, and the planet's freaking the fuck out, and it's like, what the fuck? At least I would assume that it goes through something from the planet. I would especially assume because there's a bunch of visual stuff, even in like when Sephiroth is like summoning a lot of these like sort of ghastly tendril things, whatever, that are going into him, and I'm like, oh, I saw that in the remake. I was like just watching Having Children, stuff like that. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it, where it feels like it's The fact that they kill the ghosts, I think, was a very big, like, okay, you're like, that had a very specific function based on what this other character was causing to happen, that was retroactively causing all these other things to happen, that provides an interesting setup for why certain things would be different, while also creating a unique entity that you can fight in the end, while also creating a unique thing that Sephiroth is manipulating, because now that you've killed it, you've basically partly given him what he wants, because now he basically in killing the Harbinger of Fate, which is what Sephiroth kind of wanted you to do, which I would assume you wanted you to do, it's now a blank slate to where he has, frankly, more control in making sure that things go about the way they did before, while the main cast, especially Aerith, who only knows certain things in certain contexts, she doesn't, like, I feel like that's why things are going to progress in the same manner. And it's also like Sephiroth has a lot of fun with this. He's insane. He's really fucking crazy, and he has a lot of fun. Obvious fun.
That's why I think that's why a lot of people like
Cloud.
I honestly feel like that's why a lot of people like Sephiroth, just because he's just a manipulating bastard.
Yeah. Well, he's I saw,
he's just like, ha, this is tight.
Yeah. Anything else I saw about him growing up, whether it be like clips of Advent or like without any context to 7, like clips from Advent or stuff in like Kingdom Hearts games or whatever, he's just like this really quiet badass with the sword, and he cuts buildings and shit. And it's like, no, he's a fucking asshole. He is the asshole of assholes. And it's, oh God, it's awesome.
It's fucking sweet.
It's so good. So the cool thing about this setup is that not only are we're getting like a deviation from the plot, but we still get the idea of you can't trust your protagonist.
Yeah.
Like, you know everything in the original game, but you still can't trust your protagonist in this other unique way. Like, I feel like it's
I think the biggest positive of what is it? The biggest positive of changing things up with the Wispy Ghosts and basically just shooting the original story of 7 in the face at the end and just being like, hey, it's going to be different now.
Yeah.
Like there's going to be different possibilities here. Is that it takes what the audience knows and it uses it against the audience.
Yeah.
Like it like they're sitting there and they're thinking, oh, I know what's gonna happen, like the whole time. And they kind of like they have that sense of like comfort knowing that. Like they have that like, okay, I know how things are gonna play out. Like I know that Aerith is gonna die, but like I have a sense of comfort now.
She better fucking die.
Because back in the day when she died, it like ripped my heart out because I didn't know it was coming. But now that I know it's coming, I have this sense of comfort. But now that there are these new possibilities where we just literally killed fate itself, killed the ghosties that said, hey, it has to be like the original. It's like, well, it plants that little seed in the audience's brain. Maybe we save Aerith this time around. Maybe she doesn't have to die.
Or maybe we don't.
Or and then you make all the, or maybe you don't, like, or maybe you try to save her and you put all this effort into attempting to save her, and she has to die anyway.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's gonna be.
There's some bullshit that's just like, well, if she lives, then the world dies and Sephiroth wins and all this other shit happens.
Yeah,
so
like
she has to die.
You can't use Holy without her dying, I feel.
Yeah, exactly. Like she had to die in order for Holy to activate at the very very ultimate moment at the end of the game. So it's gonna
but
the
even
fact that
saying,
you don't know what's coming.
Even saying it that way though, because that's what I always thought was interesting about 7, because like the feeling I got from it even at the very end was that there was no sense, and even after playing Remake I still don't feel that way. Like I don't feel like there's any sense of like this character is destined to die at this spot. It was more so like Aerith is constantly feeling like, okay, Aerith is constantly like, I'm in danger, right? It's like that whole feeling, but also having to go like, I really don't want to fuck over my friends, and I don't think they would. You avoid the situation of it was just too hard to say, where you have characters who know and characters who don't, and this and that. She's like, I'm gonna try to back off and make this as just kind of like painless as possible. I don't want I don't want to like drag all my friends around the world, even having them know that I'm gonna die and shit. You know, I don't want to pull a FF10. I don't want any of that and stuff. And she it's like, and then Sephiroth does himself in by killing her, but it's not like that for him. it was mostly a way to just continue fucking with Cloud to get what he wants. And like
I'm sorry, I can't get the idea of Cool Ranch out of my head.
Yeah, I know. Like Sephiroth did it because it was a way to further progress Cloud's fucking madness and get what he wants, which did work. Because he handed over that fucking black materia real quick, and and it was also in Aerith's case, it was her like doing her best to give herself as much time as possible to focus on getting that fucking holy ready, and didn't want to. She's just like, I can't fucking involve these people in it, and it didn't click for the cast until like the end of the game. It really didn't click for them to where I was like, okay, like, because there was a lot of confusion for a while about like, why did she go, like, why did this and that, we didn't get a chance to do this, do that, and it's like, and then at the very end it's like, oh damn, bitch, you smart, what the fuck, you know, but you're also like, oh bitch, you didn't have to do, bitch, you, like the whole, just God, what a good character.
I never got Echo of the Bat, dude.
So it's like,
fuck.
It never felt like there was this overbearing sense of like fate and destiny and shit, which is what I was really worried about with the ghosts doing that. Like it was going to have some sort of major thing with that, and it really didn't, because again, everything is so like, it's a fabrication of the planet to stop this fucking entity that's coming in. It ends up being this defensive mechanism that you're able to destroy, and it makes it feel like, yeah, instead of the ghost trying to make sure that everything literally happens as it was before, because that's what happened to happen. Aerith happened to be in that situation when Sephiroth happened to fuck with Cloud and kill her and the materia dropped, and Sephiroth didn't know, and that's kind of what fucked him over, because he left Holy in the water. Oops, my bad. Haha. Oops. But now he's like, well, I want to make sure that shit doesn't happen. So, like, is he like, oh man, now that I know what that bitch got, but I also still want to fuck with Cloud, maybe I'll try to kill her at this other point and then steal that shit and then rub it on his fucking ball sack, like fucking bail, and then do a little flip-de-doo and fly away. You know? I don't know. Shit.
He's still gonna chuck the materia in his face in the flashback.
He's still gonna chuck the materia in the flashback. He's still, I mean, I'm sure we're still gonna get the point where he's at the fucking temple and, you know, you get the black materia. Like that's the thing, like he still needs, like, just because he's in the future doesn't mean he has the fucking materia as far as we know.
Well, that, and I mean, as far as like story, I don't know. I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna try and rephrase this. My one concern about Advent Children getting involved and just time fuckery kind of being like this big, like, oh, this is what we're going with as far as 7R's story is concerned, where, you know, people are in the know about the future and what could possibly be happening, and there are potential new timelines and shit that we could be like peeking in to see what's going, like, I don't know, just weird shit like this concerns me. I don't think that it's a necessarily a bad thing, because I love that the audience doesn't know what the fuck is going to happen.
Yeah.
Like I think literally there was an interview where Nomura was like, it would be fucking boring if we just like literally word for word
it would be
the same exact story, because everybody knows what's going to happen. So it's like you're basically just, you know, updating the graphics and the combat, and then that's it. And then it's just the same exact story, and that would just be fucking boring. So he's just like, okay, well, you know, I'm gonna change it up a little bit. Like this is gonna be like, I like that. I like that the audience can't trust they can't trust their previous knowledge of how the story went, and they have to in fact kind of piece together a new thing. And even then they're just still kind of just,
you know who else has to follow the same rule? Aerith.
Yeah.
That's why when she's walking away and she's like, I hate it, the clear sky, she's like, this fucking dude, what the fuck, man? Now I'm all I don't know what's gonna
I mixed this
because and again, she changes her tone so much because through the bulk of the game she's trying to make sure that things are progressing as they should. And so she's just a normal self, because like, this is what I was before, and then you get to the end of the game and it's like, ooh, you're wrong, everything about you is wrong, this is fucking scary, I want to go home. You know?
The second she gets out, she says, I missed the steel sky.
Yeah. So I feel like that's going to be interesting to see her, because I feel like she's going to have to, you know, she's going to have to go, it's going to create some unique development for her as a character, especially with whether or not, or I guess like if and when she decides to divulge in any of this, or even if she can, if she like, I don't like the way it's always kind of been this way, like the way she and other, I guess, Cetra and other beings like Red 13 and all of them, like how they communicate with the planet exactly, or what is said, is a little hard to understand. But like, you know, you kind of get an idea, at least from Aerith, that she's getting kind of bits and pieces over time, and especially at the end when like everyone's getting the visions and stuff, and she's just like, oh shit, okay, so this is this and that is that. That fucker over there needs to go now, like right now. It's like we gotta do something. But if we go in there, shit's gonna be a little different. So just giving you the heads up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think as far as providing a new content to the story in which they create like specific plot elements that are the consequences of actions brought upon this motherfucker, this big ass sword, just like before, but just expanded upon, and then further causing, like, literally in the fucking plot of the game, like causing these events to differ and providing context to it, but also creating an end to it. Establish it, like it further makes what's nice for the whole, I guess, the compilation of Remake, if you want to call it that, this next like series of games, that it gives the intro a much more unique identity than just Midgar, because there's a very definite like fucking done to the end of that shit.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that I feel like they added that whole shit to the end, because it had to feel like you were beating a video game, not that you're finishing the intro of a video game.
But it works well in context too.
Yeah,
it works very well in context.
It works well in context because it literally tells the audience, like, hey, this ain't your mama's 7 anymore.
Yeah. But also, like, hey,
you literally killed Fate, and Sephiroth was right there.
He watched it.
And we fought him.
What I love too is that I love the idea that you have all these mixed feelings by the end of the game with like the fucking whispers, where it's like, homie, I appreciate you're trying to help. Because at first it's like they're really annoying, right? Because at first it's like, because at first when I had that whole thing, which I thought was a dream, when you're in like chapter 3 and you run out to fight the whispers and like Jesse and everyone can see them, thought it was a dream, especially the color was different. I was like, I just kind of want to get to the main thing. Like, this is kind of annoying because I didn't know.
Yeah.
And then you get to the point where they're helping you, and it's like, oh, okay, so they're trying to make sure everything goes together. Oh, okay. But I still had the context of like, we're going to see them throughout the entirety of this fucking thing. And I felt like in that sense, and I still feel this way, like in general, I appreciate them for how they were used more so, but it's still, you still just have scenes which it's like original game, suddenly ghosts, original game, and there's nothing you can really do about it to prevent it from being jarring because of the context of the original. Where I'll have a moment where I'm like, oh, I really love the way they did that. Fucking the ghost is here. I was trying to enjoy that character, something like that. It wasn't as intrusive as I thought it was going to be. Honestly, there were long stretches where I was like, oh, we haven't seen one of those fuckers in a while.
Yeah, I know. That's great. Wow.
But then getting to the end where you're like, sorry, homie, but like, I want this to be a sequel, and you just fucking kill him, and you get something new out of it. I think everything contextually is really cool.
Without them, Barrett be dead right now.
Exactly.
Sephiroth stabbed the fuck out him.
Yeah. Sephiroth don't care.
Cooked his ass.
Cooked his ass. So Barrett halfway deserved it, because, and this is very in character to Barrett, but that motherfucker left the president to just walk in there and grab his gold gun, and Barrett's like, oh shit,
grabbed his prestige
at no
pistol,
point,
dude.
At no point did he look at him like reaching behind his sex, and he was like, hold up,
the man with the golden gun.
No, because he was so, because you could tell. Because you could hear it, the way it was coming out of his voice. It's like he had been practicing the speech into the mirror for for the years, right? He had been practicing the day after fucking Dine got fucked up. Like this man was sitting in the fucking shower and he's like practicing his fucking speech and like rocking like in the fucking water. He's like, when I see that fucking president shit, I'm gonna beat,
No, dude, and we should probably start talking about like character designs and like
I'm done with all the fucking like the big plot shit. If there's anything else about like I wanted to generalize that before we go through the game, and because I'd be pausing constantly.
Yeah. The last thing that I wanted to mention is that my big concern is that all of this wackadoo shit that we've introduced now in this introductory chapter is gonna fuck with shit that I really enjoy.
Yeah.
About the original and the characters themselves.
Yeah.
Like The last thing that I want is for Final Fantasy VII, the story, to become a backseat to Nomura's Wild Ride.
Yeah.
Like as fun as Nomura's Wild Ride is, I still want to play Final Fantasy VII because it still is a remake of Final Fantasy VII. And the dude himself said, like, the dude himself said, "Hey, we're still going to continue these still beats and like the same path is going to be laid out, and we're still going to have like these same beats and moments." And it's like, I want it to stay that way. Like you can reinvent the story however which way you want to, and as long as it's not super egregious, I'm on board.
Yeah.
But if we're literally just backseating to wackadoo timeline shit, and that's the focus, and that's all you want me to care about, that's where I get off the fun boat.
Yeah.
That's where I'm like, that's not what I'm about.
Or if they get way too heavy-handed, like a couple parts from now with exposition, where it's like let's spend 10 minutes having Sephiroth narrate how he came back through the live stream instead of just trying to emphasize like where he came from and why and what he's doing, because you get a lot of implications of that in this, which is cool. Because like you want to know more and you want to like more confirmation of it, but at the same time, it's cool to have all these different clues and moments, whether it be like certain visuals that are brought straight from AceUhh or certain music or certain things, and just even, I mean, he pops the fucking wing out for God's sake, and to indicate like, oh, this is where he's from, and he's constantly fucking with you, and because especially when it comes to Sephiroth, you don't want to overload a character like that with just like, I'm gonna stand here and talk. He doesn't stand there and talk. He did some Kingdom Heartsy shit in this where he like comes up, haha, and then leaves, comes up later, haha, leaves. And he did that a lot before. It's just way more now because it's in the intro and he seems to be way more aware of events that happen. So like he doesn't really care. Like when he's coming in, he's just gonna like, I'm gonna pop it at the beginning of the game and just like, you know, just tap you on the shoulder, hey, who's that girl, haha, is she dead or not, haha, you know, just it I want to see if they maintain that consistency with the characters without letting, particularly with Aerith and Sephiroth, without them feeling just too different for the sake of explaining rules and going way too much of that, instead of just like, hey, I'm back and I have this knowledge of this, which means I can do this, which means this is
10 minutes of exposition and flashback and nonsensical KH bullshit is not what I am here for.
And
Mr.
that's
Nomura,
not not at all the vibe I get from playing the remake. So at the end of the day, all I can do is like look at the fucking Square Enix logo on the box and be like, you got a good start. If you could just, you know, if you can just keep that.
But I feel like this was the easiest part.
Oh, in terms, I feel like the stuff that I'm more interested and even kind of concerned about in terms of like how they're going to go about it and what's going to affect development time the most is going to be, okay, are we going straight into an open world? Is it pseudo? Is it instant? Like what kind of structure are we going here, and how much content and how much content in this next section is going, because there's so many people who didn't play the original game, and I had the same thing too because I never played it. I remember like a year and a half ago, people were like, "Oh, it's only gonna be Midgard." That's what the what the fuck?
It's only 6 hours, dude.
And I was like,
not
okay,
even 6, dude.
because people were like, "Oh, like you have Midgard and then you have like this open section or whatever." And there were people who were like, "Okay, so you have Midgard and then the next section that's probably up. You probably play up until Aerith dies, right?" And it's like that's a long time.
Yeah, I don't think it'll go that
because I think they're just looking at it because of the discs, because disc 3 is literally just bonus content in game.
Yeah, like, here's my thing. Like if it doesn't go as far as the Aerith moment, then how long is this project gonna go?
It would have to. This is what I would hope, because I've given up on 3 games for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ever since I understood like how the context of Midgard compared to everything else and like what they were doing, I was like, okay, this isn't going to be 3. If at the best it'll be 4. It'll be it's Midgard. It's basically part 1. The next game is the part 1 open world. Part 2, the third game, ends with Aerith dying, and then the 4th is in game / probably a lot of new shit. Like once you start heading to the fucking North Pole, a lot of shit's probably going to be different. and there's probably going to be like way more stuff. That's what I would think. I would think that would be those two. That would be the bulk of it. That's what I would hope. Because the idea of 3 is, I don't know.
I mean, I get it.
There's
but
a lot of content to go through.
But like, we're going to be finishing like. This is so much content.
Now, granted,
and
now
how are you going to keep this? How are you going to keep the same team together for this long?
Well, and that's I think part of this project getting off the ground when it did is that I think a lot of those people are kind of coming up in age, and it's like, we got to do this at some point or we're going to be dead.
Like, are we going to be trading off directors?
Because apparently,
parts? Like, what's going to go on? This is concerning.
Because apparently, like some serious talk of this fucking game, and a lot of stuff like the remake has been stewing like that tech demo was not just a tech demo. Like they wanted the remake to be the last part of the compilation. So that is even more telling of like the influences like the compilation, all this other stuff had on the game. Like they wanted that a while ago, and I think we're just at a point where it's like, okay, we gotta like go fucking now. And especially, and again, that's another thing that ties into the texture thing. Like this game is being future proofed as fuck to be for next consoles, because they're probably waiting for that. I wouldn't be surprised if they were prepping a lot of asses and they were like, nah, we gotta go, and it's like, all right, fucking drop the backgrounds to like 10% because we gotta get this game running. And granted, the game still looks great because the art direction in general is fucking fabulous. It's literally just a matter of texture and data streaming that needs to be fixed. Once you fix that and everything loads in properly, it's like, holy shit, because the level of the object placement and detail and things like that is fucking wonderful. The lighting, oh my god, it's great. But they need to fix that, and they need to fix some of the perspective with some of those PNGs in the background of Midgar, because they look a little warped depending on your height.
Or your angle.
The background in the chapter the day Midgar stood still, when you're climbing up, when you're about halfway up that point going up to the plate, the background looks correct. The background looks properly positioned and actually conveys the sense of scale really well. When you're on the ground floor, it's like you're like in this weird dome thing. It's all fucked up because you're not supposed to be looking at it right. And then when you go even higher, it starts to look a little warped. They need to fix that. I don't know how you would exactly do that, but they need to fix that because it was really annoying. But yeah, I'm on board.
Me too.
I'm on board until they give me a reason not to be.
Yeah.
And so far, they did a great job developing the characters to the points they needed to be in part 1.
Perfect.
Barrett's better.
Yeah, I love Barrett.
Barrett 7R Barrett is better than the original Barrett up to this point. He's the main character. He's the main protagonist of the first part. He's so good.
Yeah, I love Barrett in the remake. Like, we don't get that much character development for Barrett until we like get into his backstory and his side quests.
He's just
stuff in the
wackadoo
original.
funny dude with a gun on his arm, and that's really all they could really convey with him in the original game. Like, I've been playing it like recently, the original game. I've been playing it for the last few days, and that is kind of what he is. He's just dude with gun on arm, and he does wackadoo stuff and throws people at the camera, and
I wish I got
yells
that, but
a
I
lot.
understand. It's fine. I wish I had him actually like take things and just
we'll get one later.
He's gonna see him laying in that bed. And it's like, you alive, you son of a bitch! Fucking throw him. Scared the hell out of me. Oh man.
I can't wait for a wheelchair Cloud.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
Oh god, I cannot wait. I can't wait till Sephiroth dinks Cloud with the materia.
Here's the thing. Do you guys remember like a year and a half ago when we were like, how are they gonna do the cross-dressing scene? And then they made it an entire spectacle.
We'll get to that.
That's
Like I just
yeah.
love this shit. I just love this shit.
I know. We'll get to that.
As far as like the new shit, this is the last thing that I want to mention before we can like get into like the meat of it or whatever.
Yeah.
Fucking Edge of Creation. I think it's the weirdest and yet coolest thing that it's not actually the standoff that you think it is, like it was in the original at the very end. Sephiroth is literally talking to Cloud like he's his fucking homie. He's like, hey, dude, so this is the Edge of Creation. This is where shit goes down. The future isn't written. Hey, calm down. Don't think about that yet. The future isn't written. Don't do that. All right. Hey, you should come with me and we can change destiny.
Yeah.
No? Okay. Well, let's just do a cute little sword fight. Ding 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 ding. You suck. You fucking suck, dude.
You're
And you know-
trash. You're trash.
And you know why he offered that? You know why he kind of changes his tone and he does that? He's like, you know what? And he even brings him to the fucking edge of creation and gives it a name to the very last scene, last section that you see in the original game. And he's like, look, let's cut to the chase. I know what the fuck you do to me. Shit doesn't work out too great. Is what it is. How about you and me team up? And then that won't be a problem anymore. Come on, man.
Yeah,
It's like, come on. And then he's kind of see him smile. But here's the thing about Sephiroth. You see him smile and he's like, well, it's okay. Playing B is pretty fun too. You know, like,
yeah.
he's like, if that worked out, if Cloud took his hand, he'd be like, well, cool. Well, that's for me. But and he gets what he wants. He gets Cloud and shit. Otherwise, it's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna fuck with you.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
He's
He's fucking insane. He gets what he wants either way.
You're gonna get
Because Sephiroth has the hugest fucking boner, knowing that he's like, I get another chance at this shit. and they killed the ghosts for me. Oh fuck!
Those idiots.
Ooh, let's go.
Let's go. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So
So
y'all want to just break down that and just go from the start? Just talk about our experiences.
Let's kind of go
Because
from
there's
the start,
a
I
game.
guess.
There's a game in there,
There is a game, what we're talking
and it's
about
really
here.
good.
It's really
It's
fucking
really,
good.
really good.
Let's
And they actually didn't lie for once.
Yeah.
There was actually some post-game content in there.
let's break down. Let's start out just chapter 1 right now.
Mhm.
You know, you roll in on the fucking train. If you guys don't know what chapter 1 is, it's basically the demo that they displayed a while ago, like
Bombing
before the game
mission.
came out. Yeah, bombing mission. Except they don't show the escape part. They just show the scorpion fight, or whatever the fuck it is. So let's talk about the characters we see there. We've got Wedge, Jesse, Biggs, fucking Barrett, and Cloud.
Wedge's Badger. Oh,
Wedge's Badger from
that is
Breaking
all I
Bad.
see.
And it's a wonderful casting choice.
God,
Yeah.
it's so fucking
great.
good.
Everyone did
It's
great.
so good.
Dude, I thought I was saying the voice acting in this game isn't fucking cringe like most JRPGs.
No, it's so good.
I
Even
can't
Biggs
play-
was good. Like I thought the Biggs was
Yeah.
kind of weird for a little while. Like I'm not really feeling this guy. And then after a while, I was like,
he's actually Charlie.
He's
Sheen.
actually Charlie Sheen. Yeah.
Dude, he even kind of sounds like a young Charlie Sheen. but-
Yeah.
I'm glad to have him.
yeah.
Just the way
I
he
love
spoke in the demo.
this
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
Like most JRPGs, even like nowadays, I haven't watched an anime dub in forever, but I'm sure like anime dub isn't as bad as it used to be. But most JRPGs are still pretty bad when it comes to
This
English
is one of the
voice acting.
best dubs I've heard of anything.
Yeah,
Of
holy-
anything
fucking good
ever.
English dub, dude.
I mean, like listen
So-
to Kingdom Hearts 3. Even
Yeah.
that has some pretty terrible dub.
So nowadays, like we for the past 10, 15 years, we've been accustomed to the same English Cloud forever. This is the first
Yes,
time in a long time we got a new Cloud. What do you guys think about his voice actor? Because I think that dude
This is the best
nailed it,
Cloud.
man.
It's the best Cloud.
Yeah,
This
he
is the best
fucking
Cloud.
nailed it out of the park.
Yeah, he did a great job.
Holy
like-
shit.
What's great too is
I
that
don't think
the-
all
okay,
Cloud's bad, but
I'm
like
getting-
this guy's just like good. Like
yeah.
I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but when Tifa initially like comes out of the like parlor and
Mhm.
wearing the dress,
Yeah.
and Aerith like comes up like, "Hey, can I like say something?" And Klaus just like, "No." And
No.
the way the
The
voice
way
actor
he does it, he
literally-
breaks it. He's like,
No.
no.
He breaks. He's like, "No!" It's like, "Oh my god, you're 5 years old. This
Yeah.
is the cutest thing. This is the cutest thing
it's-
ever."
Oh, when
It's-
they go down in the sewer and Tifa finds out that's Cloud, he's like, "We got it. Good. Moving on."
He's like, yes, okay, good, nailed it. Moving on. He's like, yeah, I look great. Yeah, whatever.
All right.
I know I look
This
good.
sucks, man.
And a lot of
Oh.
that too is contributed to
I
the.
use
What do you say?
Cloud's like, I know I look good. I wish I
Yeah.
could say the same about you, sister. Moving on.
Well, a lot of this is to be credited to the writing, because even I think Najima was his name. Like they really wanted to make sure they because they were like, look, we've been doing this fucking post OG game thing for a long time, where we kind of had a certain idea for these characters, and more so based on what the fans wanted. We thought what the fans wanted, and we've kind of pulled back from that and gone back to the original game. So we've made Cloud more awkward and youthful, and like Aerith is more. Like people have been like legit upset that she's like, I don't like that she curses a lot, and I'm like, she's kind of a bumpkin. Like that's the whole point.
Is.
Like
she's just a bumpkin.
Yeah.
She's from the slums. She can fight on her own.
Yeah.
She holds up. The first thing when that ladder breaks and she's just shit.
Yeah.
You're like,
shit.
You're like, all right.
She literally grew up in the slums.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
They really
Like, what do you
emphasize that.
it's not like she's fucking noble royalty.
Yeah.
She's like,
she's Disney princess off duty in the back alley taking.
And that's why
smoke.
I don't know if it's just because like of her just like her demeanor, as well as just the fact that of course everyone in this game is really pretty, but like. They try to push at least in universe to everyone looking so good that when fucking Madam M goes up to her and she's just like, oh, we're gonna have to fix this shit, and she's like, and of course Aerith's just like
makeup.
Aerith's just like, what the fuck is wrong?
have you guys done all the dresses?
No, I only started my hard mode playthrough recently, so I'm slowly doing all that.
It's depressing. If you get the shittiest Aerith dress, it's just depressing, dude. Like
I got the nice one.
It's all different. Like.
Yeah.
It's not like you got the parade following her and everyone's like, yo,
you don't get Johnny rolling out the red carpet.
No, it's just like people are just like, ew, what the fuck is she wearing? What the
really?
hell?
She still looks good. That's fucked up.
And then Johnny's just like, hey, come on, guys, this way, Aerith, and he's just like dragging her along. It's like, oh, it's so sad, dude.
See, like, where's the level of like when Aerith is walking around just in her dress and jacket, are people just like vomiting in secret? Like what the fuck? Like it's in this universe, like that's a hideous, like she's a hideous person, and like what the fuck?
Yeah,
it's so weird.
Like,
no, I got the nice one. I got the nice one where they do the whole fucking shebang. Like
that's the one normally everyone gets on the first playthrough.
That's really funny. I didn't know that.
Based off of side quests that you do. To help Sector 5.
Yeah, I did like every side quest along the way. So I think it's like you do some.
I came out with that hot red dress. I was like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
The last the cheapest dress is just I was just like, bro, I don't even feel good, dude.
Did you pick sporty?
I did all of them, but
my first pick was exotic
because you have to do all of the dresses in a trophy.
A big sporty the first time, so I had the boob window. It was pretty sick.
You got the mature, so you got the blue one.
Yeah, I got the blue dress from the first playthrough.
I picked exotic, so I got the you get a dress. That okay, wait. Before we get into Tifa, look, that's a whole fucking I could go for hours. let's talk about just the voice actors in general. I think they did a really, really fucking good job. I think the only one that sounds awkward is fucking Sephiroth at points.
I didn't like Tifa's battle quotes, but other than that, I thought everything was fine.
Yeah.
Some of Tifa's battle quotes were kind of whack, but like her actual
about her showering, dude.
I mean, I'm
talking
about
about taking a shower a lot.
Yeah, she does that a lot.
Really
like her battle, like grunts and shit were kind of off to me.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But like her actual VA was fine. I thought that her voice, like everything else, was fine.
I thought everyone's fucking voice, like Barrett's, was fantastic. I thought Cloud. They put on a really good emphasis on how Cloud's just awkward, but he does show emotion when, like, that entire dress scene. You can see it in his fucking face, and every time he talks, he is so mad about this whole
fucking
situation.
Miserable. Yeah.
He's so pissed about this whole thing, about that whole dancing thing. He's in a dress now. He's just fucking mad the entire time.
That's what makes it so nice when like he'll have moments where like there's some acknowledgement of a smile, just a hint, just a little hint from him when he's talking to someone, and you can just see a little tinge of it that they added in there. And you're just like, oh, he's happy. It's like
I wasn't
those little bits. Perfect.
By the field dialogue, like I was in like 13 and 15 most of the time. Like on the field, like when you're just walking and the characters have like dialogue that they share. wasn't like annoying most of the time.
No,
where like in 13 and 15, it's like, y'all shut the fuck up. Like I don't give a fuck about what y'all are saying right now. Like, and like most of the characters aren't fleshed out enough for me to give a fuck about them in those games. But like, I actually enjoyed the banter and shit in this one.
Yeah.
Like when Cloud tried to do the high five and fucking.
God,
he keeps fucking it
up.
up.
Can't process it. Can't process it.
Can't and dude, you know what would have been cool if they did the turkey.
I fucking wish.
If Eric
just
came
like,
up with the face and Cloud's just.
Dude, what? Sam asks, does the game have dual audio? It has triple audio. It has English, Japanese, and French.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not trying to hear the French.
Yeah, I haven't even heard like the Japanese voices.
I haven't listened to it yet.
I have legitimately not yet.
The only time, and I had a moment. It only lasted a few minutes. There was just one night early on. I was on chapter 2, where there's something very grating, and I got used to it. Like the next day, it was fine. But that night, it was just, it was way too, it was way too fucking disorienting. And it made me try Japanese for a bit. It helped some, but not a lot. Was that when you're running around town, especially if you're holding R1 and running, there is such just overstimuli of just characters talking, and it just, and even if you're just walking through, it's way fucking too much. Especially when like you'll run to one end of the alleyway and you hear like 9 different people talk, run back and you just hear all the same things go off. It's like that was like I get, if I walk super slow and I walk around, I pause and I stop and I listen to people talk, it's like, okay, this is nice. But if I'm just trying to get from one place to another, it was like, and I had to like headphones on because I wanted to really enjoy the music, and it was just like, it was really like, it was making me like stressed out. Like it was really weird. After that, it was fine. I got used to it the next day. That was a little
like, damn, all these people fucking talk so much. Shut the fuck up.
I would tune out. I would tune out a bit and stuff. But if I went to new areas, I would stop and like listen to people. But if I was already passing through, and I just tried to just tune it out a bit. That was a bit more.
Oh, dude, it's funny when Aerith has the nice dress and everyone's like, "Oh my god, I want to fuck her." It's just like, goddamn, okay.
There's a guy who like, oh, what is he? He's like, oh my god, she's so hot. And then some other girl next to him is like, but what about me? And what did she say? I forget what it was. It was really funny. He makes some sort of like fucking stupid ass excuse.
I thought Barrett was fantastic, man.
Great.
All throughout the game, like that, the voice actor, I can't recall his name. Jesus Christ.
There are a bunch. I've never heard of any. Like the only voice I recognized was when Johnny popped up, and I was like, well, there's Lowenthal.
Yeah, there's a lot of first timers game actually.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. It's
especially
really refreshing.
Everyone's heard the VA story by now, but like literally, like I know one on Twitter, like this is her first VA job, and like she's not like she's not even like verified on Twitter or anything. She's literally like done nothing, and then.
I don't know if you haven't, go find Aerith's VA's Twitch.
Oh, they're super cute.
Her entire FF7 first playthrough is on Twitch, and go watch that. It's absolutely adorable. She broke down when Aerith started talking to Cloud for the first time, and it's like, damn, dude.
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy.
She has
it's her first fucking job, dude.
Yeah, she has a moment where she was like, she's listening, and she says, she's like, oh my god, I'm sitting here and I'm listening to the way she's talking, the way she's her mannerisms and everything's so perfect and it's done so well. And then I stop and it's like, I did that, and she just starts fucking bawing. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah,
but yeah, like that's a I can't imagine what that feeling's like. It's crazy. But
Aerith, the VA for Aerith is just actually fantastic. She did such a good job. Same with Cloud, same with Tifa. I feel like Tifa isn't like, they got her right, dude. Like
everyone's
they got Tifa
right.
Perfect,
everyone's just like, yep, that's how.
Yeah,
I heard them in my head when I read those text boxes a few weeks ago. Like that's how they would go. Even I even think back to like casting choices, and I'm like, I feel like anyone else would have at least try to shoehorn like Troy Baker in the Biggs role or something like that.
Yeah.
Right. Like the only time I was like, well, oh, Johnny, they got Yuri Lowenthal, I'll just do Johnny, and it was fitting. And he was the most like, he was the obnoxious one.
Yeah.
Just I know that was part of the character, but that was the only time where I would hear a character talking and just be like, oh god.
Yeah.
And I know that was kind of the point. I got tired of Johnny real quick.
There was a minute
he's
where
a fucker.
there
And
was
I'm
a
sure
minute
he's
where-
going to be backed
baby.
out the whole series.
There was a minute when Johnny showed up, and I was legitimately like, "Dude, you need to leave. I'm fucking sick of you, Johnny."
He's like, "Don't worry, dude. I'm leaving town right now." I'm like, "Oh, we're gonna see a lot of you."
Wait, Johnny was in the original game?
He was.
Yeah.
You run into him, and there's this whole bit about he's like, "I gotta leave town," and then this and that, and that's really all it is.
His model is there, and he says a few like text lines, but he's really not like a big deal.
But yeah, so we get our first taste of the playthrough, like the gameplay in chapter 1 and all of that, and how did you guys think of the gameplay, like, and stuff like that? Because I personally really enjoyed it. I thought it was fucking fantastic for what we were given, like, you know, like on that baseline. It was actually really fun, and I think the materia system works really well with this type of game. This is the first time in these action RPGs where I find myself in the fucking menus a lot,
yeah.
just being like,
"Oh yeah,
all right, dude, let's get this material right."
It's like an actual, there's actual depth and shit to do now. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, I'm excited for future parts to incorporate, hopefully, more materia.
All them purple materias are
Ooh. But like, it's like I saw some people like complaining, like, "Bro, how can people like FF7R and not?" And then when they complain about 15's combat, and I'm like,
I can tell you exactly.
Because this is what it was supposed to be.
Not even what's supposed to. I can tell you exactly. I can tell you exactly what makes this work and what makes 15 not work. Is that 15 didn't know, in terms of combat, didn't know what the fuck it wanted to be.
Yeah.
15 was a hodgepodge of different system mechanics that all, and 15 is the atypical fucking just mismanaged ARPG, and I feel like most ARPGs have this kind of issue in some form where it's like, where do you balance this shit? Like, what do you want to prioritize? What do you want to have be influential? What do you want this? If you have a game that's 90% action, and then you have like some sort of crafting light leveling thing in the background, you can add the sprinkle of RPG elements onto the box or whatever the fuck you want, but the primary of the game is still action and whatever. 15 was this weird fucking unsatisfying hodgepodge that didn't make a lot of sense, and also had a lot of issues like the camera placement and things like that, which the camera in 15 is a little weird, but not like 7 where you would fight an enemy that's 3 times bigger than you, and then your Noctis is like below the bottom of the screen for some reason because the camera's all the way up here, weird shit. But instead it's
magic and no party control AI.
Right, just a lot of weird mismatched shit. Whereas in 7, it's just like I think I was telling you about this before, is that like the way I think of it, it brings me back to when people were using the term real-time RPG. Because as soon as I played the demo and I was like, oh, when I block, I take chip damage. Not everything can be blocked, and I can't jump. Okay, I'm playing an active version of the original game. How does materia work? The same way. Right? Like all that shit functions the same. It's literally a matter of of the actions that you're able to take at any given moment, which still rely on, like, in terms of like abilities and things like that, which still rely on an ATB gauge. Is just now independent from moving around the arena. But the idea of characters being on different attack cycles with different times and having to wait on ATB before pouring in actions is basically identical. The only separation is that a basic attack is separate from ATB, but you use that to help gain ATB, and there's things that are focused within that. And so it makes it slightly more active, but for the most part, it's still a very grounded version of much like the original game. And like we said, you spend a lot of time preparing your builds, preparing your menus, planning ahead in the same way, and that like, oh, I want to level this materia up, so I'm going to sacrifice this other thing to make sure this is on so I can have it for later. Even that kind of basic thought process from the original game is still here. So I'm thinking of everything in the exact same way as I did in the original. I'm able to add things like, oh man, I'm going to put ATB stagger on. So when I set up for this part in the boss and I get Tifa in this position, I'm going to have Cloud come in, and I'm going to be able to like set up this chain of abilities where I level up the ATB, or have the ATB gauge fill up at the right time through this extra fucking hits that I'm doing on the boss during its stagger gauge, that I'm able to get another stagger on and double it up and do all this other wacky shit. And you could start, and it's the same way I would think about trying to do something cool in the original game, just with a lot more just action, not action elements, but action spectacle, I guess, in there in like a really fun way. Yeah. It's odd, but like there's I was especially worried that I having stuff outside of my shortcut would break the pace of battles. But once I realized that how the pace was similar to the OG game and how like it wasn't going to be as I guess speedy in a traditional action game, since in terms of like APM and things like that.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, I really started to. I love those slowdown moments because like you're going to fucking town. You have like Cloud, like, okay, set up Braver, immediately pause. So he's like going into it, and you set up Tiva for like Star Shower and shit like that, and you're doing all this other stuff. Yeah. It's like, and you just get, or if I just need a moment to think, because some stuff gets fucking insane, and it's like I need a moment to think.
I think that's probably the biggest genius moment. Is when you pull up the command menu, time literally. I mean, it doesn't
stop entirely. It's at the perfect speed though, where it's like ultra slow mo, where you can let it go, but you get a cool like just that little subtle motion in there, and it's just it's so fun.
You're still doing things in real time, but like say you like hit a big stagger on a boss, and you're like, okay, how do I want to plan this shit out? Like
pause immediately. Who's got what? Right?
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Who's got what? Who needs to focus on things? Or you even you get like a pressure gauge, or you're like, enemy is pressured. It's like who's got who? Barrett, do you have the double fucking focus shot? You're using that right now, because it'll immediately send it into stagger, and you can do that with a tactical mode thing, so you don't have to be controlling Barrett, so you can shoot off the focus shot and then like go right into Punisher mode as that's happening, and you can set up this crazy cool combo.
Right.
Like that's where the real time aspect comes in, and it's not shoehorned in like, oh, we just kind of wanted it to be there. It's like, no, this is enjoyable because you're able to place yourself at particular moments and then do things in real time without having to have crazy reflexes or anything like that, because at the press of a button you can just stop and think about what the situation is.
And that's why I think it's funny when people are saying like, man, like, God, my dodge roll fucking sucks, and it's like, well, you're not using it. You're using it like you're playing a different game. You got to think about like the utility. Like
this is
the idea is like, okay, the big fucking tank is using charge, and you're about like over here, and it's like, all right, you want to like just do a quick dodge ahead of time, cool. But if you're trying to do spot dodge and shit, then no. But you can use that parry materia. You know, like dodge, there are other things with
hard
that.
To get a grip on, but the dodge is literally a movement spell.
It's just a movement thing. It's not a big
There's no you ain't dodging actual shit.
But like when I saw stuff like that, and like the way you could like the way blocking works, and then you can't block everything, the way you take chip and stuff, like it's more grounded. You can't like those are the things that just from again playing the demo immediately told me like, okay, this is the kind of game this is, and it made me very much more interested in that aspect. Especially with stagger gauges and things, because you look at like, okay, let's this is the only time I'm going to compare something to Cage 2, because I feel like it's fitting in this situation. I'm sure we've all seen and interacted in plenty of times when it comes to conversation about 2, when it comes to whether or not there should be some sort of bar indicating where the revenge value is.
Yeah.
I've seen it a million times. I'm in the fence that it's okay not to, because I have plenty of options to plan and react in real time to what they're doing to get out of situations that I want to avoid, and also set up for others that I can take advantage of, whether it be aerial dodge roll, quick run, reflects, whatever the fuck it may be. There's a lot of situations where if I get a couple of hits off and I see them immediately react, all right, cancel into this, do that. You know, 3, I guess 3 you could say even more so in a way, because you have stuff like fucking you have air step, and you can cancel like any attack into dodge, especially after the update, thank God. So I think about it in that aspect where it's like, okay, yeah, the training comes to like there's more reflexes and reactions, and I have more like immediate movement options to take advantage of those things to get out of situations. I mean, the fact that I can aerial dodge away and fly around the fucking arena if I want to, as opposed to this where it's like, yeah, there's an entire system in place where you're pretty grounded. There's a lot of cases where you're pretty limited, and there's some enemies that will fucking dance around you. But if you can be patient and plan ahead, and you can find those moments that even when you fucking use assess, and it's like, hey, when its back is facing you, whack it with this thing, and you can get some stagger gauge up. I'm sure to some it's like, oh, well, you're just telling me how to win. But for this, it's like it's every enemy, especially every boss, is uniquely systematic in that way. And that's just how like those kind of more just RPG focused kind of games are. That's the feeling that I get from the original, where it's like gaining that knowledge of being able to do that and planning ahead for it in a real time environment where you can you can see like, okay, I can set up my party in this way and start doing these attacks. Oh shit, I'm pressuring. Okay, let me pause. Let me analyze what's going on and try to plan ahead. Okay, Barrett has 2 ATB. Enemies pressured and down this way. I'm gonna have him fucking do that fucking multi-charge whatever shot to like get some free elemental damage in and try to build up to stagger while I'm getting your Tifa over here, all this other shit. And then you get to the stagger shit and it's just the most satisfying fucking shit, because then it's just a matter of like, you worked this hard to get it, maximize your shit. Yeah. Cloud has 2 ATB. Like, there'd be some bosses where I would have them like halfway health, stagger, fucking infinity, whatever the fuck it's called, and just dead.
Yeah, that shit fucking.
Because sometimes those stagger bars will like, woo, they go down, but like I'll plan ahead, get at the very start. That stagger bar is like a pixel away, and fucking nail it. Shit's great. Like it's very well thought out, I think.
It's finally satisfying, because I have not enjoyed stagger bars in any of the 13 or 15. Any of the 13 games or 15, and then finally I was like, you know what, this is all right. This isn't bad.
It's just fun. It's a fun extra goal to work through in fights that create unique situations on its own, without it feeling like you technically don't have to stagger anyone if you can't. You usually will, but like it's a matter of how well, like it's a reward for how well you're able to keep pressure up. Literally, it says in the gauge, like it's providing you rewards, but it's also providing you more immediate opportunities to say like, hey, here's just immediate, this character did this move and now he's vulnerable. But instead of it being like, okay, this character whiffed this attack and then you hit them and then it's like, oh, they get knocked back and now you're in a stagger state visually, just because of like, oh, suddenly their model's being hit back. In this case, it's like, oh, if you like they whiffed this move and you use Braver, and because that combination of sequences created a point where you pressured them in this unique way that you can remember on this specific enemy to use for other shit like that. It's fucking cool. Gaining knowledge like that, just like in the original game, amongst all the other things that they bring back, is part of the fun. That's why when I finished FF7 original, the first thought was like, man, I could play this again right now. And I've never had that with an RPG except for, I guess, like Paper Mario when I was a kid, and I played that game like 9 times. But like, never thought with this kind of game, I would think, it's like, I want to play it again, like right now, fucking immediately, because all I thought about was, man, I have so much knowledge that I want to take advantage of on the next playthrough and have fun with. And that's super fucking cool.
Alright.
Yeah, knowledge being the reward, or being like the thing that gets you the victory, as opposed to like the action aspect, is like this game more than any other is like, remember the whole fucking spiel when people were like, you know, we were playing KH3 and there was some fuck shit and they were like, hey, stop playing it like KH2. Like, it's a different game. It's like, but it wasn't. It was literally just like, there were literal things broken about KH3 that made defensive actions like fucking unusable. And people were just like, oh, we'll just dodge roll. Just don't ever block anything. It's like, oh yeah, okay, I'll just do that. That's fun.
Okay. Woo.
But in this game, it's literally like, hey, stop dodge rolling through big AoE attacks. It's not gonna fucking work. All right, like you can't work it like that. You can't like bosses are going to even bosses, even humanoid bosses aren't gonna stagger the moment that you touch them. All right, it's a different. You can't jump, you can't do this or that. It's a different fucking system. All right, like just because it's in real time doesn't mean that it's going to work exactly like action games that you're familiar with. And
and it doesn't mean that like something like the dodge in this game is entirely useless. It just means that like if Reno is standing there doing this and then throws this little ball at you in a very straight direct line with a really small hitbox, free dodge, like that's like easy. You can afford that, but like even so, it's like, okay, cool. You see it come out and you just dodge because it's a really linear thing. But if Big Scorpion motherfucker is bombarding you with like tracking missiles, like don't dodge right before it hits you, just block, and it's like, oh, I took like 30 damage. It's like, wow, like, because I think people realize like, oh, the damage is a lot more mitigated than you might realize.
Yeah, especially if you have steadfast block materia.
Okay, the only character that I had an issue with as far as using them was Aerith. I don't know what it is. Well, actually, I know what it is. her basic attack is way too slow, and enemies aggro to her way too quickly, and they just rush over to her, and she can't do anything to defend herself.
Yeah, Aerith became real quick when I was playing her. I need to pause. I need to go over and use her to heal me. I'm never gonna switch to her unless my character dies and I need to throw a Phoenix down at her.
Like, I really,
I love
really tried to.
I like playing with her a lot too, actually.
This is weird. Okay, I tried so hard to work with her, but like legitimately after like doing 2 or 3 regular attacks with her staff, like enemies would be all over her, or at least they would be going in her general direction, and she just doesn't have the tools to deal with anybody that's actually in her face because her windup is way too big and it doesn't do anything.
Her dodge is even worse than all the other.
Her dodge is horrible, and like with Cloud, it's like, okay, I have Punisher mode, so if anybody's on top of me, I can just pull that shit out and I can counter. If you're Barrett, I have
Steel Skin. Like,
I am a tank and I will shoot you. Like, you can't stop me.
And Aerith has parry.
Or what is it? You mean Tifa?
Or Tifa, sorry. The fucking... That shit was fun.
Not even that. Tifa literally outruns
she's
everything.
fast. Yeah,
you don't need to dodge anything.
Fast, dude.
She's so fast to the point where like you can do combos and like just kind of cancel them out with a roll and then run away, and it's like she doesn't have to worry about anything.
Yeah, she's in and out.
But the way that the aggro system works, where basically whatever character you're controlling, after like 2 or 3 seconds, enemies are just like, I'm going right to you. So it's like you have to do some weird fucky shit where you have to like keep on switching back and forth between characters in order to get enemies confused, like they're aggro confused, while they'll go back and forth.
That's what I was
gonna
say. I think that's fun. I think that's the only time where
I think that's kind of cheesy.
Here's the thing. Well, you're controlling the party, right? Like, here's the thing. For me, controlling Aerith was only really frustrating when it was literally just Cloud and her, and there would be a case where like Cloud goes down, and it's like when Aerith is literally the one person on the field, and I'm just trying to like back them off to get a point to raise. Like, that's when it's a little annoying, because I don't really, even like Barrett has Steel Skin, and even like he can do focus shot, usually take a lot of hits and like blast them away from him, where Aerith doesn't really have, like, I wish she had some sort of like little barrier thing, like not like a parry, but at least some sort of ability to thing where she can like blast people back pretty significantly far, like kind of immediately, or some sort of thing like that.
I always put like mana wall on like immediately.
And so I guess like the main thing for me is that like those strengths and differences make me analyze when it's when it's a complete party. It makes me think about those things a lot differently. In that, like, for example, if I'm in a room with like 4 dogs, and I have Cloud, Barrett, and Aerith, and say Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith, and I'm in a situation where Cloud has 1 ATB bar, Aerith has 1, Aerith has 1, Tifa, so they all have 1. And I am Aerith, and I'm trying to, Cloud's attacking 1 dog, there's 2 dogs on Tifa, and then there's another dog over here, like, looking at me. I can set up situations where I can either, like, if I feel like I'm in a detrimental spot, I'm like, I'm back in this corner, I'm lower on health, like, oh fuck, okay, well, let me R2 real quick, let me tell Tifa to heal me, and then I'm gonna try to like barricade myself for a second and get out of the situation before I switch to maybe someone else and try to call them away. Or if maybe the dog hasn't quite noticed me yet, but it's on its way to, I can be like, hey Tifa, you're pretty close. Hold on, like, while I'm attacking this other dude, let me R2 real quick, look at this dude, hey, get his ass for me real quick, and then I go back to the dude that I'm throwing little pellets at with my staff. And shit like that. Like, I would try to set up situations where most of the time, if I'm doing a lot of like active continuous damage with Aerith, like if I'm doing the full combo, which is really funny when you get that last hit off and like enemies just go pop the fuck off and she's just throwing these little fucking balls out. I'm doing a lot of that when enemies when they're actively being pressured, or situations where I can take advantage of, like, using that to get some damage. Even the damage I don't even care about from her, it's just building some ATB. Like, for me, switching to her in a moment where I can get some free attacks off is like free ATB for her to use. And I can also go for stuff like, I love setting up that laser beam. She just has the fire laser thing. It's super cool. Or like
that thing was good. I liked using, I mainly used her as like, it's time to fucking end this. Like, if I was going for burst damage, I would just get Aerith to 2
throw
ATB,
down the ward,
put the ward down,
do the double spells.
Give her the magnify
Yeah.
and put the ward down, and then throw like Ga level magic and
Yeah.
just like explode the shit out of everything that was trying to fuck with me.
That's why I think being able to like not only just switch to another active character to attempt to like reset aggro, as well as being able to control one character but then just hit R2 or L2 and see like where their ATB is at and have them go to whoever I want to while I'm focusing on something else, gave me plenty of opportunities to kind of look at where people are at and go, okay, well, like having different reasons in different situations to control certain characters, which is part of the fun. Like that to me goes in line with like, okay, like some aerial motherfuckers pop in. All right, Barrett, come on. You know, if I don't want to spend a lot of MP on a magnify spell to knock out a bunch of those little sentry bots flying around, then all right, Barrett, I need you to do a charge shot real quick while I go do something else. So I think it was fun. Again, the only time it's really annoying is when like if I'm only with Cloud and he dies and I'm Aerith and I'm doing this little dodge and trying to get away because I literally can't get the enemy off of me.
Yeah.
Like that shit gets annoying, and then I just try to back off up until the point that maybe the enemy pauses long enough for me to get a raise off, and then I'm trying to like heal him back and forth. That was the only time where I was like, this is kind of annoying.
I mean, God, it was annoying from the very start for me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, it was like even just like little enemies. And when I was getting into, God, what's their homes? Is it Sector 6 or something, or Sector 5?
5.
Yeah, she lives on 5.
But like running from the church to where like her home is, and then like doing all of the side quests in that area, like it basically felt like I was playing as Cloud like the whole time. Like I had to play as Cloud the whole time.
That's funny because on my playthrough, I feel like I was severely underleveled. So when I got Aerith, she was super fucking strong. So I played her for a little bit and I was like, Jesus Christ, she is shitting on everything. And then literally that next section after, like, you know, when you're running around doing quests for the slums, and every time I had to go kill something, at that point, that's when Cloud was like, okay, Cloud seems a lot stronger. Aerith feels really weak now, which is really just that aspect. But
well, I legitimately, it was, I don't know if it was like the areas that I was fighting in, but like it was just this weird fucking thing where Aerith literally could not get enough space from enemies before they just, like it's just so easy to interrupt her shit and just make her eat shit. I don't know. Like once she gets ATB, then she's a powerhouse and she can do some crazy damage. But it's just that getting to that point where it feels like I literally can't even control her for more than just like a couple of hits before I have to switch to someone else. And it's like switching is fine, but like having to do it like that constantly just to make a character playable seems a little, I don't know, to me. But I've only done one playthrough, so maybe she'll grow on me in the future.
We'll move on forward on this. We're gonna hit chapter 2 and 3. Chapter 2 is basically you're running through sector 8. There's not really too much to that chapter. But chapter 3 is when you roll into the sector 7 slums and you meet Tifa for the first time. Well, in game and shit. Okay, look, boys. Look, we gotta have a talk. Tifa's downright just the most gorgeous goddamn thing you've seen in video games in a while, hasn't it? Isn't it, boys? Like,
did a great job.
And where's the lie? where am I lying in all of this? Like, I saw some post on Twitter. It was like people only like Tifa for 2 things. I'm like, no, the character's just fucking gorgeous. The bobbies are just a bonus. Congratulations.
No, she's also just kind of like the same character in the original game, kind of like how I would imagine it. And it's not like she's annoying or anything. She's got that nurturing, warm feeling around her where she's, you know, taking care of, she's kind of the Rock taking care of Marlene and all that shit.
So did you guys get something hard or what?
I chose something hard.
Yeah,
same. Because the way Cloud said it was like just fucking floored me, dude. I need something hard.
It's funny.
Like,
it's funny if you choose not in the mood. He's like, you know, just like, oh, I'm not in the mood, and she's like, well, if you were, and then just like makes it for him anyway.
Yeah.
She's just like, I'm gonna make you this fucking drink, and you're gonna like it.
You're gonna love it. Yeah, and you know, you get a really feel of Sector 7, the whole area with Tifa. You learn, you fucking get your new apartment building or whatever the fuck. Your next door neighbors with Tifa.
All right, what I'm about to say might piss off some people. Jesse's a fucking thought.
We'll get to Jessie.
She needs to get the fuck off me.
I put her in jail, dude.
Back the fuck off.
Put her in jail.
I put her in jail today, dude. I drew her in jail.
Well, the next chapter, we'll get to her. But Sector 7.
She's going to horny jail. My God.
Oh, yeah. Well, absolutely. But
it's going to be reversed. But yeah, dude, she's in a horny jail, dude.
Horny jail.
Stay on, dude. You get on. Horny jail.
Anyways, but yeah, so you go through Sector 7, you meet Chadley, who's the guy that gives you all your summons.
Fucking Chad. What kind of name is Chadley, dude?
Oh my God, dude.
So good. Oh my God.
They made Chadley, and the first thing, don't fucking talk to me, you nerd.
Yeah. So,
go ahead.
Can I provide some context to Chadley?
Sure. I hate him.
What if I told you he's a robot?
I'd believe you.
I'd believe you.
If you talk to him again,
probably built by
when you go back
Hojo.
through hard mode and stuff, yeah, you find out he's a
Yeah,
robot. Yeah,
he talks about how he's an android.
yeah,
It was built
and
by
it makes
Hojo.
the most sense because he talks completely. He talks so weird and out of place through everything, and I'm like, who the fuck are you? I don't like you at all. And it's like, oh, he's a cyborg.
Go talk to him in a dress.
That
I'm
makes
feeling an
sense.
emotional
Yeah,
response.
he's like, I'm getting an emotional response. I don't understand. Yeah, no, he's a fucking cyborg. And I love that. That's great. That makes so much sense.
Now, will this
It doesn't
be
say much. It doesn't.
It also
bode
explains
well
how he
for,
could fucking be everywhere.
That's
Just at a
true.
moment's notice.
It doesn't bode well for Hope's character from FF13 since he reminds me a lot of him, and he's not a cyborg.
Yeah, but characters in that game acted
He
robotic.
fucking might
Here's
as
the thing.
well be.
Here's the
dude.
thing, though.
By the
Characters
time LR ran around.
Characters in 13 acted robotic. This character is actually a robot, so I feel like it works fine for that.
Well, by the
Yeah,
time,
that's what I'm saying. Like in Hope's case, I don't know what his excuse is.
well, by the time LR came around, you're basically like, yeah, this guy is a robot for fucking the god, dude. Jesus.
Oh yeah. That whole right.
Yeah. So yeah, you meet Tifa, you go through Sector 7, you do a little bit of side quests, you do all that, get done with that, and then you learn about a new mission that's coming up, and now it's well, I mean, for story context, Jessie doesn't understand why that did that big of an explosion. Not her fault, by the way. Shinra did that shit, but she doesn't understand why it did that much. So now she's like, okay, I'm gonna get a different blasting engine, but we got to go back to my house. So we get introduced to the bike mini game. Yay!
And to a certain someone.
Oh yeah. So
How, are we? Is it Roche or Roche?
I say Roche.
I'm going with Roche.
I say Roche because when I first saw it, I was like, Roche. Okay.
So basically, the premise of this, we're going back to Jessie's hometown, but we gotta get past the defenses. We gotta make it back to topside. Jessie is gonna be riding along with old Cloud.
Ooh.
During the bike mini game.
The bike minigame is fine.
And it's skippable.
Jessie shouting at every conceivable moment how Cloud is her knight in shining armor and how much she wants to peg him makes me want to throw her off the bike so much,
Cloud
so
is
many
pegging.
times.
Time for your pegging.
Let's fucking go.
I want to throw her off the bike,
So,
dude. Get her off. I'm
if
so
you
sick
guys-
of this shit.
So BB mentioned it earlier, or if you've played the game, you know the second Jessie starts talking to Cloud, she just gets so fucking horny. She wants to fuck that man so goddamn bad, it's unreal. Jesse's horny.
She thirsty.
She's
thirsting.
thirsty
She's
fuck.
thirsting, dude.
That
My
hoe over there,
goodness.
she's a thought. Yeah, but going off that, I really like. I personally, I just like the banter. I think it's corny and fucking dumb.
Great. Yeah.
Jesse.
I think the Roche is pretty corny too, and I like him for it.
Roche is mad.
He's
mad
also
corny.
he's also a soldier, so he's fucking insane.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
Dude's
great.
Mako crazy.
Oh yeah, he's fucking insane. Even all the Shinra people are like, oh god, this fucking guy.
Yeah.
I live for the speed, baby.
But to be fair,
Wait, okay, actually, fuck. All right, no one's gonna know who this character is, but there's this fucking one-off character in season 2 of Code Geass that everyone fucking hates. He's this like he's like the vampire or whatever, and he's like, what's the point of living? To take other people's lives. And he goes off in his big mech and he kills everybody. For some reason, Roche reminds me a lot of that, but like a lot better. And not just this one-off dude who gets killed like 2 episodes later.
Yeah.
So there you go.
But continuing on with Jessie, I love her design personally. I mean, it's the standard fucking Avalanche gear. But,
they all look great.
Like, but overall, like Jessie's she's cute, man. Like, goddamn.
Yeah.
You learned a lot more about Jessie. She asked you to break into her fucking house and steal.
I hated that chapter because I didn't get to eat no pizza, dude. I was like, bro, that pizza
I wanted that Midgar special, dude.
Ate it all,
It sounded so good.
All they did was talk about how good the pizza is, and then I gotta break into her goddamn sick dad's room and steal his shit.
There were some files on there, like some Shinra Core like files just on his desk, and the game's just like, no, you don't.
Yeah, Cloud's like,
that.
nah, it's
Fuck
not.
you.
And I hated it, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, Cloud wouldn't care. He
exactly.
kind of looks at it and he's like, that's not what I'm here for. And it's like, I know it's not Cloud, but I want to read it.
Come on.
Not the mission.
So like that chapter 100%, because that had a lot of moments where you're walking around and they're talking. That made me really like those a lot more in that game, more than I have in any other game where the walk and talks, right?
Yeah.
Because that game is so inherently pretty, and I love the story that they're telling in it, that I just want to listen and look around. And that's literally what I did that entire like that chapter is basically it. You walk and talk, and I literally just looked around, and I thought it was fucking great, man. I love the scenery. I loved it at night. Like, you just go up to the house for the girl, leave the lights on for the girl that may never come home, you know, that kind of shit. And it's okay hand emoji.
It's also really nice is that despite it being, I mean, what you could call a filler chapter in the sense that it's this big unique thing, it, of course, well, it isn't, obviously. I know I've seen people call it that, which is unfortunate. But not only does it add, it gives you more content, and it gives you a background on a unique character from Soldier and his fucking insanity, while also giving you a taste of what the bike stuff is going to be like from the get-go, while giving you a cool one-on-one little, like, not rival fight, but basically Roche's rival fight, because he just makes you, he's like, you're his best friend now. He's insane. But
and
also provides,
and he actually saves
your ass, just because he wants to fight you. He's one of those. He's crazy, and but also giving you again another just a glimpse into these other characters' lives, particularly Jessie. You get to learn about her. She makes all this shit about how she's a dancer at the Golden Saucer, so her fucking mom doesn't question her about where she's been, which I think is super cool. You get all that stuff, and another really cool thing which comes back later on in the game, which I thought was really, really neat. Other branches of Avalanche. Yeah. And so when you are in the Shinra headquarters trying to, or not headquarters, but Shinra base trying to Jessie's in there trying to get the information, and all that, getting the bombing agent and all that. There's a point when everyone gets your ass, well, Wedge's ass literally, gets saved by Avalanche, and you learn that there's another entire open branch of like just a big branch of Avalanche that you guys, Barrett and all them, section off from because they were too extreme. Yeah. And are not technically a part of Avalanche and are instead carrying that label themselves.
Let's be honest though. I 100% when they rolled in, I was like, holy shit, the militia is here.
Yeah.
The African militia is here.
I was immediately like, oh no, dude, we're fucking dead. The militia's here.
I love the idea of like just Avalanche. Yeah, they were coming in and like trying to do their own shit, and we kind of fucked with it a little bit, and they're reluctant to like get the fuck out of here. Come on. Yeah. And like and again, like between that and all the comments you start seeing, they push this more and more, but even early comments you see about Wutai, about the war and all that kind of stuff, and bringing influence from that in, I'm like, that's cool. Like that's really it's really cool background stuff to kind of push and bring more to the forefront, stuff you would hear a lot but not see as much.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. And then there's our big parachute moment.
Ah, yes.
It was awesome.
There was also the audible ass slap.
Yeah. Oh, Jesse slapping Wedge on the ass.
Slap Wedge's ass.
Fine. And he liked it.
God.
He liked it. But I love.
Now imagine if Jesse flew with Cloud, it would have been a wrap.
Exactly. Oh, I love having him and Wedge together, and Wedge the whole time is just like, hey, like, come on, bro, like, hey, what's up, bro? I'm not your bro. Pushes him the fuck off.
That shit was really good.
Yeah,
Alright.
Cloud
Go ahead.
I thought was perfectly on character
Yeah.
in almost every scene in this game except for one that we'll get to in a later.
There's one
chapter.
line that I didn't like that comes later. It's like an off random line that I was just like, that was delivered weird. But most of the things are it's all fine.
All right, so you get the blasting agent, you move on, and then you're like, all right, the mission's set. But from doing this run, the plot ghosts come in, fuck up Jesse's ankle. She can't go anymore.
God, okay. Looking back on that shit in hindsight is so wonderful, because I remember just like in the moment, I was like, why the fuck are the ghosties here? And then I was like, wait, they forced you into the thing.
They
so
literally
that you would
want
be
you
there.
to sleep. So you're not awake fast enough to make sure Jesse doesn't get hurt, so that you get put back on the bombing run like you were supposed to be.
Like you were supposed to, so that it blows up and you meet up with Aerith, and then everything proceeds. Like I was like, oh my fucking god!
So we also skipped over one little part. Cloud nearly murdering his neighbor.
So they go ahead. Yeah, they go ahead and start putting their reunion stuff. Start establishing that. What did Tifa call him? What was his name?
Fuck, I
can't remember, but he's like, oh,
I don't
he's just
remember
a little sick. And I'm like, well, that guy needs more than a doctor.
Something wrong with that motherfucker.
That guy needs more than a doctor.
He needs to be extinct right now.
But again, it's just another, because again, when I first saw it, I was like, wow, I'm seeing this a little early. I guess they want to establish it just because it's the first part. They're not going to get to a lot of that later on. And then it's like, oh, Sephiroth is really fucking with you. It's like, really? he's like,
yeah, your next door.
He's literally he pops up back in this fucking timeline, and it's like, let me check the fucking yellow pages. Where's Cloud at? Let's see. Stargazer Heights, room vacancy. Oh boy! All right, number 63. Let's get in there, dude. All right, let's go. Hey, this is gonna be really funny, right?
Yeah, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be fucking good, bro.
I love this shit.
I'm gonna get his ass this time.
Yeah.
Okay, so with the plot ghost coming in, breaking Jesse's ankle, she's out of commission. She can't go. He looks like Cloud's on it. So we go into chapter 5, which is called Dog Pursuit. Basically starts out on the train, and fun fact, on your way back, you meet this guy that's so upset he's working with Shinra. He doesn't like Avalanche. Barrett it gets to have a political fight with him on the train. On the way to this mission, Barrett runs into him again. And it's just starting shit. And then the security passes through.
You gotta stop him too. You gotta hey,
you gotta be like, yo, calm down, bro. And then
he is totally for Shinra. He's fine. He's great.
Fine. He's cool. He loves Shinra. Thanks, Shinra.
To his credit, he didn't start at that time. Because like the guy, because before the dude was just mumbling to himself and just being like crunching and weird and stuff. This guy was straight up sat down, like he was sitting next to Barrett, looking at his arm and be like, so do you still support those terrorists? Because because that's not right. And Barrett's sitting there trying to hold, and eventually he's just like, is that right?
Okay, bro.
All right, dude.
Cloud's like, whoa.
It's great. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you thinking trying to agitate this dude? You were insane.
So basically they get caught on the train, and I think this is the first time you can play as Tifa.
No, you've been playing.
No, you can play Tifa with the side quests.
You're playing her during the side quest section. Yeah, this is the first time they're all three together.
Yeah, all three together. Yeah. Okay. So you fight on the train. You eventually have to get off the goddamn train and go through the system and go follow the dog's nose, dude.
That was kind of cool.
So this section was one of the main ones I remember just being like one of those like, I'm glad that everything around me is super cool because this has taken a while. And it's in the moment it was more so like it was one of those feelings where I'm glad to have some stuff expanded on and spread out, and like there's more to do between here and getting to the reactor. But I also know what waits for me at the reactor, and I'm way more interested in that than walking on these catwalks right now. Because there are a lot of points where it's like, okay, I'm doing the tunnel thing, and you're doing the whole thing with what's the dog's name? I keep forgetting.
Stamp.
I kept thinking Scamp. No, Stamp. Yeah, and they have the whole thing, and they established that cute little motif, and
There's like an extra boss in
stuff.
there, the weird tank thing.
You get to go through the sewers and you can see the fucking lizardmen and all that kind of stuff, and you get to see like their nesting areas, and Barrett's talking about like, between the plates, all the Mako fucks all these creatures up, and so you see like some stuff that's like Shinra experiments, some stuff that's just like kind of harbinger itself. Yeah, like all that stuff, and
like,
it's cool.
And chapter 6 are pretty melded together.
Yeah, it's just one long
to the reactor,
right?
Basically.
And it's just like there's so much of that, and then you get to the whole like under the section where you're and I like the idea of like you're having to go around like turn off the lights and do all this other stuff, and it looks super cool. It was just it's one of those feelings where you know when you would play Breath of the Wild and you walk into a shrine and you look around and you're like, I know exactly what to do. How long is this going to take?
Yeah.
Right. Where it's like, I know I'm going to be fighting. I know I'm going to be doing other stuff. And like, I'm looking forward to like the music and the banter and the sake of like leveling things up. But for the most part, it's I kind of look around. It's like, okay, I'll have to get that materia over there. And then it's just like, it's just, okay, do that. And so
what they did is
very obvious.
What they did is they took a two screen area in the original and they expanded it to like this entire 20-30 minute area without adding any, like, I'm okay with expanding on shit, like that's fine as long as you do something with it. It's like, they didn't do anything with it,
and it's mainly been like dungeon design type shit. Because when people talk about like when we were talking about the walk and talks and stuff, when people are like, oh, I don't like how I'm like having to stick here and walk around and stuff, it's like I'm enjoying it because the focus of this moment is to enjoy it, like and just take in the environment and listen to what these characters are saying, because it's typically important and enjoyable, especially because there are a lot of things like that in the original. That whole section when you're walking on the rooftops of Aerith is a walk and talk that's expanded into a modern walk and talk. It was that before and it was that now. It's just that you could get out of those text boxes faster and it was only a couple screens. So it's the idea is there, it's just expanded. This and like, so I don't mind that. This is like, okay, here's a unique area that we designed specifically to place enemies in for you to go from point A to point B so you can actually be doing something. And it's just moments like that where it's like, okay, we're talking about this later, but like when you're taking Aerith through the tunnel and you're doing the little claw arm thing, and it's like, I get it. This is just, I get it. The stuff in between, the dialogue, the banter, the fights, all wonderful, having a blast. But the moment I'm having to sit there, I'm having to do this fucking claw thing, I'm going to go through all that stuff, and it's super slow, and it's just like, I know what to do, just go. And then the game's like, have you tried doing this yet? And it's like, fucking, don't act like I'm 5 years old. Game. Don't make how about you make the fucking arm move faster?
Game. I'll give you a negative review on IGN.
So there would just be like these arbitrary, like really slow, like gameplay sections where it's like literally the focus is just you're doing some fights and going from one place to the other, and like that's when it would kind of dip a little bit for me in places, places like that. So it took too long. Thankfully, everything around was still a lot of fun. Yeah. And I love like walking on the catwalks with those fucking bright ass lights and clouds, blocking his eye and shit. It was super cool. And even the context of like you shut down one light and then they're like, oh fuck, that wasn't enough. We have to do all of them. But I mean, I guess it's gonna be shut down anyway. And like you get this dialogue of Tifa struggling with like just really feeling shitty about it, and Barrett's like, we got to do it. Yeah, come on, get it together, and like and Cloud's having to be like, I guess he's right, kind of,
all of this, how many times do y'all fuck up at the same time? Shit.
Oh, the shit at the very end, right before fighting Airbuster,
the switches and all that.
I swear to fucking God, they did that shit on purpose. Where even if you like nailed it correctly, they're just like, nope, be fucked up. Do it again.
Fucked up one at the start, and then all the rest were fine.
Lucky bastard! There was one where I was there for a while.
I was salty. I
just had to breeze through it, or the
like. I don't know. I just kind of did it as the screen flashed, like, "Hey, like, do it now." Like that's when I pressed it, and then I was like, "It doesn't tell you if you're too early or too late." It's just like
I literally just watched Tifa's hands. I literally just watched Tifa's hands. I was like,
"Yeah." I had like Delta and people in my chat who were like, I thought this was way harder watching AceUhh do it, but you literally did it in like 3 tries. I was like, I don't know. I just pressed the button.
It's crazy that they got that. They brought back the original feeling of like, oh, dude, how long did it take you to do the fucking? It took me 20 minutes. Yeah. I got it.
Well, it's funny. It's funny how like your negatives from the original game are the same negatives here. Stuff like that, where it's like, why are we doing this mini game? How does this work? Yeah. Why am I attempting to use CPR on this girl and I have like 11 charges for my breath meter, but I don't know which one I'm supposed to do. So I'm like literally giving CPR to this girl on a beach for like 20 minutes as Cloud, and everyone's looking around like, is she dead yet? I don't know. And then eventually I did like 4 and it was the right number, and then she woke up. So, okay.
Okay, shit.
That shit's gonna be weird.
All right, so moving on, we go into chapter 7. A trap is sprung. We make it into the macro reactor 5. Where this one gave us a little bit of a different dynamic where as you go through, you set up the bomb charge, you beat a big boss, right? You're going back, you're hearing remnants of this fucking big thing that they're going to drop on our dumbass. But as we go through and we're making our way out, we have to beat some Shinra troops and then find these ID cards, and then we can determine what we're going against. Like determine like, you know, okay, we want to get rid of the big bomber. That shit's going to do a lot of damage.
Did that actually affect the fight, by the way?
Yeah,
I'm sure it does. I just don't know. Like, I would have to like.
I really did not feel how it affected the fight.
I would have to do the fight one way and then redo it. Yeah.
Next time you go through, just leave everything.
That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna just like not touch anything and see what happens.
One of them makes him do the bomb attack less, which is the party-wide damage.
Yeah.
And one of them makes him do finger lasers less, and then one of them is just like
it just slows him down.
It just slows him down, and you can just sell the shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, but like I
would imagine it would be hard to tell without a comparison, like a core comparison.
Yeah, we didn't have any comparison to that, so it's really difficult to tell.
Well, I definitely did on my hard playthrough. I did all the bomb ones out, and I definitely got finger lasered to hell on that one.
Okay, well, there you go, I guess.
Because I think I did a couple bombs and a couple lasers and one of the slow things, so I probably wouldn't notice as much. But if I did like. Yeah, if I try to do like only...
I did all AI cards to slow him down, and it did not slow him down at all.
Well,
like,
maybe,
it was basically
play through it again and don't use any of the cards, and then maybe he's just like moving around. He's ninja running around.
He's got his arms behind his back and everything running. But yeah, so... And we get a little bit more context in the story. We get fucking President Shinra talking shit to our ass.
I love the talk shit holograms where someone comes in from the back and they're like, "I'm on air right now." It's fucking Heidegger's perfect. Of course he is. Like, he's great.
Is so good, dude. Really good.
I love seeing him just talk to his poor fucking troops and just.
Dude. The part where like they were broadcasting this whole thing to the entirety of Midgar, and Barrett like turns around and he starts preaching, and Cloud's like, who are you talking to? Like, the people. I'm talking to people.
What's great is that they probably cut the audio. They cut the audio, right? And he's like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, I love he because Barrett like he psychs himself up and he's like and Tifa and Cloud are watching like, what is he doing? Because he's like walking away, and I was confused too. I was like, what are you doing? And he just starts talking in the air. I was like, oh, he's this fucking dumbass. But again, it's just like, yeah, he would take the moment.
But again, or hate him. He's spitting fast.
He's spitting fast.
And again, that's another thing I love is that they're broadcasting it and they immediately just go into like, yeah, dude, they're working with Wutai. I'm like, oh man, they're just going. Oh, that's such a good. That's so cool to push. Like, that's so cool to like really push.
I would 100% love if there was a scene where Barrett's screaming to whoever, and there's just one person on the bottom going, "Yes, sir!"
See, we don't have Yuffie yet, but I imagine like Yuffie would like, she wouldn't even care about like what he's saying. She just wants to be the hype beast. So she's just over there with her fucking bandana, just yes sir, yes sir.
I feel like with how much they're integrating Wutai into this, that it's not going to be optional. Like,
no. Okay, they're going to do that whole. Okay, well, even Yuffie and Vincent are no way going to be optional, and
there's no way that those characters are optional.
They got to have the whole section with like Yuffie's thing with all that shit that happens in Wutai, because that's one of my favorite fucking parts of the game. But I really think that if anything, I think it's gonna be up until like that point of the game where we can actually like see Wutai. They would be on the normal path, but like we're gonna be hearing about it a lot more. And I'm really curious to see like what kind of influences come from that, because I would like to see it embellished more and expanded on more, instead of being like, here's the place where Yuffie's little side thing happens.
I'm very curious about what they're gonna do with Yuffie, because legitimately I don't think I've ever seen Yuffie in like a more of a humanoid state than she would be in this game. Because the only time I've ever seen it, Kingdom Hearts games and the original fucking FF7. I've never seen her in anything else. So it's gonna be really weird to see her like
her English VA does her so much justice in Kingdom Hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I really am excited to see Yuffie.
Yeah, I would hope they actually like if they can keep that same person. That'd be interesting.
I want Vincent, dude.
I'm so excited for Vincent.
I want Vincent and Cloud interactions, dude.
Yeah. that was the only thing, like, after watching Advent Children, that's the thing I appreciated the most, was just like little scenes where they're just hanging out. And it was stupid bullshit, like when they're in the fucking forest and whatnot, but like,
yeah,
it was just,
the forest actually looks
cool.
so good.
It does look really good. Yeah, there were a lot of points where it was cool, but yeah, it was just fun to see them interact. And even like there's that big, it's so fucking stupid, the big battle when they're going to fight the Bahamut and all the characters are showing up because they need to be there for some reason, and then they just kind of leave. And Vincent walks up and he's like, I need a phone, and just keeps walking, because like there was some comment earlier about like I forgot who was saying it, but they were like making fun of him because he didn't have one or something like that. I think Yuffie or someone.
Yeah.
And so he just walks in the battle and he's like, where do I find a phone? And it just keeps and then just starts fighting Bahamut. What the fuck is this? But anyway.
So moving from that, after you beat the big old mega boss, after determining what you want to go against, Cloud falls off the plate. He's oh no, he fall off into Sector 5. Boosh.
It's crazy how much game has felt like it's happened by the time this point happened.
Oh yeah, dude.
I was like, especially with how long that last dungeon is. I was like, bro, I've literally played a whole video game and I'm just now meeting Aerith. What the fuck is happening, dude?
So, Cloud splats on the ground. He dies. Just kidding. No, he crashes through the church, lands on some flowers. Turns out those are Aerith's flowers. The little girl that you ran into in the first chapter. Did you guys run into her in the first chapter?
You have to.
You have to.
Oh, it's mandatory? Okay.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
I remember I was just walking around and I was like, hey, I recognize that shirt. I'm going over there.
No, that's mandatory. Well, that's the whole point. That's why the ghosts are keeping her there, because because in the intro of the game, when she's standing by the pipe, she's running away from what is likely Sephiroth, since it's playing his theme when you see the ominous shit in the background. So Sephiroth's like is here when he's not supposed to be, and she's like actively running from that. Sephiroth's manipulating shit, and then the ghosts keep her in place to make sure that she's there to meet Cloud.
Yeah. Okay. So meets Cloud and she's like, "Hey, I remember you, little dummy. I remember you. What are you doing crashing through my thing?" And then Cloud's like, "Huh? Who the fuck's you, ho? I don't know you." And shit.
And then we meet one of the best characters in the game,
Reno.
Fucking Reno is so good in this remake, dude.
I love the Turks in the original game. I love them here.
I fucking love Reno in this remake, dude. It's so good. He's his lines and like because like there's a lot of cussing in this game, but it's not, and none of it feels out of character.
It never did.
It doesn't feel out of character.
Like ever really felt like it was just being super forced. Yeah, even though there was a lot of it, there was definitely a lot of it.
There's quite a bit of cursing, but like the one argument I would have for that is like, I guess when Cloud is during the Sephiroth fight and he says like, what does he say? Like something he says.
He goes after the Kadaj looking spirit and he's like, "Bring it on, bitch."
Yeah,
I love it. That's great. Yeah. I love it. I love it.
Good, but I was like, I don't know about that one.
Dude,
I don't know if he would say that.
Cloud said bitch like 4 times in the game.
Yeah, but like but Reno is just so fucking good. I love his VA and all of his lines in this fucking remake. They're so good.
Yeah, they did a really good job. So we get introduced to the Turks and they're chasing Aerith and the nice little ghost. Get them away from the Turks that are after Aerith and blah blah blah. And then you're into the nice walking scene where you're walking around the Sector 5 slums, just trying to go back to Aerith's place. And then we're basically introduced to the VA and Aerith's character at that point. And that's when I fell in love with Aerith, because she said shit. And I was like, when that, I'm telling you, dude, the second that ladder broke and she said shit, I was like, oh, okay, she's really relatable. All right, cool. Let's go.
I think the Reno fight is also like maybe one of the first times in the game when it's like, because it's a one-on-one humanoid fight and it's like you can actually start to see some kind of strategy to evolve into the game, but it's like, you need to wait for his openings. You need to know which attacks you can counter and which ones you need to dodge. And there's actual like patterns that you can get used to. And like, I don't know. Yeah, that boss fight was the first one. I was like, okay, like I can see where this combat system might be going, like where the fights might end up later on in the game.
Mm-hmm. And we're introduced to Aerith, and we make it to Sector 5, and you know we learn that Aerith is just basically doing everything for the town, does whatever she wants for the town, and you know does good things. You find her nice little home in Sector 5, like literally the greatest home of all time.
Who had that moment when you fucking turned the corner and you just saw like the waterfall in the background and the house and the fucking garden I was like, no fucking way did they just do this?
Dude, I was like, I was getting like emotional and shit. I was like, Aerith, you need to stop. I'm gonna very slowly walk through all of this. I don't care if we do this later. I don't care if we do this later. I'm doing this right now.
Yeah, I was full T-Tours for a lot of stuff in the game, but definitely the Aerith's house is fucking beautiful. And there's no like
turned that corner, they nailed it perfectly.
Oh yeah, the way
and there's no shitty textures either, like to ruin it. It's
there's tons of them when you look close, but it's like, but again, it's like the level of detail, the placement and the variation in objects and the way the lighting were, like there's so much. This game shows you there's so much more than texture. It's not all about the fucking 4K, but like obviously when you get close to it, yeah, it's pretty messy. Now when this shit hits PC and PS5 and all that, dude. Oh man, we can actually properly stream all that information and get it all in. Holy
that area,
fuck.
Dude, that's the comfiest fucking area ever, dude. I wish I could live there in real life.
Yeah, but it just goes to show how well they sell
Did you guys go straight for the materia that you knew was in the fucking garden from playing the original?
Yeah. I was like, is it there?
I literally didn't know it was there. Since I didn't,
I walked right over to the garden because I wanted to look at the flowers and I wanted to grab the materia.
I wanted the materia.
Since I didn't play the original, I literally got it 2 days ago on my second playthrough. I was just like, oh, I forgot that was there. I saw it in the cutscene. I didn't know if I could get it. I can go get it now.
Yeah, if you play the original, when you enter that little like slide area or JPEG land, you immediately see it. So you're like incentivized, like, oh shit, I want to go all the way around the fucking garden, so I'm fucking go get that shit. So like, it's really cool how they knew that players were fucking like tuned into that shit, and they were just like, oh yeah, we're gonna put the fucking materia right there, right there.
Yeah.
This is a quick tangent, but Asa, are you interested at all in playing the original game now?
That's a hard question, because turn-based RPGs aren't the most fun thing.
Neither for me, and that game's like one of my top 3. It's so
good,
it's so worth it.
I understand. I when I originally played the game, I didn't get through Midgar, so
I want to play it so bad.
I'm very
again.
To play it.
I can't imagine. Like I would have. I'm very happy that I did before a remake.
The thing is for me. One of the big thing is for me is that if I play FF7 original, I don't want to dislike like the remake because I played the original. I'm like, oh, this is just better. I'm like, I don't want to do that.
They're different. They're different enough, and you also have to remember that regardless of the context and where the story is going, you've only seen Midgar. Might be contextualized a little differently, but you've only seen Midgar, and that is a tiny speck of FF7. There's so much just it's surprisingly like what's nice for me and something I recommend about it, especially for me not being as used to
I didn't want to change
RPGs
items
and the pacing of them and all that, is that it was very comfortable for me as long as I was like just being attentive to how the system worked and just paying attention to my shit and spending all my time in menus and doing all sorts of stuff. It was very comfortable to like you finish up a town, you finish up a main quest thing, you get out, you kind of look over and it's like, oh, what's next? And maybe I'll explore a little bit, but for the most part, I ended up like without looking at guides or anything, just naturally hopping from point A to point B. It's all laid out pretty efficiently without it being too having its fucking hand on your balls the whole time. Yeah. And I hardly ever felt like, fuck, I'm gonna have to grind for this, I'm gonna do that. Like I was so fucking engrossed in the story, and I was able to just go through it pretty comfortably. And then I got to the end and I was like, I am so jonesing to do some side shit, and I didn't think I would care about that at all. And then I was like, man, I want to play this whole game again.
Right.
So
well, yeah, I'll think about giving it a shot, and if I do, I'll stream it, and y'all better watch. All
if
right, you stream it.
do you have a Switch?
Huh?
I really want to play FF7 original again after playing the remake, but like I was like, no, I gotta play FF9 because I've never like if I'm in the mood for an RPG, I've never played FF9. Everyone talks about how good it is. Like I should use this opportunity to play FF9 and not replay a game that I've already played, even though I want to very badly.
Yeah, like I said, I'll give it a shot. I'll stream it.
Do you have a Switch, AceUhh? You don't, right?
No.
Okay. The Switch version has a thing where you can put it on a ×3 speed if you want to go through like slower little areas that you've already been through like quickly. There's little things.
So
like
does
that.
the PS4 version.
Oh, PS4 has that too.
Yep.
Okay. Well, you can do that.
Well, there we go. Sweet. As a kid, I played FF8. I didn't play 7. When I asked my dad if I can get 7, he said, "No, put that back." Fuck.
It's gonna in general, even just strictly for story stuff in general, and just knowing like it's gonna be a lot more fun. You're gonna have a lot more fun enjoying Remake if you have the context of the first.
Context.
I'm really actually glad that it's only like a lot's happened still, but like having this only be Midgar, it's like okay, you still have a chance to do a lot because like it's really worth it. Like in my opinion, Nomura's saying like you don't need the original game is a fucking lie. That's a lie to me. I think it's very necessary.
I spent so much time just like T-touring, like just cameraing around, just looking at shit, like because I was like, dude, it's so fucking crazy to see this game just exist, just being remade, like all these HDS fucking backgrounds and shit that I can look at now, like are from places that I was playing with as a kid.
When I walked out of the hotel room and you just see like you get the scale of Midgar, you see the steel sky. And like just through the supporting whatever, I just had a moment where I just sat there. I was like, "Fuck!"
You know what I
fucking music hits,
really love is that we still have JPEG backgrounds.
Yeah,
I love it, dude.
Which it's funny because like it's again it you don't notice it if you're at the right angle, but like it's this weird height thing, and it gets fucked up in certain places. Like they're gonna have to fix that a bit because when it works fine. It's a good illusion, but then other times it's like the perspective's all like warped and fucked up. Like there are buildings going up this way for no reason.
Oh yeah, no, but I personally fucking love it. I'm like, you know what? Throw that bitch up there. Fuck it. Because like that brings me back to FF8 super hard because JPEG backgrounds were their fucking cue in that shit. So
I'd say when I was 7, 8, 9, and 10 in places, even 10 at them.
But yeah, so you do all these mini quests. This is when I really started getting hit with this music. This chapter mainly, like chapter 8, like the fucking when you're walking to Sector 5, the entire like that whole building area, like that shit is all fucking good in the, like when you're walking around trying to do all these side quests. The music really fucking hits. Can we talk just for a bit because we've talked about it enough already at this point. The music in this fucking game,
absolutely
out of this fucking world,
bro.
Soundtrack of the year.
You know how y'all had one fight theme before? What if there were like 26 versions of it with different interludes at different points, and some bosses have like 5 of them?
Yeah.
What if we put the battle theme as the squat theme, and we just made it sound like Tekken? Like you've heard this theme for 20 plus years, and it still sounds fresh.
Every single version is a bop.
Every single every song that I would hear. I remember there was a point where it was in Sector 5 when you're running around killing some monster for some shit. That theme went off, and I didn't know. Like I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? This is from 7. It was a song I had because, like I said, I've never gone through the soundtrack of FF7, the original FF7 soundtrack. But there's songs that people use in videos, people have been using for years for certain shit. And I was like, oh fuck. This song is from 7.
It's gonna be a lot.
And they remade it, and they made it really fucking good. Oh shit! It's like the only other song in 7 that I've like legitimately like listened to that I thought was like super good in the original 7 was the Make a Reactor one. And they fucking remade that. And I was like, yo, okay, this soundtrack kind of hitting. Now you start hitting to other stuff where Tifa and Aerith and fucking Don Canero's fucking place. are beating ass, and they play that fucking the smash 'em and tear 'em theme, and you're like, shit, this sounds like a Tekken song, but it hits so right in this fucking place. Let's go. I don't know, dude. It's fucking it's just that small little stuff. The soundtrack just hits so different, dude.
Yeah, the soundtrack is absolutely amazing in this fucking game.
They're doing a concert
it
series
just
for
hits.
it.
It hits all the time, always.
They're doing a 7
No
remake.
matter where you are.
They're doing a 7 remake concert series in the same vein as the FF14 and KH orchestras.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's one,
They
I
are.
believe, there's one next year in March or April. I
If it
think it's
doesn't get
coming to
canceled or
Nashville.
something.
Well, yeah, we'll have to see for that. But like, there's one like next year. It's supposed to be happening in Nashville, so I guess we'll see.
I missed the original FF7 concert, so I would love to go to at least be able to go to the remake one.
So, talking more about Chapter 8, you go through, you do all these side quests for the town. You're the legendary mercenary that will do anything. The
Honestly, too, I didn't fucking hate doing side quests in this game.
Oh,
I didn't absolutely hate it.
I actually enjoyed it. I know there are people that are not enjoying it, and they're feeling like it's fodder. And I'm like,
Bro, that's RPGs though. Like,
yeah.
You don't have to do side quests. They're there to do extra shit if you want to.
Well, I think the thing with this is that the thing I didn't like, and this is after playing the first one, is that because people would ask me, it's like, oh, did you do this or did you see this thing or whatever? And there was some stuff I saw and there was some stuff I missed, and there when I would say like, oh, I didn't see that thing, this one scene, or oh, I didn't fight that little bonus guy. They're like, oh my god, what do you mean? And it's like, well.
Yeah.
Like I knew there was stuff like that in the game throughout, and I didn't feel that pressured to go out of my way because it wasn't like flooding my peripheral vision with like all these little things. Whereas like if I see little markers pop up on the map, regardless of what kind of pacing I may naturally have, it's like I have to take care of it. And even though there's good rewards for it, and you get your little discoveries and things, and you get and you get the notoriety, and there's different paths you can take. And all that stuff, and they don't take super long. You can get some experience for them. Like there's enough there to do. There's still just that feeling of like it just, I don't know, like it takes me out of it a little bit because it's like it makes it feel like, and this is just for me, it's like I see all those markers, I got to clear them, and then it feels like, okay, we're taking a long break from everything else to kind of like stop and do this stuff. Let's hope that there's some stuff that's kind of interesting to do. And for the most part, it's fine. I like the stuff like that one chick you help out who works at the school, who when you go, we'll talk about it when we get to it, but like when you go to the wall market and you find her in like a back alley as a honeybee worker, and then she's like, please don't tell the kids, like stuff like that. I like that because now I have a concept of this character and I get to see things like that would be fun. Or when you get little character moments and bits between the main cast and stuff. But like I don't care about this girl's cats. Like I don't, it's whatever. Like I like the part where Cloud's fed up and he's like, this sucks, but the only reason I didn't mind doing it too much is that I could find them on the way to doing other stuff. But I'm focusing more on like, oh, I can go this way. I'm focusing more on the map and the markers as opposed to the actual content.
And
that's when Delta mentioned the quest markers. I actually feel the exact opposite.
Really?
I don't know what it is about quests, but like when it's like, okay, like do this point. Okay, marker is now 20 meters northeast. Go in that general direction, and you follow your map instead of like giving a shit about like what you're actually doing, because it's this stupid marker that you just have to like get out of the way so that it's not like bothering you. Like, oh, I didn't do that. You know what I mean? Like I would rather it be secretive.
For me, it's more or less like whenever I play games like this, especially like in a bunch of other games that I play, it's like whenever I have side quests and stuff, most of the time I don't give a fuck. I just don't care. Like,
see, I'm the opposite. I completion every game that I play as long as I enjoy playing the game.
If it makes it obvious enough to me where it's
I'm
right
like,
in my
I
face,
want to
then
do everything
to
that the game possibly has to offer so that I can have the full experience.
If they put it
so
right
I
in my
will go
face,
out of my way to grab every collectible. I'll do every side quest. Like I'll do it all just as long as I'm enjoying the game.
And see, that's on your perspective. But for mine, most of the time, it's like the only reason I'm playing the game is so I can watch and play like whatever cutscenes, so I can learn more about the story and what's going to happen, stuff like that. So when side quests show up, I'm like, bro, this legitimately just doesn't mean anything. I don't fucking care. But when it came to this game, it was completely different, where I was like, you know, I kind of want to just continue the story, but I want to get done with this stuff too. Like this shit's kind of fun. Like I like learning more about the area that I'm in.
Yeah.
So like I like hunting, I like fighting in the game. So if I had to hunt monsters, I was like, all right, let's do it. Let's go kill some fucking shit, dude.
Even if it was something as simple of a change as like, okay, this section of the game pops up. Tifa's like, hey, you want to go do some job? Like, go find some jobs around town. Let me look for them. Like, I'm going to take the time to look through the map. What if there was a point where it's like, I'm slowly walking through this area and like there's a conversation happening between two NPCs. If I stand near them and listen to the whole conversation, one of them will be like, yeah, man, I haven't been able to find a merc for a while. Wait, who's this guy with the sword? And then he starts talking to you. Like, that's the kind of like, when the game's like, oh, you found a discovery. It's like, not really. I did all the content and then you said, hey, here's the reward for the content. I didn't discover anything.
Yeah.
But I want little things like that to really reward me for spending time in this environment that I legitimately want to like engross myself in. I think is cool. And especially when like I'm glad I did the initial 6 things in chapter 3 or whatever to like get that little scene with Tifa, right? But like what else did I gain other than like I got something to do and I got some experience? Like later side quests are better, but if I at least, even if it was like, if there was the cat thing, but like if say you change the cat quest, instead of you go to girl's like, I can't find cat, and then you go around find 3 cats and she's like, thank you for finding cats. Instead, it was like, as I'm going around, even if it was something like the game expects you to go a certain way, or the game expects you to like go on this one linear path, and if you find a cat and you can go up to it and press triangle and then it'll run away and you can look for it and it'll lead you back to this girl, and the girl's like, oh my god, you helped me find this cat, I still have 2 more, can you find them? Even something like that is just, it's a little more engrossing, where I feel like I can naturally kind of discover stuff, and it makes me feel like I can take the time to go around the map and be like, oh, what else can I find? What else is going on? And I enjoy that moment instead of being stressed out over like, I got to go get this marker and I got to clear that one. How many are left? And I'm checking out boxes more so than I am like really immersing myself in the environment. It's like, that was like, that's like a strict like pet peeve for me. I completely understand if other people are like, no, I want it as a bullet point list and I want to be able to check it off. If that's the case, then I want
it to be efficiency quest mode as much as humanly possible.
And if you want like that, that's cool. And that like,
well, this
is the kind of stuff that brought it back to 15. That's what it brought it back to 15 for me in that sense, where it's just like
I was gonna say, side quests used to be like that in Final Fantasy games, where like I mean, the game wouldn't even tell you that they existed, and it's like, yeah, you can go find it.
And I know it's more of a modern thing. I know. Like I see it as a quality of life thing for most, and just for me personally, I feel like it takes away unless like the rewards were treated as like more than just side stuff. But I mean, it kind of depends.
Yeah.
Or if there's just more significant reward that kind of permeates through the rest of the game, other than like, which dress did you get or something like that. So I want them to expand on that.
So going through, you learn more about Sector 5 and how the Turks have been hunting down Aerith for a while. And you'll learn more context about that a little later, but you just know that the Turks are always after Aerith, basically.
You have your fight with Rude, I believe.
Yep. You have to fight with Rude. And Rude's a good dude. All right, he's here to fist fight.
He's a good boy. If you fight just like before, if you fight him with Tifa, he knocks you out real quick and goes after Cloud. He doesn't want to beat you up. he's got his second pair of glasses and everything. He's perfect. He's perfect.
Yeah, I love the Turks are just great. Like,
and shit, I just watched Having Children. They're the best part of Having Children.
yeah. Like I was gonna say, Reno and Rude are literally the best part.
Seeing them look at Bahamut and be like, yeah, no, and seeing Reno accidentally give away like that they know knowledge to Kaj and all them, and then Reno's like, why did you make me say that? Even though Rude didn't do anything, Rude's just like tucking his tie and I don't know, start running away.
So as you progress through, you learn more. Okay, so I got to get back to Sector 7. Cloud's got to get back. Aerith will help you in the morning. You get back after doing all these side quests, and you get down, dinner's ready, all that shit. Aerith's mom tells Aerith to go set up the guest room, and then immediately Aerith's mom goes to Cloud and goes, you need to go. Tonight, sneak out, leave. Immediately.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
You can't stay here. It's one of those.
I don't want none of y'all soldier people. around
and
here.
It's very smart because Aerith's mom does not want any problems. She doesn't want anything to kind of get in that way.
Yeah.
So basically, as it progresses through, you have dinner, you go to bed. Oh, you don't really go to bed. You got to sneak out, which I fucked up like twice. Got to sneak out. Got to get past all these small little fucking obstacles, and Cloud doesn't make precise movements, so you got to be careful. But you get downstairs, you apologize to the mom, and then you bounce. And as you're leaving, guess who pokes her fucking head out and go, "Hey,
hi,
where you going? Where you going?" There she is. Fucking Aerith is there to help you get out of there, and then you are on your way to Chapter 9, the town that never sleeps. What?
Chapter 8 is also the first chance you get to fight a summon.
Oh,
in
Chadley's
right,
workshop.
Through Chadley's little VR setup.
Chadley's little VR.
And then that, when I fought the summon, I think that's the one. The first one is
Shiva.
When I fought that for the first time, I was like, okay, I can see where this is all going now.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, we're gonna fight all the fucking like primals, dude, and it's gonna be fucking sick.
Super
This is gonna be awesome.
Which is really cool. I love that fight.
Real quick to clarify, Sam, no, a brick doesn't fall on Root's head. It's an entire sign. An entire metal sign falls on his head, and he starts doing this and just falls the fuck down. Reno falls on top of them. I thought they were both fucking dead, and they eventually get back up after a little bit. But no, he got knocked the fuck out for a minute.
Yeah, and so basically, as you're going through, she's like, "Okay, I'll escort you straight there, and I have an emergency route just to get back. Don't worry about it. I have a route for everything. Grew up in the slums. I'm tough, you know." But as we're about to get on over to the other side to go through the tunnel to get to Sector 7, a little chocobo carriage comes out. Look,
no, that's
inside.
after. That's after. Because before we meet some bandits, some fun little bandit characters they added. These are new. These are new as far as I know. Some Corneo bandits. They're recurring characters. They're fun. I like them.
That theme is it.
Yeah,
bro.
that theme. Yeah, yeah. High Five, I believe is.
Oh man, dude.
That shit. I know a bunch of people who hate it. I love that theme.
What?
I love it. I love that reedition.
Wait.
It's so bouncy and goofy.
As FF7 remake, it's called High Five.
High Five.
OST.
Shit was good. And there's another name for a different battle version. I think there's multiple versions of shit.
This one. I was wondering, this isn't the one, but this is the battle one.
Yeah.
For the just field one.
Yeah.
I was wondering, how are they going to make this song more modern?
Yeah.
Like, I was like, how is this going to sound? Because this is a really odd song to begin with.
Yeah.
And it sounds super like early 90s RPG when you listen to it on like PS1, but like I don't know, they made it sound good. It's like I don't know, they figured some shit out, but they making all this music sound fucking great, dude. I don't know.
Yep. We met all those lackeys. If they shiv your ass, you get stolen at like 500 gil, and it's the most depressing thing in the world. And then they run off.
Yeah.
If you don't kill them in time, they run off, and you just can't beat them.
Yeah, they just take your shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you get on through there, and then I do wish we could have seen that little portion, like what I wish we could have seen in the original too, with like that little portion where Tifa ends up in the carriage. I understand why and how, like that's fine. I don't need the context, but I think it would be cool to see that little scene. But yeah, we roll up just like before, and she, we're right at the gate, and then she just comes rolling on through in the little chocobo carriage.
Little chocobo carriage. That's your first insight to the new dress. The new dresses that you could pick out for Tifa.
This is also
you had 3 that you could pick in chapter 3. You had sporty, you had mature, and you had exotic. And we all picked something different, as we said before. So if you picked mature, you got the skimpy blue dress, which is great in other cutscenes, by the way, that people have apparently figured out a way to bring along the dress in other cutscenes, and I'm trying to figure that out. You've got the exotic, which you're in a classic Japanese yukata dress, and then you've got the sporty, which you look like Chun-Li with the buns. And large tatas sticking out of the keyhole. That's just your first taste in the dresses.
What's also neat is that this was one of the first tastes I had of Aerith acting a little more stubborn when it came to making sure Cloud goes where he needs to go. Because in the original, she's like, what the fuck is going on? Okay. And then Cloud's like, yeah, I need to figure this shit out. And she's like, yeah, dude, sure. I mean, I'm just kind of along for the ride. In this one, Cloud's like, yeah, I mean, I guess she'll be fine, right? And Aerith is like, no, we need to go. You need to help her. What the fuck, dude? Like, you need to go. You don't understand. And Cloud's like, all right, fine, fuck, shit.
You're gonna leave a damsel in distress?
Because at first, because Tifa's like, you know, I'm just like before. She's like, I'll be fine, right? And then Cloud's like, I mean, I guess. And he starts kind of like shrug it off a little bit, and she's like, no. Aerith's like, no, you need to go.
It's like one of the. Well, it's a perfect line. I mean, it just shows that how much Cloud trusts Tifa when she goes.
Yeah, no,
it's
great.
Kick.
I just like seeing that be consistent, but then also have like, you know, this version of Aerith be like, whoa, like I know a little more than you, dude. You don't know this Dawn guy, dude.
Or and it's just, you know, it's just one of those things. But when it comes down to it, when Aerith got into Cloud's head so hard, is that when you finally do meet up with Tifa, which we'll get to, is that Aerith says, all right, we can do this now. And Tifa's like, I don't know you, and Cloud's immediately like, don't even try.
Don't worry about it, dude. She's just here. Like,
don't even try. She's not. It's not gonna work. Just don't. But yeah, so we gotta go save Tifa now, thanks to Aerith's persuasion. We lead into chapter 9, the town that never sleeps. Wall Street, baby. Wall Market. Let's go.
Beautiful.
That shit is it looks so
wonderful.
I fucking love Wall Market, man.
That was one of those first moments playing the original game where I was like, I cannot wait to see what this is going to be like. Walking through that
like
screen.
Such a piece of shit in the original.
Well, no, it's still like you still get the idea of what it's representing. I mean, it's only like that one screen, but it's still. But I see all that's in it. I'm like, oh man, I hope they doll this up, and God, they did. It's great.
No, yeah, they did. They dolled the fuck out of it. It looks fucking great.
I even got first thing I did, I was like, "Where's the guy who's lounging on his little bed with all of his materia hanging out? Where's that cool dude? Yeah, he's just as cool as I remember, dude. He's sleeping, he's lounging, he's just lying. He's like, what's up, man? You want some materia? And I'm like, yeah, there you are, dude. I missed you.
Hey, man, I got this brand new medicinal ganja materia, bro. It's a different strain.
It's a different strain of materia, bro. It's not sativa.
The cyber indica, dude.
Yeah, dude, and that whole town's fucking great. You go through, and basically we go into Don Canelo's place. We meet our man Leslie.
Leslie is the best side character in the game.
From some other form of compilation material. He's from something, so he exists previously.
He's the best side character in the game.
He is not.
Hey, who's the best though?
The best side character?
Yeah,
Andrea. But even he is not absolved of sin.
But okay, so we learned that we have to go get it, because we're like, okay, we got to get Aerith into this audition process because Tifa's been selected. Well, shit, we need 2 more. We need to make sure we muddy up these results so we get all 3. So we got to go get approval of all the 3 heads. So we go talk to Sam. Sam's the guy that carted Tifa in originally. So we're like, okay, hey Sam, get us in. He's like,
real
no,
quick, I'm gonna pause here.
What's up?
Because they expanded on this a lot from the original. They added like their significant character inclusions that are all new, completely different structure. So in the original, since you didn't play the original, for the original. There was a guy who ran the clothes shop, and there were a couple of other places where you basically have to go and complete these little tasks and well enough in order to get like certain pieces of your dress to put together. And then as soon as you do that, you just go to the mansion, and then you're lined up with Tifa and Aerith. And he may or may not choose you depending on how well you did the dress stuff. If you got like all the right items and whatnot, you may not get chosen, and you get a different scene where you're actually the one fighting the goons with you. You like rip off your dress and you get to beat them all up. Whereas this one, they added Chocobo Sam, they added Madam M, and they added Andrea.
Daytona Sam.
Yeah. Sam, M, and Andrea were all added to be like to build up this whole idea of like all these people, frustratingly so, but unfortunately, working under the dawn and all that, which I thought was a lot of fun. It's really cool.
Yeah. So we go talk to Sam because we're like, hey, Sam, you gotta get us in, bro. You got Tifa, and he's like, yep, I already got Tifa. You gotta go talk to the other two. Well, you go through the flip a coin and on a one-sided die, one-sided coin. He teaches you the lesson of Wall Street, basically like wall market. Basically, it's the wall market way.
Which quest line did you guys end up getting based on your decision? Because there are 2 quests that you get if you go one way. There are 2 different quests that you do if you get another.
Yeah, that's how you get the different cloud dresses.
I don't know. I got the blue standard cloud dress.
Did you do the squad? Did you do the squatting stuff?
Yeah.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, that's the one that I got on my first
the other
playthrough
2 yet. I
had to go back and do the other ones to get the plot, but
because I'm pretty sure
I got the squatting one on my first playthrough.
Isn't it based on Chocobo Sam? Like whether or not you pick one of the coins or you walk away?
There's that. There's a couple of things that you have to do that go into it.
So as you go through with that, you get all
because you can also ignore Johnny if you don't follow Johnny. That's part of it too.
Right.
Yeah. So I followed Johnny. I did the squat quest, which you meet Jules. Hey, Jules is that boy. Oh wait, hold up.
Yeah, can you change the
super hard?
Audio's lagging a little bit. Good now?
Hello. All right, we're good.
Yeah.
So yeah, we go do the cycle. We get introduced to Jules. Jules, the workout guy. You do the squats.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys do the squats first try or second?
First try.
First try. Damn. Okay. Yeah. It took me 2 times. All right.
Dude, once I had it was so much easier once I was going fast.
Huh?
Jules's voice sounds super familiar too.
I don't remember. Yeah, the pull-ups one was the one that took me a little longer. That one was a little fucking tough, but we'll get to that. And then what is it? So you go through and then you meet Madam M. And Madam M is a fantastic side character. Immediately she comes in, she gives you the whole spiel. We are a hand massage parlor. We're here to do all this. And immediately Aerith asks, we need you to get us into Don Corneo's fucking shit. And she immediately shut the hell up before I shove this fan down your throat. And she just goes the fuck off, starts talking big shit, blah, blah, blah. And then she talks to Cloud, gets in his fucking face and goes, oh, you're a soldier, ex-soldier, bitch. And then immediately she's like, all right, well, I gotta give you guys a hand massage. Well, you guys aren't here for that. We're here for hand massage, so you guys can buy one. What'd you guys get? The luxury?
Most expensive, dude.
Oh yeah, I got the most expensive one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh yeah, same.
We're living lavishly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We all saw Cloud cum his pants.
They
cost a lot of my gill.
That was the point where I was like, this acting is a little too good. Like, because I'm listening to the way Cloud is moaning, and I'm like, man, that seems like exactly how he would moan. Good, that's really good. Fuck. And then Madam M's doing this fucking the gentle fucking speaking oh, what was that? I'm like, oh fuck.
The gentle femdom.
No, don't fight it.
The gentle femdom.
Gentle femdom.
I talked about this on the dinner cut not long ago, where I was just between my fucking desire to just get fucking smashed by this woman and desire to smash this boy. It's there's so much fucking bi energy happening in the moment where I'm just being compounded from both fucking sides.
It's literally one of the best moments is when you get done with that scene and Cloud comes out and you're controlling Aerith, and Aerith is like Cloud, and he's like, huh?
He's looking at his hand. He's huh? He's so just out of it. He's disoriented. He just can't.
And if you get the other options, so many different things. So if you pick the cheapest option, she just beats the shit out of you, Madam M, and he comes out.
These methods are a little bit more experimental. He's like, what? He's like, you asked for this shit. Now take a look around.
Yeah, Asa was telling me about that earlier. I had no idea. I just thought it was a less interesting massage.
No, it's actually really good. The middle one I think is my favorite because he comes out she kind of goes a little heavy on him, but it's nothing too special or anything. And he comes out and he's just looking at his hand. He's like, whoa. He's like, did everything go okay? And he's like, yeah, I think so. He's like, so was it good? And he goes, it's all right. He legitimately said, it's all right.
It was straight to the point. She's just like, all right, done. All right, done. That the whole body is like, all right, so flex. You'll feel the results. And he's like, yeah. What the fuck? What did you do?
yeah. And when Aerith asked, he legitimately said, yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Like, I was like, damn, this is fucking cool. Is that the one that you got, BB?
No, that was the one that Shesh got. I definitely paid all the money in the world to get the fucking luxury one.
It
would be the fucking cheap one on that one.
Well, it costs like $3,600 and I had 38, so I was like, let's go.
Yeah.
I didn't have enough gil
for this shit. I don't give a fuck.
I didn't have enough gil. I immediately left the store, went to a store and sold shit. I was like, Madam M, I have 3K gil.
That's what I actually kind of like about this game, at least as you're going through it. Gil matters.
You don't have too much of it.
You don't have too much, and things are very appropriately priced. Where if you want to pay for some high-end shit, that's gonna cause a dent.
Yeah, thank God there were sales on most things. I didn't utilize the sales till like halfway through the game. That's why I ended up with 2 Phoenix Downs at the end of the game. I didn't utilize the sales, so by the time I got to the end of the game and I only had 2, I redid everything up to that point just so I can stop at every vendor. Do you guys have Phoenix Downs on sale?
So that's why, once I saw every vending machine was gonna have that little number next to it and it had like some super cheap freebies. Like even if I wasn't gonna be using them, I just bought them just in case because I was I didn't know what to expect.
I bought all the sale items always.
Yeah. So I would have like a fuckload at a time.
So you go through and Madam M is like,
I didn't have a surplus of gil until I like did my post game like hard level.
Yeah, once I got to the end of the game, I was like 200 gil and it was no problem. But like up until the very end of the game, I was like I had to, think about it, which is cool.
Yeah. So from there, you go to Andrea's place. Can't talk to that motherfucker. You can't. No, you don't have an appointment. The next open appointment is in 3 years. Legitimately 3 years. So they were like, oh fuck. So they go talk to Madam M again, and then immediately Madam M's like, all right, there's this thing in the Coliseum. The grand prize is 1 million gil. You're gonna win me that fucking gil. So you go through and you're like, okay, cool. Go to the Coliseum. That theme
that
hit
shit
the
was
second
so
you hit
fun. The two guys they had.
Oh yeah, dude, the esports commentators.
They did a great job.
Man, they're fucking sick. And
I won the game.
When you go into the elevator, that fucking Coliseum theme hits. You're like, oh shit! All right, this is serious. Fuck. And you get down, you see a bench, you see fucking a vending machine that you could use after every fight, and then you go into the other room. Johnny's in there. He's like, fuck. You look at him, you're like, holy shit, what the hell happened to you, Johnny? And he has this special drink. Did you guys take the drink?
Did I take
drank
it?
I legit don't know
what
it does.
Yeah,
I
did not drink it. I don't know what it does.
I drank the shit out of it.
I have no clue.
I don't think it fucking does anything. I'm gonna look this shit up actually.
But from there, you start fighting off the Coliseum, and you're called the Lovebirds. You and Aerith go in. Well, Cloud was gonna originally enter,
why
and
the
then
fuck?
Aerith was like, "I'm in it too, bitch."
Yeah.
Tell me how FF7R gets a damn Coliseum and not KH3.
Even though you go to a world that's literally called Olympus Coliseum, but you don't get a Coliseum.
It's crazy, dude. So
the Coliseum was actually, I actually enjoyed the Coliseum.
Yeah, it was fun.
Game.
And it's so fitting. The Corneo Coliseum. Of course, he would have a fucking Coliseum.
Of course he would.
That's why I love that. So many editions are just like, yeah, they would do that. Like they would.
As you're going through, all of the big heads are watching. Corneo, Andrea, Madam M, Leslie, everyone's watching. And Andrea, they haven't revealed his face, but every time they go to his chiseled jaw, he's just he's getting horny on me
from a mile away.
Oh yeah. And so you got to go through this. Corneo is putting in his whole thing, and then you have to fight the Hell House.
So I did not. Yeah. So of course this is all new. Now AceUhh again. This is an interesting context from the original. Like, imagine you're just out and about in the world The fight starts, goes into it. The camera pans down. There's a house.
Oh, yeah, the house is just an
just out and about. It's just in the world, and that's one of those many things that I told myself playing the original game recently, where it's like there's no fucking way they can put this in. Not only did they do it, but they gave it a spectacle. They gave it a fucking WWE intro, like the whole thing. And Cloud is standing there going like, "It's just a house," and then it just starts exploding. And Tifa's like, or Aerith is just like, "Let's go."
we gotta kill this thing.
And
now.
it's just like
I had so much problem with this fight. On my
dude, it
first
was hard. Yeah, it was hard.
Yeah, it was really difficult.
But it was so fun. It was just like I love like, hey, let's take this weird
the shit out of that fight so bad.
Make it a whole engaging thing.
Well, okay. So basically, this whole that playthrough up to that point, I was watching Shesh because like Shesh cares way more about FF7 than I do. So like, I was letting her play the game before I finished it, and so I watched her fucking fight the Hell House, and like I was sitting there and I was like, after a little while I was like, I kind of know what to do, so I was like coaching her through the rest of the fight because she was having a really rough time with it. So I get to my playthrough and I'm just like, yeah, elemental weaknesses, duh, in Hell House mode, and then he flies around and he has a weakness before he does his big move, and then if you hit him, he just falls down. So I kind of felt bad. I was just like, yeah, once you just have all 4 elements readily available, it's kind of over.
I had no win materia till like chapter 15.
I mean, at least if you have at least 3 out of the 4, even.
How?
Yeah, I just didn't buy any.
You didn't do any of the fucking quest logs? Like, did you assess anything?
You can assess stuff.
Barely.
You can find,
barely.
You find
barely.
one.
Did you stack or anything?
Barely. Barely.
Okay, well then you suck, dude.
I did it later. When I finally got a win materia, I finally did it, and I was like, "Hey, Chadley, what's going on?" He's like, "Hey, dude, look at all this shit you unlocked." I was like, "Oh, cool, sweet. This is wind."
That's one of the earliest ones. You need to look around a little bit better.
Yeah, wind is really needed for some enemies too.
Like when you look around, you see a little green thing on the ground. You should probably pick it up.
I did.
Oh, no.
It's just more or less. Like I had so much. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. I had a lot of materia.
Yeah.
Literally, the only one I didn't have was wind. For the longest time, when I unlocked it, I finally fucking got it, and I was like, "Oh, sweet! Finally, I can do some shit to win." Because I was legitimately like, "Bro,
I kind of want
to
like turn on my PS4 and look up the requirements to get the win material. Hold on,
it's probably not too difficult, but I probably legitimately just did because I would look at the materia store, and it probably was in there, and I'd be like, "I am broke."
Did you go? Fuck. Did you visit any materia vendors in towns?
I think like twice. But
probably.
Most of the time I just didn't buy it.
Okay.
I made sure I had at least one of everything whenever I didn't. There's a new material. It's like, all right, I gotta have one just so that I know.
Hit enemies vulnerable to fire, ice, or lightning using the appropriate magic. 1 for each. Okay, so you just need to hit someone who's weak to fire, ice, and lightning 1 time each.
Yeah, I just didn't do that for a while.
Asa, did you just not use like ice or fire for a while?
I used fire a lot. I did not use ice a lot.
Did you not assess someone and go, they're weak to ice?
No,
I should use
ice. Why do you guys immediately think I wanted to swing Buster Sword? What the hell's wrong with you?
Bro, it's an RPG. Like, open a menu or something. Like, what the fuck?
Ooh, shoot fire. There wasn't. I literally didn't worry about it, and I had a good time doing it.
That's fair.
This makes
that's fair.
sense
That's
because
I'm less criticizing more. I just think it's really funny. But like if you had a good
Like,
experience, it's great. I just think it's funny.
ruined.
I just think it's amusing.
Asa comes into my stream all the time when I'm playing Kingdom Hearts, and if I ever use a spell ever, this man is just like, "Oh, spell user, dude? Dirty spell user, pussy magic."
Pussy magic.
This is why Asa plays ruined Kingdom Hearts.
Asa plays Street Fighter and avoids using a fireball because he says it's cheating. He's like, what do you mean, dude? Magic? Like, that's stupid, dude. There's street fighting. How about you hit someone with your fist, asshole?
Did you pussy? What are you, a pussy, dude? Pussy magic, dude.
That's why we only played Adon and DiCaprio, because we weren't allowed to use projectiles.
Yeah.
So he was like, no plasma.
He used his projectile ultra with DiCaprio a couple of times, so this guy is not completely
No, I'm not clean. Eventually, I started using fucking materia on my sword.
He's vegetarian magic, not vegan magic.
Yeah,
there we go.
There you go. But yeah, no. All right, Hell House. We beat Hell House. Yay, yatta. We've got Madam M signing. That's Aerith down. But
then you just run back to Leslie and you're like, all right, here's the paper.
Yeah, here's the paper.
Who gives what the fuck? What am I gonna do with this? He's like, well, let me in. He's like, no, that's not how this works.
She can come in, but not dressing like that. So you have to go back to Madam M.
You look dirty.
You look gross. And then Madam M is like, oh, okay. You little.
No, first Aerith turns to you and she's like, is there anything wrong with my outfit? And you're like, oh.
Yeah, you have an option.
You can say, well, it looks comfortable.
Yeah, that's what I said. Comfy. I don't know.
You look like you're having a good time. That's all that really matters.
And then you go back to Madam M and you're like, Madam M, we need a dress. And Madam M's like, it's going to be really difficult with her. I can make something work. Hold on. You fuck off for a little while. We got to make sure she's perfect. You run around, you find Johnny, you do some side quests with
Johnny.
Johnny.
Quests with Johnny for a good minute, and it's
yeah.
Or you could not.
Or you could not.
Or not.
Yeah.
Or you can do the other quest line.
And then
then you don't get the sauce.
Then you go back to Don Corneo's place, and Johnny rolls out the red carpet for Aerith, which happened for me. What about you guys?
Hey,
man,
you get the good dress,
out the red carpet.
Out.
My goodness.
God,
I'm telling
Aerith
you, dude. When you go back and get that bad dress, it's gonna be depressing, dude. No one's lining up to look at Aerith.
So apparently, if you get the really bad dress, like
I got all of them.
Instead of a crowd, and instead of Johnny beating away the crowd, just like get the fuck away from her. It's just like there's literally nobody there except for like a cat and a dog.
Yeah, it's a cat. That's all.
Like no one gives a fuck.
Yep. And Johnny's just kind of like walking there, just like, oh, okay, go.
According to Shib, when you're walking around, people are like, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, when they're normally talking about how hot she is, the people are just like, what is that girl wearing? Like, what is wrong with her?
Yeah, people are just being fucking mean.
And it's not even that bad of a dress, but like...
No, she looks fucking great, and everyone's like, good, gross. That's what I'm saying. Like everything is so pretty in this game. Like, what is ugly in this universe? Like, what? Like Hojo.
The second dress is like. The second dress is like, damn, that's really good. And then the third dress is like, oh, okay, I didn't know it was my wedding day. Chill the fuck out, Eric. Holy damn. Shit.
Yeah, all the dresses look fucking great. And then you go. Then she leads you to Andrea's place because you have a fucking message. You have like some shit from Don Corneo. I mean, from Andrea, and you go there and you roll in. You're like, you're a special visitor. So the first thing you walk into that place, and all those honeybee girls are like, "Hey, you ready?" And you're like, "What?" She's like, "You got to dance." And we're like, "What?" Yeah, you got to practice. Practice for us.
Hold on.
Practice. Go ahead.
There's a couple things. So Johnny's dad's there, and he's just drunk out of his fucking mind,
all fucked up
with a fuck. And you're just like, you've been with Johnny this whole time, and like up to this point, I kind of felt like Johnny was a little annoying, and then I get to that point, and I'm just like, I'm so sorry, Johnny. I feel really bad.
Sorry,
you're a good dude. And then there's the other thing where you look through the peephole, and fucking Palmer is just fucking booking it, chasing this girl. For
he is going in on that honeybee. He just like this motherfucker.
And then he just keels over like he's about to have a fucking heart attack after like 2 seconds.
And you look at the honeybee girl, and she's like, "Are you okay?
Are you okay? Oh my god!
What do I do?"
Yeah, yeah. And so. You get in there and you had to practice some dance moves, some AceUhh shit, baby.
And what does Cloud do to figure out the only way how to dance? The only way you can by just doing sword moves.
Yep.
Like he gives up and he's like, "All right, I'm just gonna do what I know." I'm like, oh, that's perfect.
You do some sword moves and then you're good to go. You're like, you get the perfect. You're like, yeah, all right, sweet, that was fun. I wonder what's next.
And then they take you out there, and you're like, he's like,
you're originally sitting down. Sit
These
down
girls
and
away
all
from me,
many
dude.
girls are just all of you. Just wait till Andrea comes out, and you're just like, what the fuck is going on? They're all marveling over. Oh, look at his muscles. He's so stiff. Oh my god.
Madam M is there, and you're like, oh no, dude,
No,
don't look
God,
at me.
Madam M, don't. No.
Don't.
and then it happens.
Bro,
Dax?
this doesn't make sense to me.
Shib,
This is
go
the
for
part
it.
that didn't make sense to me.
Oh yeah.
He literally practiced dancing for like 5 minutes. How does he get on the stage and bust the goddamn move?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Andrea's lead.
Here's the thing. Nomura has talked for a long time about how he wanted to direct a musical. I think this was his chance of being like, I'm just gonna do this shit just cause it's fun and whatever.
Yeah, like
I
I wasn't like offended, but I was like,
it makes
this doesn't make
yeah,
much
no,
sense.
it
but
makes
I'm
no
having
fucking
fun,
sense,
so I
but
don't
it's just
care.
great. It's just like
I remember
I'm
during
having a
your
good time, so I don't
playthrough,
give a
Shib,
shit. But
I
it's
remember
like,
through that whole playthrough when you got through that part, Shib, you were real like, what the fuck just happened?
I guess part of it for me, it's just one of those many, like the original 7 was filled with so much weird shit to where it's like it doesn't
yeah,
like
like
stuff
the whole
like,
game
it doesn't
was
phase
very
me.
weird.
Yeah. So Dax, go ahead to tell him what happens, buddy.
Well, as Andrea says, honey, I'm in love, and you get
Honey,
the wonderful
I'm in
support of
love.
Andrea. If you do well enough, you get his earrings, which are really cool.
Well,
And you
we
get
didn't
a-
even
and
tell
you
him
get
that
a-
you dance with Andrea.
Yeah,
basically.
you dance with Andrea. You win his support and his affection, and you
Yeah.
promptly get dressed to the honeybee song.
Mhm.
Here hath the honeybee in everyone. So you get a dress based on certain choices. I think how many side quests you did and all that. I did also. I got the nice one with the. You kind of it doesn't have the pigtails. It's like the kind of wider dress with the kind of has like a mullet looking thing going on. It's cool. And then you have the other one, the nice the big the darker one with the pigtails, and then you have like the simple. I think it's just like that really thin, like straight black one with the pigtails as well. Those are the options.
I have the pigtail. I got the blue dress and the Andrea's earrings. I got approved, dude.
Nice.
Honey, I'm in love. He hits me with all that shit, and I loved it. It was fucking
Great.
tight. Like the music was that whole dance, like musical fucking dance scene, the song there. Fucking great. It was fucking tons of fun.
The music was all good. That was the
super
Tekken
fun.
music at its prime, dude.
Yeah. And then as you do all of that, you get done with the performance. Aerith is rooting you on. Woohoo!
Aerith is straight up hyperventilating at one point.
Yeah.
Like when she is watching you come out in the fucking dress and shit, just it's great.
And then as you come out, like as you load back in after that's all said and done, you load in as Aerith in the nice dress, and you're just waiting outside the honeybee. And as people are funneling out, here comes this surprisingly very broad-shouldered, big-boned female with a nice dress coming out. And you're just gonna walk up. Cloud? Nothing. Cloud? Nothing. And he's just walking away from you, trying to just get far away. Cloud. Nothing. And he goes, shut up. Not a word. Not a goddamn word. Please. Not one. But you're so cute. And you can see it. He's fucking seething. He is so fucking mad. He's fuming to the core how pissed off he is about this whole thing. He's like, all right, let's go to Don Corneo's place. You go to Don Corneo's place. You roll in. And the first thing Leslie says, no way.
Yeah, he immediately knows.
He immediately knows.
knows.
No way.
No way.
It's so fucking good. So you're getting lined up for Corneo's place. And they're like, go to the back room in the back, like second floor on the back. Don't touch shit. You try to go anywhere, you can't afford a single thing in this place, honey. Get out of here. Get to where you're supposed to be. Try to go through any door. No, bitch. You don't touch those. Get over there. You go back there, and then they deploy the laughy gas, the ha gas on your ass, and you're like, oh shit, fuck. And then Corneo's lackeys will roll in. They're like, oh, we got ourselves some good ones, boys. And then they grab like Cloud's arm, and one of the dudes is like, "Hey, don't touch the merchandise! Hey, what the fuck, bro? You want to go?" Like they just like start to have a fight, and then you get thrown into this place, and you wake up to Tifa going, "Are you okay?" It takes her a second,
Yeah,
and then she's like, "Oh my God, Cloud!" And you're like, "Oh, the dress, yep, got it,
I
good."
know, I nailed it. Move on.
I know, nailed it. Move on.
Like he's like, "Yeah, I'm hot as fuck. All right, let's go. Okay, we're going.
Let's go.
We're moving on.
Up and
Moving
down.
on. Moving on."
Okay, went off all day.
Yeah. And you go through, and then you got to do the lineup for Don Corneo after you talk to Tifa, and Aerith introduces herself and stuff like that, and they go through the whole thing. You get the line of don't even try to talk her out of it.
Yeah,
she's coming along, and you do the lineup where we meet Don Corneo.
it was again just done perfectly. And they decided to focus on. They made the focus of it being like the choice if you were like in the original, if you had Cloud in there with them, so you get that whole interaction where Cloud's telling him to fuck off, and he's like, "Ooh, this little kitty's got claws." And I'm like, "Oh, this guy's perfect."
Ooh, this little kitty's got claws.
Yeah, he has the fucking camera just at the ready doing the clicks and shit.
Yeah, he's just like, "Tell me how much of a pretentious bastard I am." He's making horse noises every time he laughs and shit.
Yeah.
It's fucking wild. Meanwhile, Corneo's lackeys are pulling in on Tifa and Aerith.
And they get fucking mollywopped by chairs and shit.
And then we get the theme, smash them, grab them, tear them. That theme is a Tekken song without a doubt. If we don't get Tifa and Tekken, that is their song. Like, goddamn it, it's such a good.
Yeah, that is
song.
a Tekken theme if I've ever heard one. Dude. It literally sounds like a Tekken song.
Aerith hits him with the "By God, a steel chair."
My God, a steel chair.
Oh my God, my God, he's goddamn ripped his damn skull open. His brains are everywhere.
So Leslie ends up bringing them, of course, their all their shit and
from Andrea.
From Andrea, and it's like, "Hey, you can go ahead. It's cool."
He literally rolls in, hands up with his shit. "Hey, this is your stuff. Putting it right here. Whatever you guys do, y'all do. This is from Andrea. Later."
And of course, we got a recreation of one of my absolute favorite scenes in the original game, which is it didn't feature all three of them putting their foot up on the bed one after another, talking about how they're gonna rip, tear, and smash Corneo's balls. But they still talked very much about how they're gonna rip, tear, and smash Corneo's balls, and it was perfect. And again, the exact same thing. You even get the choice of you get the choice like in the original.
It's cut, rip, smash. Cut, rip, smash.
Cover and smash.
I'll cut them off. Yeah.
And it's just like in the original where you get a choice of when he's doing this little even villain shtick, you tell him, just like, because you know you're going to win. And he's like, "Oh, precisely." Drops you into the sewer. And then you get to fight Abzu, his little, his big helper, his big fucking sewer monster who's been eating all the honeys he drops in there.
Then the second you enter chapter 10, and that's called Rough Waters, you hit the sewers, and this is where that cutscene choice comes from. For chapter 14, if you pick Tifa, you get Tifa in chapter 14. If you pick Aerith, you get Aerith. Aerith's cutscene in chapter 14. But yeah,
I fucking hated the sewers, dude.
Oh,
sewers didn't last as long as I thought they would.
I hated the enemies in it. The enemies were such a pain in the ass, dude.
Oh yeah, fuck, dude. The little bastards on the spear.
I gotta get out of here, actually.
Oh, okay.
All right, brother.
It's all right.
Yeah. No, it was fun talking to you guys about 7R for sure.
Yeah.
But I gotta bounce out.
No worries.
Hey, no problem, man.
Take it easy.
Yeah. I'll see you guys later.
Huh? Later. Gonna have to.
Do we have a 3-man layout?
I will make one.
Right now?
Right now.
Shit.
I won't make one, but I'm gonna move Shib's cam and
okay.
See, I'll fix it.
No issue.
Like they had those crabs that would use guard, and then they had the fucking the guys with the spears who would like do jump, and it would just like knock you out of whatever fucking move you're trying to do.
Yeah.
I hated fighting those fucking enemies.
Yeah, it wasn't fun. I'll give you that. It wasn't the most fun.
I didn't mind because I would see them jump and then I would just counter and shit.
Yeah.
Now, after the whole sewer system, is there anything significant in the sewers?
You get more backstory for Leslie's situation.
Oh,
which
yeah.
I didn't really care about because he was like, yeah, man, I'm only in this because I lost this girl and I was trying to figure it out. I'm like, yeah, but you've been willing to letting girls go through here for like 5 years.
Yeah.
So like, I don't really care about you a lot.
Yeah.
Like whatever. So that was whatever. But yeah, you get that whole section on your way out.
Yeah. The shit that it's like that's the key. It's not the key. It's the fucking pendant. Blah blah blah. I was kind of salty about that shit. But then we hit into a chapter. I probably like my least favorite chapter. I didn't enjoy doing the haunted one where you go through the haunted train
graveyard thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they expanded on that quite a bit. Before it was literally just you just walk through a couple screens. You have a chance to fight the boss you do, where you can steal the staff for Aerith, which they kept, which I thought was cool. They kept that from the original, but instead they made it like this big sort of like kind of little
the sewers
ghost story thing.
The sewers you were talking about is the second sewer chapter.
Oh, really? What's that?
What?
Yeah, the first one you just you don't find out about Leslie's backstory and shit till chapter 14.
Oh, I'm mixing it up because then you go back. I'm sorry, I'm misremembering.
No, the first sewers. What is?
That's right.
You just fight AceUhh.
You just fight AceUhh and you get through. Yeah, and then you're just out. Right.
Then you hit chapter 11, which is the haunted. Like it's cool. You learn a little bit more about Aerith as you go through at the end there, a little bit, not too much, but not my favorite chapter. Didn't enjoy it too much. Then
it was all right. Yeah, I like the aesthetics.
Yeah.
I did
it was
the
cool
creepy
going through there, and I thought it was neat to have like a unique fight after it. So,
and then I like the ghost writing that was all like blacklight looking and shit. It was cool.
Yeah. Well, I like that they use this as like an opportunity to feed in some things later on, where it's like just little influences from like ghost enemies, because that's like a goofy thing to have in there, right? Because there's a lot of goofy enemies and there's a lot of goofy enemies in FF7. Yeah, and so to have some stuff in there where they really play with the whole like, there's ghost type creatures in here and they kind of like fuck with you in this way, and here's some stuff they do, and then you get that with like some of the quest stuff later on with like where the kids get taken and like late shit like that where ghosts are involved, and you get to see like the writing pop back up and little touches.
And also like I just couldn't stop thinking about the train graveyard from World of Final Fantasy when I was playing that section. I love World of Final Fantasy, dude. It's so good.
For chapter 11, also, we start hearing rumblings about how they could be attacking the support pillar.
Yeah.
For Sector 7. And you're like,
I really like that they add that through Corneo, because it gives that air of like, of course, I mean, we know what's happening, but for the characters, it adds this sense of urgency, but also this like frustration for Tifa, because she's like, was he lying? And then Cloud's like, oh, of course he was lying. It's Corneo. And she's like, yeah. And then you keep getting little clues and things, so where it's like, oh, this might actually be a real thing, and the rest of them are like, no, maybe not. And then eventually you just get hit with the fucking facts. It's like, oh,
yeah, they are. So you finally
destroyed with facts and knowledge, dude.
You finally make it out of the haunted train area, and then you run in, and then immediately you start seeing the pillar is getting fucked up, and they're like, we need to get the fuck out of here. We need to move. We need to get people going. So Cloud's like, I gotta go help them. Biggs is up there, fucking Barrett's up there, Wedge is up there. We gotta, and Jesse's up there. We gotta move. So, and you're like, you tell Tifa to stay. So you start rolling up, and then Tifa's like, no, I gotta go help Aerith. Can you please go to 7th Heaven and get Marlene?
Well, she goes, can you please go to heaven? And Aerith is like, go to 7th Heaven and get Marlene. Yes, I would like to do that. Yeah, just is ready, like is at the ready.
Yep, and she goes through, grabs Marlene, and the Turks find her. Like as they're flying around, they find her in Sector 7. And the second she gets Marlene and she goes out, she like Aerith's all fucking like tattered up, like everything's fucking blown up. She's like dirty and shit. And as they're walking out, hey, he's there. What's his name?
Sung.
Sung. Yeah, Sung is there. He's like, hi, Aerith.
Been a while.
Been a minute.
We gotta go. Been a minute. Wanna roll with us? And Aerith hits him with.
Oh yeah, did y'all steal the weapon on y'all's first playthrough from the chariot boss in the graveyard?
Yep. Because I recognized it and I was like, "Can I steal from you?" Yes, I can.
Reset
Is it the weapon?
and
Yes,
had to refight the whole boss.
Damn, I got it.
I
Like,
had to fight the boss 3 times because first time I fucked something up and I died right at the end. Second time I forgot to steal from him, and I was like, "Oh my god, I forgot to fight." And so the third time I had to fucking go back and steal and kill him.
I got just as lucky as I did the first time playing the original game. Like the second time I tried steal, I got it.
Really?
Yeah, like because I happened to run into that enemy in like the first time I was in the train graveyard, and the only reason I stole from it was because like I looked over in the chat, I think, because I was streaming a little bit at that time, and Pokey said like, "Oh my god, I think that's the thing that has the weapon." And I was like, "Oh, what is that?" And I stole from it like a couple times and got it. And he was like, "Oh shit, okay, I guess you just have that then." I was like, "Was that cool? Was that a good thing to do?" So I thought it was neat that they kept that.
I did not get that. Did not steal. I didn't know.
Yeah,
I never used steal once.
Well, when you assess an enemy, it'll show you what items can be stolen from them.
I got you. Well, at that point, I think I just started assessing. So, hey.
Yeah, I assessed everything throughout the game just because I thought it would have been an achievement to fill out the logbook or some shit.
So we're at the
5 minutes after I beat the fight. I was like, "Oh, I forgot to steal," and I just turned it off and reset the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get to the pillar. Shit's going down. There's some deviations here. Partly plot ghost related, but partly just cause they get it's a little weird pacing wise. They give Biggs and Jesse both like a big I'm dying in your arms moment.
Yeah.
It has the time. Like I didn't mind Biggs, but then having Jesse right after was weird. There was also a line that Cloud said. It was the only time in the game where I was like, that was a weird line. Where like Jesse's like,
"Oh, this is the one.
I'm probably not gonna make it." And she's like, "But like we're gonna make it." And then Tifa's like, "We're gonna make it." And then we're gonna visit your mom afterwards or something. And Cloud's like, "Yeah, you owe me a pizza." And he says it with like a lot of like a child. He is a child, but like, but he said he just the way he delivers it. It has this weird. Like
you owe me a pizza, bitch.
not so much like that. Like I guess he's like desperately trying to like. It sounds like someone who's trying to desperately say something like yeah, you owe me a pizza, right? Like trying to kind of emphasize like, yeah, like we gotta get ready for this. Come on, like we're gonna make it. It was like that kind of boastfulness, but even that felt like a little much for Cloud.
In this game. To be fair, in this game, that's the only thing of like value that he holds with her.
No, I know that. I'm literally just saying like the delivery was slightly off from what I would expect. Yeah. And the only reason this line stuck out is because every other fucking line is just delivery is so spot on. And like solid and consistent. So that one was just like, that was a little weird. I just thought it was funny.
I think it's fine. I mean, it's
not harmful at all. I just thought it stood out.
No. We completely skipped over the fact that like, Jesse and fucking Cloud had. Well, Jesse was trying to have a moment with Cloud and invite him over and stuff like that.
We don't have to. Everyone knows we don't have to go through every.
Yeah, no,
everyone knows how horny she is.
Oh yeah, she's fucking horny.
But they both have these moments. Before in the original, you basically find Biggs at the bottom of the tower, who's like hunched over a rail, and he's like, "Yeah, go ahead." And then Wedge just falls from like 8 stories and just hits the ground, and is like, "I don't know if I'm gonna make it." And then like so you see little glimpses of them, and then of course once everything goes down, like you never hear from them again. That's it.
That's the one thing that bothered me was that like if you're gonna bring them back, then like just have them be quick death scenes, quote unquote, or like off-screen death scenes or whatever. But having these big ass moments like that just feels like a gut punch when it's like actually he's fine.
Well, it's part of it. I feel like it's less so for the bait and switch and more so just because we've spent way more time embellishing these characters, and it would be like, I think for a lot of people, it would be odd to have them off screen. I felt like it was fitting in the original because like I barely really spoke to them, but I was still, even after they were gone, there was this feeling of like, oh shit, are they really gone? And then like several hours later, I'm just out and about in the open world area. I'm just like, wow, they're fucking gone.
Oh yeah, they're gone.
They're dead.
They ain't coming back.
So I think it's cool that like they. Like I think it was neat to have that moment, and then of course at the end when you see Biggs around, it's like, oh shit, okay. But then even having like the
what if Jesse's not dead?
Well, that's the thing. Is that's what everyone's because like
what if she rolls back and just starts sucking Cloud's dick in the next game, dude?
Because we see and because like a big in the moment deviation is Wedge, of course. He ends up living.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We have a whole thing where he along with Aerith, of course, Aerith is trying to farm Marlene, and Wedge is having his big, Badger's having his big moment of yelling at the guards and getting them out. And this is also unique. And we'll get to this more after, like when it comes to the plate falling and stuff. A lot of people got out.
Oh yeah.
Compared to the original, a lot of people got out. Like the idea of like Wedge having the opportunity to kind of interfere and get these guards, like help evacuate a lot of people, and even Aerith and others like having a more kind of ahead of time knowledge and trying to warn people earlier and get people to evacuate. It makes like you kind of get this feeling even from seeing like later on seeing President Shinran and the rest of them talk about it, where it's not nearly as catastrophic of a thing as it was before. Like it's almost kind of a disappointment. Like there weren't enough casualties. Like a lot of people.
It definitely didn't feel as impactful to me as like the original.
Yeah, but I think definitely
I feel like they rescued most of the people.
Yeah, well, the core people to us, but like there was still, there were a ton of people managing to get out, which is very different.
I think it would have hit a little harder is when we went back to Sector 7, and I just saw more splattered people. That's just being honest, though. That legitimately would have hit a little bit harder if I walked in there and been like, "Oh, well, that's just a corpse."
You're in. There's like that early section. You're walking around town in like chapter 2. You're like walking through the city, and you just see an overpass collapse on people. Like they're dead as fuck.
It didn't hit as hard because the moment when your emotions hit in the original is when you're out, and then Barrett's like pounding on the fucking the wall, and he's like, "You Biggs, Jesse, Wedge," and he's just like screaming and like, "What the fuck happened? I can't believe all these people died." And then in this one, it's like we thought that Jesse and Biggs were already dead, but we already kind of got over that because at that point it's like they died before the plate even collapsed.
Yeah,
and I was pretty sure that Wedge was still alive at that point anyway. Like, wasn't really concerned for his well-being.
Yeah. I think having those death scenes makes in the end it makes it a little less weird if you were to like for example, say if it was like off screen as it was in the original, in terms of like you're walking by a pole, you see Biggs hunched over it, he's like, "Hey man, good luck up there," and like you never see anything again, and then like I think people would probably be there'd be like a weird, almost like, well, no, I was gonna say something about like be like, "Oh man, how did he get from here to there?" But then again, you don't see that in this case anyway. He's up in the building, you don't see where he got out when it came to the collapse and all that.
Yeah,
so, I don't know, because I liked having like the off screen before, but I also don't like. It's my only problem with this was that it was literally back to back. Like they just had like 2 identical scenes back to back. I thought that was weird. I didn't mind the Biggs one, but then the Jesse one happened after. I was like, that's a little weird.
Wait, you didn't beat Wedge in darts?
I did.
No, well, Cage 1942 didn't.
Get on.
Trashed. Get on. Anyways, so you make your way up to the top of the pillar. You fight those stupid floating enemies that I fucking hate. The goddamn helicopter ones. I hate those bastards. Anyways, you get to the top, and then guess who's there to fucking halt you a little bit, give you a little, stop you? The Turks.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we finally get to see Reno and Rude together for the first time as well.
Yeah. And that fight was pretty fun, actually.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that.
They kept the
any scene with Reno in it is a good scene.
They even kept his fucking like pyramid barrier thing like the original.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, are they gonna keep the pyramid? And then I actually saw it. I was like, I always thought that it was Rufus that used pyramid. Though I got it all fucked up in my head when I was. And I was like, oh shit, no, it's fucking Reno. Because I knew, I was like, this is the fight where pyramid is supposed to happen. Because I remember when I was a kid, I was like, what the fuck do I do?
Yeah.
All my people get put in pyramids and then I lose the fight. There's literally no counterplay. And I was like, oh, I can attack the pyramids. And so I already had that tech. Because I was like, all right, well, I got to break this fucking pyramid real quick or else this shit's going to go south real fast.
I wonder like how many kids had situations where it's like, because I don't know if well, I guess this is me just having not played a lot of RPGs, but I could imagine like me being a little kid playing this game and like I would get stuck on that for like a day and a half, and then it's like, wait, I can attack my own party member?
Then you like go to school or something, your friend's like, dude, you can attack the pyramid.
I can select them? I thought I could only like heal them. I didn't know you could attack them.
Yeah.
Like that's like one of those weird little just off concepts where it's like if I don't see it. It's like when I was playing that Star Wars Obi-Wan game on Xbox
I was
the
waiting
first time and I never saw I had a click button. It was like click L3 to throw your saber. I was like, what the fuck is an L3? Oh. These can
when my friends first got the PS2, they were trying to play that Rockstar game Oni.
No, that's a Bungie game. That was a Bungie game.
Oh, it was Bungie. Wasn't it Rockstar too? It was that anime girl third-person game, and you ran around and fucking.
I don't know. I think.
They one of the controls you had to press R3 to do some shit, and they were literally for 3 days they were just like, we don't know what to do, and then I went over there and I was like, bro, you just click the fucking stick and that's R3.
So. Moving forward, they succeed after your fun fight with Rude and Reno. They drop the plate. They drop the fucking plate on Sector 7, and basically this is you going through and kind of looking over the remnants, just trying to get as many people out, doing minor subquests, helping them. You're basically going through Sector 7, just going fuck,
and then and then you get to hear, and then you get to see that little underground facility, which is very new. That they mentioned about, and you end up in what I researched afterwards and found. I mentioned earlier, deep ground. You end up in deep ground from Dirge. Okay, you don't end up in deep ground from Dirge, but you end up in what is deep ground because that's something they were doing. I don't know. It makes it sound like negative, as if it's like, oh, it's this thing pulled from Dirge, and it's like, no, it's a thing Shinra does that makes complete sense, and it happens to come from this other piece of compilation.
And you hear that roaring, and you're like, "What is that?"
Yeah. So you end up there with Barrett. You all initially you find Wedge. So then immediately, so you end up in there. I'm like, "Whoa, this is different." You see Wedge just laying there. I'm like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" That was, oh my god, I was freaking out because again, the original was that man gone, and out of all of them, he's like the main one I would want to save. So it's like, oh fuck yeah, dude. And you get to go through that whole underground section. You get to see more of, Shinra's experiments and letting their fucking, they establish these bases somewhere. They fuck with a bunch of monsters and shit. If things go wrong, then they just fucking leave it for whoever else to deal with. So it's all just, it's all fucked up in there.
I just saw one game.
And you go, oh, good shit.
Sick.
And then you get to fight that fucking, you get a clue to the, actually no, the behemoth that's later. But you get to see, you
hear a roar though.
Yeah, you get to
you see the big door and you hear a roar. Now, just like, what is back there, dude? I want to know. I want to fight it.
And you get this big fucking, you get these fucking mutant people that are just made up, like just hardcore fucking. We're gonna put your ass in a tube and dump Mako on you for however long until you turn into that. It's like, damn, that's fucked up. And you get to fight that whole section. That was pretty fun. That was a super cool spot. You get out of there, you bring Wedge out, and then you're fucking recovering, doing the best you can. Wedge is chilling at the house. Of course, Barrett and them are all like, we are so fucking sorry, we have to drag this motherfucker in. And she's like, look, it's cool. She's starting to come around a bit.
Yeah, the Turks dropped off Marlene to Aerith's mom's house, which is, you know what? Hey, good. That's nice. Wow.
Well, that was part of the deal.
That was part of the
Turks.
deal.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Hey, thanks, Turks. Y'all are good people. And then basically you get your scene with Tifa or Aerith, depending on who you picked, for the sewers, and you're basically like, okay, and who gives us the fucking guns? The grapple guns? Was that Leslie?
To get up there.
So you had to go back down through the sewers to find Don Corneo because
that's right.
We were looking ways to get back up on the surface. You're like, oh, Don Corneo knows the way. We run into Leslie. Leslie can lead us to Don Corneo.
So this was really cool because while I don't really care about Leslie shit, I really like having more stuff for Don and to like just showcase his influence on the characters, and also having something else because, like, okay, the wall where Avalanche is written on it, right?
Yeah.
In the original game, literally, Aerith gets taken, you get out of the pillar, you walk to that wall, there's a big cable, you climb that cable, and you climb a bunch of debris, and then you're just up on the pillar. You're just up on the pillar. So this whole...
You gotta time your button presses.
Yeah.
When you swing.
So like the entire section up the way, and then up there, and then like this portion, like talking to Dawn and trying to figure out how to get up there was a really cool addition. I think that was like a really neat thing to expand on, to like really add to the sense of scale. Because it wouldn't be just as easy as here a bunch of cables are hanging down, let's just climb that shit. So
yeah, no. So I mean, I guess a little subtext on that. Leslie gets to the Dawn, was gonna kill him. Dawn's like, nope, bitch, haha, pussy, and gets away again. Yeah, we get the guns, and then it's like, okay, we gotta go to the fucking plates. I like this like mini dungeon, dungeon that's not a dungeon. You're just basically going up to the surface. I like that little section up there, going up to the surface and like finding all these Shinra troops that are trying to find like.
That's where you needed that wind magic at, dude.
Yeah. Well, I started using it there.
So do you think they bring Dawn back?
Oh yeah, well, I mean they have to, because he comes back in Wutai in the original game.
Yeah.
But like, I think he'll be showing up more. I think he'll be showing up more, which I'm down for.
Yeah, like, do you think he'll make like more appearances throughout the rest of the series?
That's what. Either that or like his influences, like for other, like that's why I really like that they don't overdo him, but instead use these other characters to help show just how far reaching his scope is and his influence and like his power. And so it's all the more satisfying when you see it stripped away and he's hiding in the fucking sewer and doing the best he can to like make sure no one can find him. So like, I think I would like to see more of that kind of stuff through the context of other characters and what they talk about, as opposed to like him just showing up and being a goofball for like half an hour and then leaving. I don't want him to be like a Kingdom Hearts villain, right? Like the only Kingdom Hearts villain I want in terms of like, I'm going to walk through a portal, fuck with you, and then leave, is Sephiroth, because that's what he does, and he does it in way more interesting ways. Because this whole point is that, like, characters would try to manipulate Sora in Kingdom Hearts, but all they were doing was like just kind of existing, just to remind you, the player, that it's like, hey, I'm the one with the blue hair. Hey, I'm the one with the guitar. Hey, I'm the one with this and that. Sephiroth's just like, it's just me. I'm just fucking with you. And it was just it's fitting for him. So if they could easily overdo that. But I don't know. I'll have to see with that, because I really like what they did.
So moving forward, by the way, the next chapter 15, when you're working your way up to the top, to the surface, I love that chapter, just because like the visuals, fucking, it's just pretty as you're moving up, like the sun's like setting, and fucking it's just nice. Moving forward, we hit chapter 16.
Do I play it?
Huh?
Yeah, dude, play it.
So do I play it, Dex?
What is it? Oh hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude. Load it up. Belly of the Beast. Basically, we make it to the top. We go straight to Shinra HQ. Yeah. So I love this chapter. Chapter 16 is really fucking fun. It's great. You're going through the Shinra building immediately. The first thing you're doing is going through parking garages, because that's how you got in. And I actually really like that little addition. It's just like, you just go through fucking parking garages, because it's like that's how you would actually fucking do it.
Yeah.
And you get into this main floor, no one's there. You're like, what the
I got real associated with the parking garage part, because that's the grinding spot for the game.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, you can load up. I did it a little bit just to rack up some material before I started, just to max out a couple things. But you can go through, because after when you're in the post game, you get your ×3 XP and all that. So if you want to grind material, you just load the beginning of chapter 16 and you just run through that whole section up until you get to the floor that's empty. And you just redo that, and that gets you like, I think it's like 12,000 experience per run.
You just I grinded all the characters to 50 and all the materia in the game maxed out. So I was literally just like running through that shit for hours on hours, pretty much. Like,
that sounds like
but I mean, I didn't hate it, because it's like, that's the RPG experience.
Yeah.
It's like,
Plus,
they actually made a post game and a post game where it's like I actually want to grind everything to max so that I can do it.
Plus, I feel like there was some stuff where I went ahead and like I maxed all like my purples and yellows and things like that, making sure that stuff was done before I started the hard playthrough. And then there were others where it's like, oh, I'll just do it as I go. It's not a big deal. I'll just grind them every so often.
The only thing is that you have to run through all that shit in the beginning before you actually get to the battles.
After like the third or fourth time, it starts to bleed through. Like it's thankfully not that long, but yeah, you do have to go through that little spot.
Yeah, so you get there and you get to that oddly empty. You're just like, oh, what the fuck? Well, we gotta get to the elevator or something else, you know. Oh shit. Well, okay. Let's do this, and then you find out, oh, we gotta get inside this area so we can get unlock, like, you know, get a card. We need a fucking card to get through this. So this is when the first time you actually take over Tifa for the first time, and I was pogging out, baby. I was like, let's go.
There's some very conveniently placed spots where you can put the camera very close to her abs when she is hanging from the bar.
Oh, you get plenty of armpit too.
You get a lot. There were like moments where it's like she's climbing and you can pan the camera around and switch the camera between like her and the pillar. And it's just like, y'all knew. Come on. And you have this strong low light to like hit the fucking muscles. Like, dude, stop. What are you doing?
Did you guys get purple paint on your first playthrough?
Yes.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Wait, where do you get that?
The weapon, purple paint.
That's where
it's in there. It's on one of the instructions.
No,
it's just
I think so, yeah. It's in a purple chest.
Oh, in the purple chest.
I got the chest.
Yeah.
So
I called it Purple Rain.
Oh, it's called purple paint. My bad.
Yeah, like someone corrected me. But I was like, what? I was like, she has a weapon called Purple Rain, and I was like, oh, it's purple paint.
No, and I spent a long time in that little section, just kind of climbing around, just looking at shit and looking at Tifa, baby. Hey, you already know. But yeah, and then you had the option to take the elevator or the stairs. What y'all do?
I took the stairs.
I took stairs because that's what I did in the first game. I wanted to hear the banter, and of course it was funny as fuck.
I was like, I gotta see this.
I love hearing him get so tired.
Good, dude.
Once you're at like 20 floors away, he just starts losing it. Like Barrett just starts losing his mind.
Every time I kept on getting away, Tifa would be like, "Please keep an eye on him." I'm like, "Yes, ma'am." I would be the CBD at 4 p.m. guy. I'd be like, "Yes, honey, whatever you say." I want to do that again. I want to do that again, but I want to just try to beat Tifa.
Yeah, that's what
I could. Yeah, like I don't think you can. Like she always just runs faster than you.
She's just way more in shape, because you could tell, like, literally as you were going through, you could tell Cloud's legs started getting tired, so you're just like, come on, buddy.
Well, there's a point like near the very end where it started pissing me off because like Barrett gets a second wind and acts even more crazy, and then he starts to pass you, and I'm like, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah.
Like I was really, and then it promptly right after that, he's like, Well,
that was Big the Cat there.
Yeah, my man was BB took the elevator.
Did he?
Yeah.
Lame.
Apparently, there's some really good cutscenes with the elevator.
There are really good ones. Yeah, I did that too. There's some really good ones because you'll stop every 10 floors and some enemies will come out and you'll fight them. And then you keep going up, and then it gets to like the third one, and Cloud has a sword drawn, and it's just it's some lady, and she's standing there and just, and they're all kind of looking around like, what do we? And no one says a word, and the doors just close, and they keep going up. Barrett's like, that's gonna be a problem. And then you get to the next one, and the guy, like, there's a guy on the phone just walks in, and he's talking, and they're in the corner like pretending not to look like they're pretending not to look like main characters. It was really funny.
Yeah, that was really good.
I like that it kept both.
Yeah. And then so as you get up there, you start learning the layout of the Shinra building. Basically
so different.
Oh yeah. So it's so
because that was not a very it was a pretty small little part. You have a couple floors and you have the way you navigate it with the key cards and everything, and there's certain limitations for that, but for the most part, the most you're interacting with is like the big map in that one room, and then the brief time where you meet Domino the mayor.
Yeah.
Other than that,
I'll be
there's
right
not a
back.
whole lot outside of like, you know, you're with Hojo and shit, and there's all that stuff. So they expanded on that immensely.
Yeah, fuck tons. Like that shit's so much different.
So what I really something I really
also
loved.
missed Barrett's weapon there. I missed Barrett's weapon.
Oh, you didn't
there.
talk to Hart?
I talked to him, but I didn't know he was gonna give me a weapon.
Yeah.
He's like, I'll tell you what to do, and I was like, I don't need you
Yeah.
to tell me what to do. I'll figure that shit on my own.
Yeah, well, I was like, would you like to pay for this? And it seemed kind of steep, and I was like, okay, probably. I just assume that if I have to spend money in a conversation tree, there's gonna be something good out of it. So it's like, I know what to do, but I'm just gonna say it. And of course, he gives me all the information he wants, and he's like, oh, here's a reward. He gives Barrett a gun. Barrett's like, ooh, I like that. That was cool. But yeah, it's like, I like that they provide so many ways like in this building to not only like later on when things start getting frantic outside and they use Avalanche's influence, like the rest of Avalanche as the reasoning behind like why things are getting more chaotic outside. They provide like a reasoning as to how you were able to just kind of sneak your way in, because before it was like you either sneak in through the stairs or you just go in guns a-blazing, and then everything just kind of continues normally after that. Whereas this is like, either way you do it, you get to the fucking mayor's place, which the guy did Domino was great. Domino was perfect. I love that they expanded on him and gave him like actual like agency.
Oh yeah.
Because you go in and like he's like, look, who do you think's been helping you avoid like every fucking camera you walk in front of? And they're all like, he's like, you got me to thank. I'm your man on the inside. And I'm like, oh, that's great. Because it's not like, it's like, oh, that's not Shoehorn at all. That makes complete sense. Like not only do they keep this fucking loony dude who just like in the original, he's just sitting in this office by himself. He's complaining that he doesn't have anything to do. He's complaining that he's just a figurehead for Midgar and that Shinra is the actual people in power. Now it's like, of course he'd be pissed off. Of course he'd be like, yeah, fuck these people. I'm gonna help out. I'm gonna help out Avalanche. I'm gonna help him out. And then you have Hart, who's also just fun and in on it. His little butler guy. Like, I love that. That's great. And he's going on this fucking rant about, he's like, I'm stuck in this fucking broom closet. They don't care about me at all. And you have your old speech. And yeah, I love that. He was fun as fuck. It's one of those, like, now that we're out of Midgar, it's like, oh, we're not going to see him. Like,
yeah.
He's fun. Like, it's cool for the, like, it's just, it was in this game or whatever, but it's like, oh, I like him. Like, he's cool. But yeah, it's the whole thing with Mayor Domino, and you basically start progressing through all these other new areas of Shinra Tower. You get the whole section with the map of Midgar and all that, but they expand on it with like, I like the tour idea. I like the idea that the reason why you're getting the car keys. Before it was you were just, I believe, just trying to find the appropriate keys to keep going up. Whereas this one,
just have to keep finding them.
Yeah, whereas this one, it was like, oh, you're on it, you're a part of like this tour, and like that's why you're stuck going through these different floors, and it provides a really unique spot to provide a unique type of exposition in which you go into the kind of like the observatory kind of thing, kind of doing a Cosmo Canyon sort of thing like in the original. And you get an idea. It's talking about the
budget fucking shoots through the roof.
Right. And you get the nice F&B stuff, and Cloud and all them are being zoomed through this whole fucking piece from Shinra, talking about and you get the exposition on the ancients and the materia stuff and like the world, and they want to make a brighter future for all this stuff, which is bullshit. But at the same time, you have a moment. At least I had a moment where I was like, so that's what the Cetra wore. That's what they look, Well, that's neat. Wait. Propaganda. They don't know shit. And then I looked at the scene again, and there's a spot when you have all the people walking around in like the wilderness or whatever, and you see this like natural formation in the background that looks like Midgar, but it's supposed to be this whole thing, and I'm like, oh, y'all are so full of shit. Right? So I had this moment where I was like, oh cool, we're seeing them. No, we're not. We have no fucking idea. Like, yeah, no, it's a bunch of bullshit. So it's a fun way to like get the exposition that you would normally get before. but done in this like again like this sort of like propaganda filled way. Just like even those little touches, it's like nah. And I love having it be done through the perspective of like the Shinra building and all that shit. I really love that. And you get to meet the guy behind at the combat sim who's the mayor is the best and all that. And you get another opportunity for a combat sim. This was what I was curious about, and I'm glad they did it this way, because I was worried that when the game was like, hey, you're heading into the final area, I'm like, shit, am I not going to have access to... I mean, of course you don't have access to like Corneo Coliseum or anything, but it's like, is it going to be all just like... Is it going to be like I'm walking up the World That Never Was tower, or is this going to be like some sort of action? Like how are you expanding this? And then it's like, oh, it's the Shinra headquarters. They're going to have everything. They're going to have everything you need. So I think it was cool. And of course Chadley's there as well doing his shit, and you get the whole you get spend all that time doing some VR stuff and whatnot, which is neat. Hard mode adds a bunch of them there, which is cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of ones that they only let you fight on hard mode.
Yeah, and then you progress to
post-game.
Huh?
There's post-game shit in there as well.
Yeah,
not in that one, in the final one.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, you get through all that, and then what was it that leads into what was it that leads in 17? Ace, I was talking about how great Domino is, because in the original game he only has a couple lines when he's sitting in that room, and then they expanded on him and actually give him agency and basically say, hey, you're actually in on the whole shit.
Yeah.
So I just fucking love that.
Did we talk about that cutscene, the CG cutscene?
Yeah, I was just talking about that. So what I was saying is that I like that they even, again, this is because this all wasn't in the original, but like you see examples of the Cetra walking around, the ancients and all that. And I had this moment where I was like, oh, so Square's finally letting me know like what they look like. That's pretty cool. Wait, no, that's propaganda. That's Shinra propaganda. So you get this really cool like sense of exposition, which is mostly true, which is pretty much like what we know. I mean, that's the basic idea of what we got through history, but also like with visuals that and the narration is so dolled up and not
Oh, I love the propaganda, dude.
Yeah,
I love every bit of it. It's like I love
the
going
gold statues and shit.
Oh my god, the Shinra museum with this is his M19 gold plated, the one that he killed all of the Wutai scum.
Yeah. No, it's good. Again, it wasn't that none of that was in the original. It's just you just got your card key and you move up to the next floor, get your card key, move up. So I think putting in the context of a tour guide kind of thing is a real cool way to do it.
I love it.
And even like walking around and listening to characters in the Shinra building talk and seeing how so many of them are like just as stressed out, as everyone else is, and all like the blue collars and all that. And as we are progressing, eventually we Cloud has a moment where he ends up, of course, he sees old Sephiroth, who's walking around. Being a fucker. Of course, in this case, we find that it was one of those. He's physical in the sense that he was taking over one of the reunion people.
Did we talk about real quick that scene where the little foot troop recognizes Cloud? Yeah.
So Cloud has a moment where, and this is a character I had to look it up too. Those are characters from before, I guess, in Crisis Core or whatever. One of them recognizes him, and it fucks with Cloud pretty bad. Which is neat. Yeah, I like that a lot. I believe that's the same guy when Cloud throws the sword at the window and it gets stuck. I believe that's him as well, I think. They're all what was it? Where were they trying to get during that section when they were up there? What were they trying to do? I'm
trying to get Aerith out. Find Aerith.
Are they still trying to find? Yeah. That's right. Because I know eventually,
lab.
I will say,
I don't think they know about the lab yet, do they? No, you gotta go to the top to spy on the meeting, and then they try to get to the lab.
They spoke to what's his face, Domino, and Domino. By the way, you were talking about how much you love Domino. I love Domino too. just for the fucking simple line. You guys walk in front of every camera in the damn
exactly.
building, and not one alarm has gone off. What do you expect is gonna happen? It was me, you dumbasses.
Yeah. I love that because it's like yeah, I guess in the original it was kind of like so you just kind of walked in. So I like that they added that little context there. It's very fitting. I like how they use existing characters in that way. But yeah, no. Eventually, yeah, you had that moment. You crawl through the events. You spy on the meeting just like before.
I had 2 soft locks there, by the way.
You had 2 soft locks.
So as you're going through,
there's soft locks in the vent that I've heard about, but I didn't get any.
How do you?
If you look through the vents and don't exit out in time, if you're just looking around, you get stuck. Anyone that was watching my stream can remember me going, "Oh, I soft locked the fucking game." Great.
It's weird.
You can't back out of the vents. So you just get stuck there. You can't.
Yeah, I've seen multiple people talk about it on Twitter.
That's
it's a
weird.
Fucking nightmare.
Because it was when was it after that Cloud he sees Sephiroth and passes out and then wakes up in the room with Aerith and them.
That is after they get Aerith. Like they find out where she is, because they haven't found Hojo's lab yet. They find out.
Oh right. I'm mixing it up. Yeah.
They find out where it is from Domino, and then they get on the floor where it's at, and then they find out Hojo's going to this meeting. So they got to figure out where this meeting is.
Right, that's what it was. Oh my god, Hojo is so fucking disgustingly perfect. I love that you have this room of people who are just like, yeah, let's just drop this fucking plate. It's whatever. And then Hojo is over here sweating, talking about breeding Cetras, like breeding ancients and all this other stuff. What would the offspring of Sephiroth and like all this other shit, and Heidegger and Scarlet and everyone are just like, oh god, fuck this guy.
All I could think about when I was thinking about how disgusting Hojo was like, man, that person in the Final Fantasy house playing Hojo must have been really killing it.
Bro, I cannot separate it. Like the more I learned and eventually like played original 7 and saw like everything with Hojo in context, I'm like, that fucking Final Fantasy 7 house bitch who took the name, it's like you were 3 times as insane as I thought you were. Because I was like, oh, it's some weird evil like lab guy. It's like, no, he is the most evil batshit.
Yeah, he's the most fucked up.
There's like in terms of just like you are fucking insane. There's Sephiroth, and then like Hojo, and then like everyone else is kind of like down there. But like they're just like Hojo's one Genova cell away from just fucking annihilating the whole fucking universe, dude. Jesus Christ, it's so fucking gross. It was great. Yeah, everyone in the room was just, oh god, this fucking guy.
I loved it when you went into the bathroom to go in the vents. Barrett's like, I'm gonna be look, you're on guard duty. Cloud's like, you're on guard duty.
Yeah,
let's go.
I'm not gonna be able to fit.
He knows that shit.
Yeah.
I love how Tifa's like, I can't go in there. And they're like, Tifa, come on.
The men's bathroom. I can't go in there.
Tifa, come on.
I'm surprised that she wasn't like, what are these things when she saw urinals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting a little mixed up in like what section. Oh fuck, what was it? Because right after that,
they spy on the meeting, and then you see Hojo walk into his lab.
Oh right. That's when you fall immediately, and Barrett's like, "Hey, motherfucker!" And you have that whole section, right?
We should also probably mention the guy Chadley's there, by the way. The guy that you have to go talk to get the code, the code word from after you talk to Domino. He has to put you through these tests, or whatever, quote unquote tests. It's basically you go fight a bunch of simulated Shinra troops, and you can get Leviathan through them.
Mm-hmm.
And then Chadley's there, and you're like, huh? Fuck Chadley? And he's like, oh yeah, I'm an intern here. And we're like, okay, Chadley.
So there's also another character we meet during this point. Good old buddy Red 13. Who is, well, of course, perfect.
Well, that's after we go into Hojo's lab after Hojo's like breathing on the glass where Aerith is and basically just humping it and just being like, I'm gonna do so many things for you.
That's right.
Oh, it's gonna be lovely.
That was great.
Your mother? Do you think we just left your mother on the street?
That was a great addition. That was a great addition to his character. It's like we got every piece out of her we could. I'm like, ah. That was great. That was a wonderful addition for him.
Yeah. So you go through, you get Aerith. After, well, basically you walk up to Hojo, Barrett puts him up. He's like, all right, bro. Take us to Aerith now, pussy.
Well, is that when Ghosties? Was that when Ghosties come in? Or is that a later scene, or is that after? Is it in this conversation?
I think it's after Cloud starts seeing Sephiroth. It's when they walk up. So basically what happens is you get like, what's his face? Hojo fucking fucks off. He does some shit to scare off Barrett, and he's like, what the? And Hojo scurries off.
That's right, because he drops the fucking boss. He drops the boss in the room. Yeah.
You beat it, you get Aerith.
Which was new.
And then as you're going through to try to get the fuck out of there, you run into the fucking hallway, the hallway of doom for fucking old Cloud, where he just, bro, this weed hitting a little dick, bro. It's Sephiroth! And he freaks out and passes out, and Aerith is like, hey, we gotta take him to
Red 13 is right before that then. Because Red 13 is with you in the room, and he just comes out and he's like, look, I am what I am. Don't worry. Just like in the original. In the original, he just comes out and they're like, what the fuck? And they're like, dude, just don't worry about it. All right. Let's go. We got stuff to do. And you're like, all right, cool. Yeah, he's like, rat dog. Cloud has a freak out. See Sephiroth passes the fuck out. And of course we know Sephiroth he's in this, like, I like that they established, like, okay, hey, the Sephiroth you're seeing right now, like, it's not just an illusion. Like, there's some sort of physical thing. Of course, it's just one of the reunion guys being taken over. But I like that they show him walking around, just not giving a fucking yellow suit.
What's his face?
Just sees him.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, I saw him walking around, by the way. And they're like, what? Huh? He's dead, dummy.
So that was funny.
Also, Scarlet's theme, fantastic.
Very good.
Scarlet, also another woman. Gentle femdom? No. Heavy femdom. Gimme. I'll take all of that. There's literally a scene where she's using a foot troop as a goddamn footstool.
Yeah. So they really pushed that shit.
Hell yeah. Gimme, baby.
There is, oh my god, there's something I want you to play the original game so bad, because there's a section later on with her and Tifa that is hysterical.
Hysterical, or like, I'm gonna get a boner, I'm coming kind of?
Maybe both, depending on how you view it.
Pog.
Maybe.
Okay. Potentially I could play the game. Hopefully you'll watch.
It's really good. So Cloud passes the fuck out. They wake up, and then and Aerith has been, she's been communicating with the planet over this point. She's been learning a bit more about the Ghosty Boys, and is also able to communicate with Red as well, who has a tie to the planet, and of course communicates through Aerith as well, and is able to pull together some information. They're like, okay, yeah, whispers, and they start they start kind of coming to terms with all that shit.
Yeah.
I love the art on the wall. I love that you can see the Temple of the Ancients in the art. I thought it was really cool. It's like over in the side, just like all that stuff on the wall, and you get some more idea of, like, because in the original game it was like you get captured and you get thrown in these like cells individually, and so you see Aerith in one of them and stuff, and everyone's kind of locked in there, and you're able to break out, and that's when you start heading up towards the top. Whereas in this one, I like that they reinforced what they were doing with the tone early on with Aerith when she got caught by Sung. And the idea that it's like, this was for better or worse a home for her, and like she, while they're not great memories, they're something that she can still hold on to, and you get to see that reflected, and like there's a different tone in that room that's unique, and just that space of the game is a nice little break period. And I really like that a lot. And then it's oh, shit starts moving, because you go to find
well, we got to break out of here.
Yeah.
Oh shit! You son of a bitch! You pissed on my fucking wife. You just got that. Sonic Adventure 2. I had to say that. Anyways.
But yeah, they pretty much come to terms with like where they're kind of at with the understanding like what the context of the ghosts are, and like what kind of acknowledging like, hey, we're worried about this shit, but we'll see where it goes. and end up and this was like this was a really jarring thing for me, where you get to like one of the Genova pieces and all that, just hanging in the lab, and Sephiroth appears. This is very new, and he is not even just like fucking with you, he is physically creating obstacles. And then you end up in, and this is another really cool thing, so the pods that are in the bottom, it's that whole look is much more reflective of the reactor in Nibelheim. And in Nibelheim, where it's just Cloud, where his hometown. So in the original game, like when you would see shots from it and things like that, you would see those pods a lot. And they pushed. That was when you saw more the idea of like humans being turned into monsters and things like that. You saw some flashbacks with it, and like that whole concept. And so to have you fall down and you see all this shit, and kind of like bridge more stylistic choices between the different like locations and reactors and all that stuff together, I think is really, really neat. And then you hang out with Red. Of course, you can't play with him, understandably. Only a couple chapters through the game, and I'd rather them hold off on playing him until the next game to make that feel more fresh. But you still you still get to hang out with him,
programming all that shit just for the end of the game.
You still get to hang out with him. You get introduced to the wall running stuff, which that's going to be probably a thing in future games. So that'll be a bit. And you just get it was a little slow in places, but you get a cool little section where you're trying to just kind of navigate your way back up. To get where the fuck you were, and you're using, Tifa and Aerith are separate from Cloud and Barret the whole time.
I got fucked up. You remember that section with Tifa and Aerith, where you're walking around and you get the guard dogs? I got fucked up there.
Oh, the guard dogs.
It took me like 6 times, dude, because every time I'd switch to Aerith, she'd just die. And Tifa kept on getting interrupted on shit. It was fucky.
It's yeah, it was a little tough.
Yeah,
it was fun though.
It has
this section has my favorite, like in terms of like taking an old boss or an old enemy and like visually designing it for the new game. The fucking what is it called? The like scorpion or not the floating like fish peed thing.
Scortipede.
Scortipede. It always looked really cool in the original. I had this like kind of simple, cool, like colorful look to it, and yeah, they made it look super fucking cool in this. I love that one part of the fight starts with certain characters and it flies through enraged into the other section, and you get to fight it with the rest.
That was another enemy where I was like that, and like the house. I was like, how are they gonna do this? And this,
well, the fish one I could better understand. I mean, that seemed like it was a big weird floating robot thing, and even having like the spinning gears in the front for like the grindy teeth shit and all that stuff. It was neat, but like Hell House is literally a house. Again, like the example I always say, it's like the next game is gonna have the fucking Triceratops on the tank wheels, and it's gonna be, or the tank treads. It's gonna be super sick.
No, and what I liked about that section is as you go through. You get those small little cutscenes, and you get that small little shot, that camera shot of Cloud and Barret trying to hit the wall.
Yeah.
That shit was funny as fuck.
Caveman, dude.
Yeah.
Goddamn caveman brains over there, striking again. But eventually, you find out, Sephi man just took the remnants of Genova.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, where's he going?
Did he not cut her head off like he did in the original?
Well, I'm pretty sure in this portion it was only it was like only a body or something like that, right? I don't think it had.
Yeah.
Because when you look through the tube and Cloud has like a freak out moment, in the original you see like a headless like corpse thing. And that's what got carried out.
Yeah, and dude, this shit was ominous as fuck, because we were like, okay, we gotta go to, all right, so from here we can go to fucking President Shinra's room, but there's this purple goopy trail that's actually fucking
god shit.
So they changed that. Originally it was just blood, like there was just blood trails, and it was like way creepier. They made it into like the glowing like purple shit, because purple is like, purple is bad stuff that's not blood, which I thought was kind of funny, but it was still cool. Like it still looked really cool.
Still walking through that area, following that trail, I was still fucking spooked.
Oh yeah.
The atmosphere was great.
Yeah, it was fantastic, because you're going through this president's fucking office, which is you go through and I'm like, God damn! I literally said this on stream. I was like, God damn, the president is living it large. Holy shit! I was just looking around like, fuck, man. And then I would just follow the trail, and I was like, and then you get to this office with this broken window, and you're, help me!
Yeah. So originally you walk in there, he's just in his chair, stabbed, and the sword is in him.
Oh.
Yeah, the sword is just in his back.
The sword is just in his back. It's literally is just a fucking it's a fucking message. So this is at a point where like you're still not like Sephiroth has made his appearance like that clear yet at this point. So you get the sword and everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? Whereas in this one, yeah, you get the whole. I was
really hoping to see that scene. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Really hoping to just get to see that motherfucker impaled on the damn chair, dude.
We still get to see him impaled. Yeah, but he has all of his shit talk and everything, and then shit starts going like really crazy because Sephiroth, like, he doesn't like. Again, this is future Sephiroth. He's like, hey, I left that message before. That was boring. Now I'm just gonna stab him in front of you, and then I'm just gonna start fucking around and doing whatever the fuck. I'm gonna stab Barrett too. Haha. And the plot crafts are like, whoa. Because like they try to block him. Sephiroth teleports through them, stabs him, and immediately they're just like, oh god, we gotta help him.
Yeah, the robot devil from Futurama, dude. He just starts stabbing.
Yeah, and then Sephiroth fucks off, and you get the clone, and then you get to see the clone in the body kind of falling, and you get and just like in the original, Rufus comes in, hey, what's up? I'm the new president. You're a soldier. I guess that means I own you. And I'm like, and it's just dude, like he has said 2 lines that he's perfect. Oh my god, he's perfect.
It's so fucking cool in this.
So cool.
It's like in a fucking game where everything is anime stylized and over the top. He's just a little bit of yeah. He's like, let me push this really quick. Cool. I'm gonna come out, and even just like stuff like having, like, I love when there's something as simple as like, hey, we're gonna show, again, something as simple as like Cloud saying, you think you got my number? And he's like, oh, not at all. You're making me sweat. Good thing I came prepared. Just shit like that. Where it's just like, no, you're strong as fuck. I'm acknowledging it, but I'm better than you. You know, fucking shooting lasers and shit. I love that.
I wonder what happens if you kill Rufus and not the dog.
I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can not kill the dog.
I don't know.
I've only killed the dog.
Oh, also, we skipped over a really important fight. Because, okay, so... Sorry, Genova type, like, full-on spook enemies, bosses, those don't happen for a hot fucking minute. There's specific ones in the original game that you do. This is an all new one, and this, of course, it's like Genova illusion or whatever it is. It's an entire illusion. Dreamweaver. And sorry, Genova Dreamweaver. And so that's like an all new one, which I think was super fun. That fucking music.
Genova's theme.
Just like
Genova was before.
Yeah. But like fucking even in the fight, just back to back, and like God, when it pans up to the ceiling in that one part, like mid fight when it's transitioning, and you just kick in the beta.
I was waiting for it, dude.
I know, and they waited for the perfect moment. Oh my god, it was so fucking beautiful, and that was a really fun, cool fight.
That fucking theme is so goddamn good though, dude. That Genova theme fucking hits, dude.
Yeah, so that right.
It's always been a banger, but I was like, I wasn't even like nervous for anything. I was like, they're gonna make this shit, because by that point I'd heard all the other music in the game. I was like, this shit's about to slap, dude. I'm just waiting.
This shit about to bump. This shit about to bump, bro.
It's just fun when you're just having such a like consistently good time, and it keeps ramping up and up and up, and I'm like, all right, dude, I'm almost at the end of the game, and you just keep giving me more better shit. Like, this is weird.
Yeah.
Usually I'm at hour fucking 55. I'd be let down like 30 hours ago. What are you doing?
Yeah.
But yeah, you have the whole fight, and then you have the Rufus shit, and then you have the Rufus fight after. Yeah, they renamed the dog.
You get like a mini boss rush here almost.
Yeah. I forgot what it was Dark something, but they changed it to the Dark Star, which I think is cool.
Dark Nation?
I think it was Dark. Was that what it was? I don't remember. But yeah, I just, oh god, it was great. which is perfect. Just tells you all you need to know about him. Just a short amount. Just like the original, he comes in, he talks shit, you beat him for a little bit, and he's like, haha, I'm done, and he leaves. They definitely went. They went a little hard on his outfit when it comes. They added some belts on the bottom. I was okay. But you
gotta belts.
Yeah, but he's looking good. Just beautiful boy as usual. And then you get the whole. And then we get.
And he's like, Mr. Vice President, and then he just ignores him. And then like,
Mr. President.
President. He's like, yeah, that's right.
That's right. Great, so good. It's also interesting to note that he is somehow able to see the whispers. Now, of course, we know that like it's as simple as coming in contact. Like Jesse could see them after she came in contact with fucking Wes and Bitch, came in contact with Barrett, who came in contact with Tifa. Like they can see them fine.
It's like the Rona.
Yeah, but it's like my thought is like who did he get in contact with? Her? Or like I want to know that. So he can see them, but it's interesting because he can see them, but Sung can't. Sung didn't backhand her this time, so I guess he can't. He's not able to. He didn't touch her, so he can't see her. He can't see the ghosts. But Rufus can, which is interesting. No one else could, as far as his posse goes. And but before that, there's the big escape. They jump, just like in the original, they jump in there, they jump in the little truck, they jump in the motorcycle, they fucking gun it. And instead of having, well, they have a great scene with Heidegger at the bottom when they're trying to capture him, and he's like, who are these sad rats that I see before me? And Barrett's, what were the lines? I forget what Barrett says, but I know Aerith is like flower girl, and then Red 13's like, lab rat dog.
Lab rat dog.
Yeah, or just whatever. It was great. Of course, Cloud comes out.
Barrett says avalanche.
Avalanche. That's right. Avalanche. Local forest. Lab rat dog.
Lab rat dog.
But yeah, Cloud comes out, does this cool motorcycle shit. They bail. They turned the boss fight. The what is it called? I forget what it's called.
Somebody fought in the elevator though.
They turned that one into a big motorcycle section. Actually, I forgot. You also. Oh, I got a little ahead of myself. So when you're up at the top of the tower in the original game, it was only Cloud and Rufus, and then you have like the rest of the team fighting the big tank as you're going down the elevator. And it was a little weird. It's a goofy thing. Whereas in this one, they contextualize it by the fucking elevator gets shot out, and you get a unique fight with Barrett and Tifa, which I thought was really fun. And you get to do that whole like completely new unique fight with that, and after that is when you get into the motorcycle chase, and you do the bike boss, instead of it being like you get to the end of the highway and then you fight the big robot. Because now you get to the end of the highway, and it's like, man, all those wispy boys are really going to town on that Shinra building.
They can't end the game on a motorcycle
right
fight.
But who's standing there? Our good man Sephiroth.
They definitely didn't end the fight with a fucking motorcycle.
No, our boy.
Also, the fight was like the first time when it's like there's a particular strategy that you need to do,
right?
And a lot of people, I had trouble figuring it out, because it's like, I thought it's like you have to use Braver on him when he's reloading. Yeah. And I kept mistiming it. And so I was like, bro, what the fuck am I supposed to do, dude? I literally
learned really fast that when he's reloading, that's when he's vulnerable. But if he throws up like the shock barrier, immediately he's gonna reload. You can't attack him. You have to wait. It's like that sort of shit. Like you have to look.
I just knew, like I read the thing, and it was like you hit him with a certain ability when he's vulnerable, and he'll instantly stagger. I was like, it has to be Braver, because that's the only guaranteed. That and Focus Thrust are the only guaranteed abilities.
Focus Thrust a lot.
I was like, those are the only ones that you're guaranteed to have. Otherwise, you could not have the other ones, because you have to like get certain weapons and level them up and shit.
Right.
But
I tried to do Infinity. I kept on trying to do Infinity's End on him, and I was like, no, it's not fast enough.
I couldn't time the Braver, but eventually I got it like 1 or 2 times, but I didn't get it like consistently.
Yeah, it was the first I saw. You have to hit him after a certain thing. It's gonna be reload, and then I tried Braver and it worked. So, all right.
Yeah. And then for the dog, I just like parried that motherfucker and then.
I love parrying the corkscrew.
Fucking puppy on me.
I love parrying the corkscrew.
Up,
it's like drilling into the sword and fucking bouncing away. I was like, oh, this is sick. I thought it was neat. Like when he pounces on you and you're in the counter stance, at first he'll like jump on you. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? I guess you can't counter that. But then because you're in the counter stance, Cloud like hits him off. It's like, oh, that's cool. Like it's just a really fun fucking boss gauntlet.
That whole gauntlet is good.
Super fun.
The Baron Aerith fight can be kind of ass if you don't know how to do it, but
I figured it out real quick. I figured it out after the second time I did it because I had to do it again because, like I said, I didn't have Phoenix down, so I had to restart that entire boss gauntlet.
What's also cool is that they add in the arena like a bunch of debris and other shit to like because they're like we know you don't have a whole lot of movement with these characters. You're gonna have to stick behind some shit.
Yeah.
So that was nice. But yeah, you get to the end
of the highway, which I'm gonna put a video on Twitter here soon, showing some of the misfortunes with the graphics of FF7, just for literally like before you walk into that pillar of light, whatever. If you don't walk in lighting and just look at Cloud's face, he looks like he's aged years.
Yeah,
without
the
lighting.
Yeah,
and then you go underneath a little light lamp and you're like, oh my god, look at him, he looks beautiful. This game is great. It looks so good. And then you walk him out of the light and you're like, bro, huh? Yo, back up, bro, back up. That type shit. But yeah, and then we end up to the end of the highway after that big ass fucking boss. And we see old Sephi boy.
So this is that big deviation. This is the ultimate one. Because in the original game, it's like you beat the big robot and you're like, man, yeah, fuck this Midgard place. And then you lower yourselves down on some ropes and then you go into fucking calm and that's it. In this one, pretty much marks the culmination of the Whisperer's whole plotline section, as well as Sephiroth saying, destiny comes and all that shit. And he's basically like, all right, I have fucked with shit enough to where the Whisperers are now going to like have no choice but to focus all their fucking energy into trying to stop all this shit. And I'm gonna open this fucking portal, Virgil style. Be like, hey,
he definitely Virgil'd that shit.
Hey, come get this shit, homie. And all the characters are like, well, we don't really know what to do other than like try to put a stop to this the best we can. And Aerith using her, whatever fucking bizarre knowledge of the future she has at this point is like, this motherfucker is wrong in every sense of the word. And we gotta stop this shit. No questions asked. So that's like you walk through the portal and the game's a sequel. You end up in this other version of like the bizarre version of Midgar, some otherworldly plane existence, and get a big old harbinger of fate boss boy.
Yes, you do.
The fate. And he brings out, like we said at the beginning. I'm not going to get all into that shit again, but like we said at the beginning, you get some form of Kadaj, Yuzo, and Loss.
I was your Neo Bahamut fight about this boss on hard mode, but I kind of dusted him.
Kind of dusted it.
Yeah.
I haven't played
that whole section was really neat.
I enjoyed the boss. It was fun.
It was cool. I like that section.
It was not bad. I had a good time doing it, and felt good to stagger those bastards. So then you do big damage to other boss, and you're like, haha, big bastard, hold every bit of this. You sick these puppies on, and they will be your worst enemy. And then what was it? After all that was said and done, and you beat the big harbinger of fate, hey, it's time. For old
and this man
final
comes
boss
out
of the game.
Looking Advent Children as fuck.
Dude,
even the color, even like he does the same shit with the sky. He does the same shit with the sky, the same shit with the color palette, the same pose in the air with the wing out, everything. And it's very much like
I didn't want to say anything because I was literally just like absorbing what the fuck is going on when I was first playing it. But I was like, dude, this is literally Advent Children right
like
now.
The color and the action and the way everything is looking, and it was like all that,
The color, like it's literally the same color palette as Advent Children. When he opens up the sky, my favorite part about when he opens up the sky, I was like, man, they could have done something a little bit more dramatic, like when it came to like whatever pose he hits or after all of that, and it's like, no, this is Sephiroth. He's gonna do one cool thing, and then he's just gonna try to fight you.
Yeah. He's gonna hover there and be like, "Hey, look at that!
That was crazy.
Do something about it. Do something about it. I dare you."
He's literally the epitome of do something.
Yeah.
make me stop hitting you.
Yeah. Like he is the equivalent of I'm gonna keep swinging my arms, and if you get hit, it's your own fault. Like that is Sephiroth.
Yeah, that is Sephiroth. And that fight was actually pretty fun.
It was fun.
I enjoyed it a lot, actually.
I struggled quite a bit because I didn't have Aerith, and she had my good shit on. I think she had like both Rays and some other stuff.
I played it twice. Get fucking smoked, shit.
Game is fucking terrible. Everyone that likes this game is fucking nostalgia glasses, dude.
Partly true.
But
only a third of the game is good.
And what is it? So the first part of that fight, because there's so many different sections. Like I said, it took me 2 tries because I did not have enough Phoenix Downs, and they kept on giving me Barret and Tifa, and I did not have enough healing shit. Or Barret was 100% my weakest link out of my entire team. I had
really?
Oh, absolutely. I barely used Barret at all.
Barret is fucking overpowered, dude.
I never used Barret. I used Tifa.
Especially if you put the melee, not during bosses, but like for mob fights, if you use melee Barret, that motherfucker destroys.
Steel skin smackdown done.
Yeah.
Fucking oh my god, the dodge materia, the dodge attack materia, where he does like the splatter shot around him. It's really good. Yeah, if you're just like cool, like you just you do this big spread when you come out of it.
See,
so you just keep doing that to like wipe.
Meanwhile, my Tifa, if it punched anything and hit a critical hit, it died.
Yeah.
You can just like use melee Barret's triangle to just stun lock shit too.
Yeah, fair.
You do melee Barret's triangle and it builds up a fuck ton of meter, and then you use the meters to use charge uppercut twice, and then you fucking press triangle again.
It's fair. It's fair. Yeah, with my Tifa was just mad strong. My Barret was like legitimately my weakest link out of them all, so I had to swap. So I went up, did it again. I got Tifa. I got Aerith and Tifa this time around, and it was a lot easier. Didn't even have to use 1 Phoenix down. So like as long as I got those 2, I was good. But if I didn't get those 2, I was fucked.
I didn't have any elements ready, so I kind of got smoked on that first fought Sephiroth.
I didn't have any. I literally I went into that boss fight like because I had an inkling. I literally thought to myself, this shit is going to end with me fighting Sephiroth. Fuck.
Yeah, but I didn't know I was
I'm putting on the Buster Sword. I'm not putting any elements in my sword. We're just gonna fight this bitch, and it worked for the first phase. Pepega.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't know he was gonna be doing elemental barrier shit, dude.
Fuck. Yeah. And but you go through that fight. He pulls out the wing. He pulls out the Doom counter on your dumbass at the end. And
oh yeah.
Oof. I've never.
The thing is that like I don't know. He did a lot of like I don't know how much more I could ask for from a Sephiroth fight, and they gave it in the first game already.
Yeah. That
so it's like, what do I have to look for?
That final Sephiroth fight on disc 5 is better hit, dude.
Again, he's got. We've only seen his normal form. We haven't seen all the other bullshit he does.
That's true. I forgot he did.
So yeah, he's got. There's plenty. We've had a fight with him, but we've had normal swordsman boy Sephiroth.
Oro and safer Sephiroth.
And we also don't know what would potentially be changed because Sephiroth is the one who, unlike everyone else except for kind of Aerith, he knows everything. So like, what that entails with his abilities and whatnot, I don't know either.
The thing is, Advent Children of Sephiroth didn't transform, so is he still going to transform?
Well, Advent Children was only 2 hours long, and they had to like wrap that shit up. So I have no idea how to really like judge that kind of ability, because all Cloud did was think about Zack for 5 seconds, and then he did a limit and then won.
Yeah.
Like it was literally he was like Cloud got stabbed like 18 times really violently,
He got cooked,
and it's getting smoked, like carved up, and then thinks about Zack, and Zack is like, dude, you're a soldier, right? And Cloud's like, not really. And Zack's like, yeah, but it's like your heart that counts. And Cloud's like, you're right. And then he just does Armagus. He just does like an Armagus limit.
Yeah.
And wins. I'm like, okay.
And did you guys think about it? No. Every time Cloud did a limit, all I could think was, Cloud, no, don't do it, because he writes out N.
Yeah.
I
What I really like is that Cross/Slash just gets fucking. He's just like, no, seen it, nope, seen it, nope, bitch.
Yep.
Just blocks the whole fucking thing. He's like, nah, I've seen this shit.
I love the fact that it's the same exact sound effects too. If you've ever watched Advent Children, notice this, Dax. You watched it fucking today. Every time their swords clash together, it's the same exact sounds when fucking Cloud and Sephiroth fucking parried, hit each other. Tong, 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 when they parry. It's the same shit. It's the exact same sounds from the fucking movie. I was like, what the fuck?
I missed the sound effect of the charging up magic from the original game, though.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm excited to see the rest of the limit breaks as well. Because we only got the 2 in this one, so I was which is good.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I really hope they don't blow all the limit breaks on the first game, because like spread them out. Like it might be kind of whack that you only get to choose between the 2, but it's like there's a lot of limits in the original.
Yeah.
I want to see all with the appropriate time.
Often enough for me to like worry about it. And they're all fucking cool anyway. Like I don't think about it as being like I'm not using them nearly as much as in the original, so I don't worry about it too much.
Well, you can use them a lot when you finish all the post game content.
If I play the original, you guys say there's a lot more depth, like especially later in the game, there's a lot more depth to the materia system. I'm gonna make Tifa into a god.
The materia system of the original is crazy. It's insane. There's so much shit you can do with that.
So much stuff
Tifa is literally just going to be a powerhouse. Literally, she steps on the field, everything should evaporate. That's what I feel like. That's what I'm gonna do. One way or another, I'll make it happen. But yeah, so I mean, I guess we already got our overall thoughts, but fuck, dude, good ass game.
This game, I'm on board.
I'm on board. I loved it. I want to play the fucking next one, dude. But I mean, it's gonna be years before it comes out. But
if they don't make these at least like 2-year window between each release, like at least
now,
or at the most.
You think it'll be out in 2 years?
I was thinking
here's the thing. Well, this game took about 3. I think actually a little less than 3. Yeah, this version of the game. This ever since CyberConnect was out of the picture, it's been about that time.
I also heard a little.
Did they make this game in 3 years, and they spent God knows how long on Cage 3, and that turned out the way it did.
Oh, Cage 3 was also want to talk about engine changes and things like that. It went through similar shit. Like it's like 15's core development time was not even 3 years, even though the overall game planning took 10, but that game went through like 4 different versions.
Yeah.
Like the game that you get.
The next one's going to be on PS5.
15 was subjugated to Nomura's Wild Ride.
I'm also curious how like the sequel's going to work in terms of content and stuff carryover and stuff.
Obviously, in terms of like, for example, like you get enemy skill, but you only can get 4 skills, right? Obviously, you're going to get more for that. You only get 2 limits. You only get so many things. I think I'm assuming.
Yeah, there's only 4 enemy skills as well.
Yeah. What I'm assuming, the only like one thing that stands out is the fact that you get the level 50, but I think that's just a number for the sake of this. At least I would assume it's a number for the sake of this game to feel like, oh yeah, 50 is a pretty good number to get because you want to feel satisfied with getting a lot of levels because the game's long. But to be level 50 coming out of Midgar in the context of like the whole game maybe feels weird. So either they change around the cap to where you go past 100. Which I'm fine with. It's just a different way that you're contextualizing the power levels differently, but numbers still go up and it's fine. You just think about it in context of the different games. Or they make it to where it's like, okay, you're at some sort of strength, or they just start you at level 1, but you still keep all your shit. Like your experience level is different, your strength level is different, whatever, but you still keep your stuff.
Resets if you keep any of that.
There's a cool. I've heard this brought up multiple times. I actually think this would be a really neat way to do it. I would only want them to do this on a non-NG plus run. Like if you popped in Remake 2 or whatever the fuck, or Remake Part 2, or I think someone said, what if it's called FF7 Reunion? Like every game is something. That would actually be kind of neat. So if you started a new game on it, then
that is a good question.
Yeah, like if you started, I know.
called this remake, like, and it's only the first part.
So if you start like a new game on it and you come out of Midgar, right? And one of the first things you can do in the original, if you're patient enough and you walk around the forest, is find Yuffie. She's an optional character. What if the way they contextualize you losing access to your shit that you would normally have before is if she steals it, sells it before you can reach her, and then is like, sorry, I sold it all, haha. And then it's like, fuck, well, I guess we're starting fresh.
I mean, it would be possible because I don't think she's going to be optional anymore.
No. I'm not worried about her being optional. I'm just saying, like, in terms of
yeah,
like,
I'm just saying, since she's not optional,
right there, yeah.
Throw her into the story like that, and because it's
otherwise,
like,
I feel they would wait.
It's like, hey, there's that girl, and then you play the rest of the game, and you're like, I never saw that girl, and then but now if they make her non-optional, it's like eventually you'll run into her and you'll understand like
now
all the shit.
What would be really funny is if there's a new game plus option, like you carry continuation option, like you carry over your file to where you have your shit. She steals it anyway and doesn't sell it. She tells you she did. But then later in the game, like when you say she steals your shit and she fucks off because she's not ready to be developed as a character yet, they're not bringing her in, and then like hours later you find her and she admits like, okay, yeah, whatever, and then like she gives you the chest, like she gives you the chest with your shit back in it. I think it'd be neat.
I had someone tell me, legitimately ask me, so if you've never made it through Midgar, how do you know about Yuffie? I was like,
because we grew. I've known every name of like most characters in this game
for 20 years,
for the longest time. Because how could you not be exposed to it?
I know.
Not even just from playing Kingdom Hearts and like all that kind of shit. It's just like FF7. It's fucking big. Like
cultural phenomenon, dude.
Yeah, like I've known everyone.
I legitimately like stopped the game. I was like, bro, what?
Yeah. Like I gained a lot of context for things because there's a lot of stuff in the actual games and scenes and stuff I didn't know about, but like I knew I knew Sephiroth was a bad guy. I didn't know he was a manipulator. I knew Cloud at some point is laying in flowers in a church with Aerith talking to him, but I didn't know he had just fallen from the Airbuster fight. Like stuff like that. Like there are little scenes and moments that I recognized, but I didn't understand the context of. Like I know Aerith dies, but I didn't know anything about why. Racist. Yeah.
What do you want from me, dude?
it was really cool to see all that. But yeah, no, growing up, yeah, like I knew all that shit. I guess like I didn't know Kate Sith was a puppet. But like,
oh really?
Yeah, like I didn't know that. I didn't know it was someone being from Shinra, like controlling it or whatever. Because I remember because I got to that part of the Golden Saucer.
That's something we never touched on too. We got a peek at Kate Sith in this game.
Yeah, that was weird.
I get him.
I can. Oh god. Like obviously, AceUhh, you know who Kate Sith is, but like, for someone playing Remake who has no knowledge, and they just see like, who's this cat? What? And then the game's just like, don't worry about it. I was like, that was a weird shot.
What the fuck are you worried about?
That was a weird thing.
Yeah, I was like, yo, was that Kate Sith? And then he never showed him again. I was like, oh, all right,
we'll see it. Well, technically, we've been seeing him because it's what's his name? Shinra. Who's very clean cut, also good. The director of everything. Let's forget, but yeah, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, because when normally in the original game you get to the Golden Saucer and he steals your shit and he runs around and he's like, okay, yeah, sorry, I'm actually like this and that. It's like, fuck you, asshole.
Dickhead, but
I'm like, hey, I'm actually work for Shinra and I've been like doing all this stuff all the time, but I'm still gonna be in your party just cause, haha. And I'm like, can't trust you.
Yeah, I didn't really like I didn't fuck with Kate Sith when I first played the game. When I first played the original 7, I was like, the fuck? Look, fuck this motherfucker. Yeah. This man's working for Shinra.
He grew on me a little bit over time because he started of course he did that whole fucking, I'm gonna sacrifice myself for the temple to turn into the black materia, and I'm like, literally you could just get another one. And then what does he do? He comes out of this after Cloud goes crazy and beats up Aerith. He just walks in from off screen. He's like, hey dude, I got version 2. Oh my god, what is going on?
He's like, what the fuck?
What the fuck? Yeah, fuck that shit. But he started to grow on me on the end. I was still like, god, Yuffie was stealing me until it's like holding out on my fucking materia until the end of the goddamn game. Fuck that bitch. Fuck Yuffie.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, you're at the very, very end of the game, and then you're about to jump into the fucking thing because you can separate your parties, and before you jump in the hole to fight Sephiroth and all that. And then so I had Vincent, Yuffie, and Kate Sith to go on their own, and then I was with Sid. It was like me, Sid, and Barrett or some shit. And we reconvened at the very end, and they will give you whatever path you didn't take. You'll get items from it based on the characters that you took or characters that you sent to get them. And Vincent comes over and he gives you some. He's like, "Oh, I found this, dude. Here's a fucking X potion or whatever the fucking or whatever." And then he looks over at Yuffie, or at least in my case, he looked over at Yuffie and he was like, "Don't you have something for him?" And Yuffie's like, "What? No." "Oh, fine." And then gives you stuff. I'm like, "You fucking bitch." Fuck this carrot. Like, seriously, all she does is steal from you, eat hot chip and lie, and vomit on airplane. That's it. She rolls around on the fucking airship vomiting, and then we'll just complain and whine and be a little bitch and then steal from you. Like,
well, she's like super young compared to everybody else.
Yeah,
in the game.
but she's still like that's literally like all she does. And the only other thing that's like there's any sort of not even development, but any sort of character with her that's like actually enjoyable is when she's about to get fucking anally eviscerated literally by the Dawn when she's being held on the fucking giant Buddha face thing next to Elena, and you have to go up there with the Turks to rescue them in Wutai, and that was fucking hysterical, mostly because it was at her expense rather than everyone else.
I get this key,
but like I'm really excited for the remake in the sense that like they could actually like make her a real character, like develop her character, and not just be like I'm a bitch who steals.
Like that. That's how you get the key.
There you go.
I
Got it.
just want to see Vincent, but he's not going to be in the next game.
I can't wait for Vincent.
Who do you think they had in the next game? Red 13, obviously.
Well, because it's a matter of what they go through. Because I feel like.
Yeah, what do you think that will actually?
It depends on it depends on if they bring in Yuffie first or Vincent first. I would 100% assume they would bring in Yuffie first. But if they decided to bring Vincent in first, I feel like they would go ahead and pull him out of Nibelheim sooner. Instead of going back with the key, I feel like they would do something differently to where like one of your first, like your initial visit there in the mansion, like kind of early-ish in the end of the game, and Sephiroth throws the materia at you and all that shit. I feel like, wait, no, well, no, you can go ahead and do the mini game to unlock the door then. So it's not that far in. I don't know, because you have a decent amount of control over when you want to do that shit. So I'm not sure. And you can also.
I think Kate Sith for them.
Why do Tifa got brown eye and Advent children? Her eye's supposed to be red.
Everything is super desaturated in Advent children.
Yeah, that's true.
Everything is too desaturated and it's too sleek. Places like Cloud's bike should not be that sleek. It's like a Tron bike.
They already showed off Kate Sith, so I think then that they're hinting that he's coming next game as well.
He would have to be. Yeah, we would absolutely end up at the Gold Saucer in the next game.
Thank God.
Yeah,
I want to see it.
Yeah, it'll probably be Yuffie, and then it'll be Yuffie, and then Kate Sith and
Red 13.
We already have Red 13. It'll be, you start off with Red 13. You learn about him as you go, because he'll be with you from the get-go.
Oh, dude, I can't wait to get the Gold Saucer.
Yeah, Sid definitely. Oh man,
I can't wait to see this little smug bastard.
Yeah, there she is. Yeah, I know. Like, we'll definitely not see Sid because there's no way we're gonna get the Rocket Town in the next game. There's no way. It's way too deep in.
Bro, I can't wait to see Gold Saucer and see all the
Gold Saucer is gonna be. Dude, that ride up. I love the way it looked in the original with the fireworks and shit on the fucking the thing with the propellers. Like glowing up.
We're gonna get another romantic scene too then.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait for the one with Barrett. He's just sitting there full frustrated, like, what the fuck, dude? This is bullshit.
This is bullshit.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm excited. And then you think about like the really far off stuff. Like, what are they gonna do with Ruby Weapon?
See,
right? Like, I started thinking about like, oh man.
What I'm assuming is like, are they gonna put those? Are they gonna save all those for the last game to be like the super bosses, like Emerald and Ruby and Diamond? Or
well, it has to be after they come out. And I would be surprised if they didn't make them powerful enough to be like, you have to be maxed as fuck. Huh?
Where it'll be like, are they gonna work them into earlier parts where it's like part 2 super boss is gonna be ruby weapon, then part 3 super boss is gonna be emerald weapon, and
only if the weapons had been really well.
The actual end game.
I feel like I don't think Part two could end because you start having to deal with that shit even like during obviously during not during wait no it wouldn't be for a minute. I don't think you would see them in all the next game.
Yeah, but I'm saying like they might work it in sooner just to have a super boss fight for it. Because like those are optional, Ruby and Emerald.
Yeah, but it's literally a matter of like in the plot when they're released, which is when they're all in the Northern Crater. And Cloud is losing his fucking mind.
And
all
I'm
that
on
shit.
big wonderment what they're gonna do to Yuffie's design.
Everything else has been consistent. I don't think they're gonna change.
I don't think they're gonna change too much, personally.
I don't think they're gonna change.
They've done small minor. If it's not Cloud, like literally the only person they didn't minorly touch much at all is Cloud.
Yeah.
So
like anyone else, it's like like Tifa still has red boots, but they're just like designed differently. Or like she has like this armband, or now she has like the the thigh high, like the thigh highs and stuff. But yeah, I mean
that's only positives, by the way.
Yeah.
People.
Yeah, there might be some other little embellishments and details. Apparently, like originally Nomura was like, yeah, I tried giving Cloud all sorts of new stuff. I gave him some long sleeves and all sorts of shit, and I kind of looked at it and was like, that's not Cloud. So I got rid of all of it and just made him look like normal. It's like, that's good.
I find that hard to believe that Nomura said something like that.
Yeah, usually you can't really hold back.
Why the fuck are the zippers and belts on this motherfucker?
Yeah. He's just like, I'm cool.
I mean, I liked his design in KH1. I thought he didn't put any belts, or he put some belts on it, but no.
Well, KH1 makes a lot more sense when you find out that originally they wanted Vincent.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, that's why it's like a hodgepodge. That's okay. That makes sense.
A mix of Cloud and Vincent's designs, if you look at it closely.
Mm.
He has the scarf like Vincent, and he has the golden finger gloves like Vincent.
Yeah.
Yep.
I cannot wait to see. Cannot wait to see.
I can't wait.
I want him to jump out of that fucking coffin and do that flip. Does the flip out of the coffin, dude? It's so sick.
Flip out the fucking coffin like fucking Michael Jackson.
Badass. He just pops out, lands, and he just says some dumb shit. Just says some edgy shit. Like, what the fuck?
He says, I'm gay.
I'm gay.
Yeah, I would prefer if they saved Ruby, Emerald, and Diamond until the actual last.
I mean, you get story weapons to fight anyway.
What?
You get story weapons to fight anyway in different contexts. It's like, I would love to see what they're going to do with Sapphire, because I'm sure it's not going to be just walks in front of a cannon and gets blown up.
Yo.
And then Ultima's story related, but like for the super boss ones, like Emerald, you have to like get a special underwater materia to even get to him, and then Ruby weapon is like you have to fucking go into the desert and find him. It's like that. I want these boss fights to be preserved like that, where it's like I want to be as strong as I can be. I want to have all the materia that's going to be available in the series available to me, and I want to be at max level I'm ever going to be, and as strong as in all my weapons and shit. And it's like, and I want them to be actually fucking hard.
Yeah. What I'm go ahead.
I'm very curious to see, like, because I've seen FF7's cutscenes. It's not like I'm fucking dumb to the to the game. It's just I haven't played it, so it's like retain. Like the best way for me to retain it is to play it. But there's always one scene that sticks out to me is like when Sephiroth fucking kills that giant fucking beast, that giant snake.
Yeah, and you don't see it, you just find it.
Yeah.
Right at the beginning of the column. Yeah.
When you find it, dude, that's gonna be so sick to see. Just a slaughtered ass fucking snake just.
I mean, hopefully it's like. Let's say I don't know why they would take that out.
Yeah, that's such a cool moment. That's such a memorable fucking moment.
Yeah.
Well, that's because like there's the Midgarstormer that you're and you're like, yo, if this giant shadow in the water, if this thing touches you, you're gonna fucking die.
Yeah.
And then you find out this one, and it's like, yeah, Sephiroth just smoked the shit out of it, and just like crucified it on the goddamn fucking mountainside and dipped out. And it's just like, this man, we are not on this man's level. We cannot We cannot hope to fight him right now, even if we
This
wanted.
guy will smoke us.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I wonder if we'll get like those flashback scenes too, where you go back, like where you play as like Cloud, like way back in the Hoot, and you're like fighting with Sephiroth.
And you get
I love
Cowgirl
that, yeah.
Tifa.
You get the whole section where like you get hit in one shot, and Sephiroth's like, "Fucking Raze, like
Yeah.
Raze, come on, dude,
Raze,
come on,
hold up,
get it
buddy.
the fuck together, Raze."
Hold on, let me kill this thing real quick. All right, Raze, how you doing, man? What's up?
We get Howdy Y'all Tifa as well.
Oh,
dude.
yeah, howdy, man. Thank you, ma'am. Once Cowgirl Tifa gets revealed, I'll change my howdy emote to that.
I don't know. Yeah, I think that they can. I mean, for this game, they already did. So I think that they can think of some other super bosses and post game content to add, and you
Sure, they
and
can
save the weapon.
have plenty.
Because like this game's post game. Like, I mean, hard mode is pretty much post game because it carries. It's like pretty much new game plus.
Yeah,
but it's like you can carry over your levels and your materia and shit. And so there's that, and then there's also like the chapter 17. What the fuck are they called? Like battle simulator or whatever.
The VR battles.
That one has like special post game fights that you can do only on hard mode. That are pretty much like the super. Well, I mean, the super boss is kind of a joke, but like the other fights leading up to the super boss are at least kind of fun and difficult. It's like there's one where you have to fight all of the summons back to back to back. Like,
yeah, I'm interested to see how the intro of the next game plays out, because I feel like it's a good, like, starting off with calm and you know, like you go and you get your giant snake scene. It's like, fuck, we gotta get across the shit. Okay, let's go get a chocobo. You gotta learn how to do the chocobos and stuff. And so when I think about it, I'm like, oh, dude, you get to hang out with some chocobos at the beginning of the next game, dude. This is gonna be sick.
Shit.
Hell yeah, we're hanging on calm. And you get some nice music, riding chocobos and shit. It's gonna be tight. Yeah, and then you go into a cave and you fight some Turks.
Oh yeah. I wonder if you're gonna have to farm for the golden chocobo at any point.
I don't know how that stuff's gonna go. Yeah, I don't know how. Like, I hope stuff like chocobo racing is actually like, fun and stuff. But they may just make it like a betting thing. I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna work.
I just hope it keeps all the depth, because like making the golden chocobo was not a easy or fast task.
No.
It's like, and it's like you had to have that if you wanted to get Knights of the Round.
Yeah.
But like, obviously that's not going to be in the next game. But I also feel like they have to include. Like, obviously summons are reworked now, so it's not like it's going to be busted to all hell. But they need to. They have to have Knights of the Round as the summon in this in one of the fucking games.
Bro, you're just gonna pop out the fucking lawn chair and sit there and watch these like 20 dudes wail on the boss for like an hour. You're just chilling.
Like, summons work differently, so it's like they'll all just come out and fucking do the shit that they do, like the summons do. They won't just like have a cutscene that plays and then damage that goes off.
I know,
afterwards.
but like if you want all of them, you're just gonna have a room with like 20 giant mob boss dudes just like coming in hot. Like, that's the thing. It's not gonna be a cutscene, but you're not gonna have to do anything. You're just chilling.
I wonder how that's gonna work. I mean, they have to have it, but like obviously they're probably gonna rework it or some shit. But
yeah, every time it attacks, it transforms into a different knight or something. You have the big finisher. It's so long. It's so long. So extra.
And that's like the cheese strat too, is like miming, and then it's Knights of the Rounding. So it's like when you want to choose a fight, you're literally just watching Knights of the Round for like 20 minutes, and then
you can set the materia on you can set the materia on the character that has it, as well as another character, where it's like you have I forget what it's called, but you can do the thing where you get to use more than one summon. And you have the thing where you have the materia that lets another enemy copy the move that you just did, as long as they have the resources for it. So you can get like 3 knights like, just in a row. It's like, oh my god. Like, I'm pretty sure I saw a video of a guy who he did level 1 ruby weapon, and you basically have to like perfectly time these sequences in order to like get through the point where you can actually activate the knights, and you like once you hit that point, you do 3 Knights of the Round in a row, and they're just dead. Or 2, you only do 2. It's just dead. It's really funny.
Yeah, like those bosses literally have 999 hits. So like Ruby and Emerald weapon will just fucking one shot you if you don't do things properly.
Yeah, I'm really, I think like the day that I'm looking forward to the most, provided that everything comes out well enough, and then like we can look back at that, we can look on the entire collection and say, yeah, this is pretty fucking good, is to be able to like, it's everything is out. It's all available. It's all on your PC or PS5, whatever the fuck. And I'm like, all right. And I pop in the first one, and then there's like some sort of thing where it's like, whether it be a blip or something like that, or some sort of acknowledgement of like, are you gonna play through start to finish, whole thing in a row, like straight, like disc 1, disc 2, disc 3, disc 4. Like I'm really excited for that feeling. I'm really excited to sit down and be like, all right, here we go, step from beginning to end, just full playthrough of it.
The W item glitch.
Yeah.
That shit was so easy to do too.
So that's gonna be like,
when I first thought about that, I was like, I'll take all these elixirs. Why the fuck not?
oh, that shit. Yeah, I never did that.
Shit, yeah.
But yeah, that's gonna be. Oh my god, that's gonna be a because this game. By the time I beat it, I was at like 60 hours. Of course, I took my time with it. I took my sweet fucking time with it, and I loved it.
I beat mine at 40.
Yeah. But
I don't remember how many hours I had on my fucking file by the time I finished. Like, by the time I finished plotting it, it's like I was pretty much. I'm pretty sure I was like 70, 75, 80 hours.
Shoutouts to a fun little thing where when you're in the pause menu, after about like a minute or so, if you don't press anything, the timer goes gray and stops.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
does
great.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll if you
Damn,
if you go idle,
my game off
if you pause
because I was like, I don't want the timer to tick up.
if you pause and you go idle, it'll go for like a minute and then it'll realize you're not playing and stop. I've never seen a game. I've never seen that. I adore that because there's so many points where I will not think about what I'm doing and I'll leave a game idle. And I'll look at it and just go, and it's like, I have not played Animal Crossing for 300 years.
Dancing Star Nights right now has 3 days of gameplay.
Yeah. Well, I look at my thing for Animal Crossing, I'm like, I have not played 375 hours. I've played 350. But I know for a fact, like, about like 20, 25 of those hours are from just having it on the side, just idle. So I love that shit. I love that.
I was playing at 7 and I had to do shit, so I was like, oh, I gotta fucking save and fucking turn it off just because I don't want to, like, tick up an hour, 30 minutes to an hour of game time for I'm not actually playing.
Nope, that shit pauses for you.
This level fucking blows dick, dude. That's every knuckle.
Well, I think that's about it. I mean, we could talk about like post game stuff, but I mean,
Yeah, have you always?
I'm on hard mode right now, and I'm really enjoying it a lot.
Hard mode is fun, and then
Super fun.
like doing the actual post game shit on hard was actually. Fun
it is funny,
too.
just like walking into a room that's with anything that's not a boss, and just doing triple slash and being like, okay, done.
Yeah, you can triple slash, or I would like magnify and then fucking fire, and then it's just like.
Oh, you just walk in.
I immediately switched to Tifa because I'm a simp. But I do the move that gravitizes everything to that fucking that circle fist and just triple slash on Cloud.
Yeah, the hard mode is like some shit's really easy, but then like when it gets hard, it gets kind of hard.
Yeah, when you get to the parts that you're expected to like put time into a fight, it's like, yeah, this is gonna be ramped up.
And it's like the MP, like I don't know, the MP shit is weird to me. It's like the only way to get MP is to finish a chapter.
Yeah.
Like you get it back from resting benches.
Yeah. Well, I see, and here's the thing. Like, I started to notice when I was doing, because like you start to get more transcripts that let you get more SP, and then you get a whole another like sphere in your little ability weapon upgrade shit. And because I maxed out because I thought I was maxed and I didn't know I was getting more. And I noticed for a bunch of the weapons for like that last thing, it'll have stuff like increased MP regeneration after a battle, increased MP regeneration in a battle, like Bloodsucker, where it's like, oh, after every fight you gain a little stuff like that. Like all these little things that are very noticeably meant to be like, hey, if you need. Even stuff like, oh, hey, you can pay 16 SP for this ability that will let you take a kill hit once per fight.
Yeah, you get second chance on.
So you get some abilities that will like specifically in a ring that's specifically from hard mode that's saying like, hey, here's some extra shit if you want to throw it on if you're having a hard time or if you like want some extra benefits from it, which I thought was neat. So I'm not far enough into to see where like the feeling of like huge detrimental effects from not having access to my MP. I just find areas where it's like, okay, I'm not gonna spam this fucking multiplied Thundaga on these sentry bots, and this time I'll save the MP and take the extra 10 seconds to kill him. Stuff like that.
Yeah. The fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh, the you can't even fully upgrade, but you don't get all the SP without playing hard mode.
Right.
There's a lot of SP that's only accessible by doing things on hard mode.
Right, exactly, and that gets associated with those unique rings with those unique abilities for it, which makes sense to me.
Do this beat this boss on hard mode. Do this side quest on hard mode. It's like almost every boss and almost every like meaningful side quest has like SP locked behind it. So I locked all that shit to be able to fully upgrade all the weapons just because I wanted to.
Yeah,
and then there's no like I was hoping there'd be like an Ultima weapon. There's no Ultima weapon, but there's an Ultima accessory you get for beating the super boss. It just makes you enter battle with a full limit gauge.
Oh, cool.
Cool. Well, hell yeah, boys! I think we did it.
Oh yeah. Kind of runs through everything I was thinking, really.
Yeah, I think we nailed everything.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, DWTB, close us out, man.
Well, everybody, thank you so much for watching us hang out and talk about this cool ass fucking video game. We had a lot of thoughts to get out of the way. Thank you for letting me get my fucking crazy brain dump at the beginning. I'm glad I got that out of the way. So.
I mean, you said a lot of shit that I never even heard anybody else say.
Oh, okay. Because I hadn't looked into much stuff, and I felt like I wasn't sure. But I
haven't looked into it too much, but yeah. I mean, from what I've seen, yeah, I never even thought about shit like that.
Yeah,
I thought about like, yeah, it's probably Advent Children Sephiroth. I've heard that theory, but like not all the supporting arguments and that shit.
Oh, there's so much in the game. I just I'm adoring it. Yeah, man, Games Blast, I highly recommend it. If any of you in the chat have not played this game, I would play. If any of you chat especially have not played the original, I would very very highly recommend that too.
Well, you better watch my stream because I'm gonna do it now.
Oh yeah, there you go, and there you go. Amen, brother.
Why do her titties bounce? I don't understand.
Because they got to.
They don't.
Oh, Cage, no, you're fine, dude. Appreciate you hanging out. No, we were going for like, I mean, I didn't really think about how much we were gonna have to talk about.
Yeah, but we were just kind of going.
Yeah, we were just kind of regaling the whole game, enjoying it and all that stuff. So you're fine. This
is the Twitch and YouTube exclusive. Yeah. This is not going on the Spotify. Let's go.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll be uploading this. But yeah, so that's about it. Again, the usual shit every Monday. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central. We have dinner with the boys. That's our usual cast. This is kind of a rare thing for us. We all just really wanted to talk about remakes, so we got that off my chest. Yeah. So when cases arise, we'll do this shit again. It was fun. Yeah. So you can check us out again Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central for the usual cast.
Join us on the Discord.
With us on the Discord.
I be posting a lot of Tifa. People be posting Tifa Titty. I'm not. Other people are.
Tifa Titty pretty good.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. They are large. Those are some large bobs. If I'd seen
large and large.
Also, yeah, there is actually really cool. I did download the Tifa theme on my Japanese account. Sometimes the animation gets a little weird, but it is cool. It's like it's like her sitting over the buttons on the right, like the windows.
Yeah, it's neat. Her theme too, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I thought it was cool. I didn't realize it was free, so it's like, oh yeah.
I can probably get something different than the Nier Automata theme that I've had for the past fucking 3 years.
Yeah, it's free, so just load your JP account.
I saw the one that came with the PS4.
Oh shit, there you go.
Yeah.
Follow us on Twitter.
No, I got, because remember, you know who that I gave the copy to never gave me the code that was in it.
Haha.
So
oh.
I got out. But yeah, dude, check out the Discord, check out the YouTube. The YouTube is where we keep all of our old episodes, as well as currently uploading clips and stuff from previous casts. And
what the next deep dive we would do is gonna be on.
Oh, the next deep dive?
Yeah, I don't know.
Can't think of
it's been a minute since I wanted to get that much off my chest about a game. especially like
Yeah.
story stuff and shit.
Well,
So
I mean,
I feel like the next one will be the next game.
Dude, we could just talk about fighting games in general next time.
We could do fighting games. We could do movies, fucking anime, mangas, whatever.
True, dude. There's a lot of stuff we could talk about.
I mean, I'm always down. I mean, when Michael Goldfish is done, we could do one on Steel Ball Run.
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Man, get you, him, and Vash to fucking go through SBR.
Yeah, that'd be
cool.
sick.
I would be down to do that because I fucking love that shit. I could talk about that shit all day. Also, I just did the chapter 50 in JoJo and that shit is getting so good, dude. y'all need to read JoJo if you're not.
JoJo.
Part 8.
Part 8.
Follow us on Twitter at NinnerWTB. We post whenever something goes up live, we give you updates. That's the spot. Also in our Discord. Dax, you got some stuff coming out for the YouTube here, like today or tomorrow, don't you?
Yeah, we got clips from the last couple casts coming up for 70 and 71. Those are gonna be going up. Once those are up, we'll be on the new schedule.
Hell yeah.
Good.
Yeah, check us out all there. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I had a fun ass time.
Me too.
Yeah,
Let's chill.
it's like it feels nicer to be able to talk about like when we have this much to say about something because like on the actual cast, it's like I don't want to talk about the shit too long because.
Yeah,
that's why I wanted to make it its own. Yeah, I want to make its own thing because like again, I playing through the game. I'm looking over at my fucking notepad document and shit. I'm like, okay, this is not gonna take like 20 minutes. This is gonna be a minute. I need some time. So
Be a minute.
yeah,
I'll be a minute.
But it deserved. It was well deserved. That's a good ass fucking game. I can't tell you how nice it felt. Like so many points when it's just nostalgia of just like holy shit, like it's FS7, but then like just knowing that they didn't fuck it up. Knowing that they swear it was Nomura, and I was like, this might just be terrible, dude. I don't know. And
they legitimately
really
took the main idea from when they first started talking about the game and said, and when one of the very first things we heard was it's going to be multiple parts, and they said each part is going to be the scale of a full game, and we were like, what the fuck does that even mean? What in the fuck does that? Oh, okay, no, you weren't bullshitting.
Oh shit!
You were like, no, you actually figured it out. You actually did that.
This was the put up or shut up moment.
Yeah.
I was like, if they fuck up the first one, then who's gonna be like, well, maybe the second one will be good. It's like
especially
they had to stick the
especially coming from 15.
Yeah.
Like you want to talk about a glow up. On top of it being the most like high profile and most requested remake of anything ever. Like
they literally could
fuck.
I don't think the company could literally afford to fuck this up. I feel like they would have went bankrupt.
Yeah. So I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased with it.
I'm very happy with the final product.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna get cozy in bed and listen to some fucking OST. I'm too tired to play. I just want to immerse myself into something. I want to play. Yeah, I'm gonna go listen to the fucking motorcycle shit. But yeah, everyone in chat, thank you all so much. Thank you once again for coming out and chilling out with us. We'll do more of these in the future. Once again, Monday, usual time, doing our shit. Discord, YouTube, Twitter, everything. Hang out with us. Good time. Woohoo! Woo! There you go. There's your armpit for the day. Don't come too hard. All right. Bye, everybody.
Later.
See ya.